know, but can I have a guess? I'd say stretching the pitch, maybe.
Yeah, stretching the pitch and making it big and wide. I never forget having a conversation, I think it was with your dad, and explaining that sometimes it's just one or two really subtle changes to someone's game can be the difference, with all due respect, in playing an NPL in Australia, or maybe going on and playing at a professional academy or a pro club in Europe or the UK. And I never forget, about 4 weeks after we made the change with your game, your dad sent me a video of you where you stretched the pitch big, you took your first touch out in front of you, you attacked the byline, you crossed the ball back to zone 14,
Yes.
and then you set up the goal.
Yeah.
And I never forget, like, the smile on my face when your dad shared that video with me, because it was like, they're actually listening, and he's actually listened to the one little bit of information I give him. And I knew from that moment, one of the big things people always say to me, Ray, how do you make it to be a professional football player? I think one of the biggest things is actually listening, because I'm a big believer in God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason, and we should listen more. And I think you listened, and you're so coachable, and you took that point on, and it felt like within a blink of an eye, all of a sudden, you were in Liverpool and you were at a professional.
Are we?
Good, thank you.
Good to see you, Miss Alicia. It's been a long time.
I know it's been very long.
Hello, Dad. Hello, Mum. How are you?
How are you?
Very
Hey,
good. So, have you got any idea why you were here today?
Well, the other day I got ill, and I saw that it was your business that you have. So I'm kind of wondering why I've been receiving it.
Well, we've sent you some Goats Elite. Now, just to let you know, we've got to be careful with the words we use, because this is being recorded, and we are going to share this with our social media, if that's okay. And I can see you looking all smart in your football Queensland jersey. I love that. Dad even looks like he's had a haircut and everything. This looks
Yeah,
great.
mate.
oh yeah.
It's the occasion.
I haven't. I came home from work and I'm exhausted.
So, I'm going to tell you what this is all about, but before I do, I need you to help everyone watch and tell them a little bit about your story. So, when did you first meet us, and how did you first come across us, and what involvement did you have with us, if you can remember?
I met you guys through Euro Football Star.
Yeah.
When I was around 12 or 13.
And how old are you now?
I'm 15 now.
Well, you're getting really old, aren't you?
Yeah, getting on in my days. And I'm pretty sure you guys had like a a little clinic day.
Trial day, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, at the Gympie Fields for a Euro trip overseas to England.
Yeah, so we went up to that amazing soccer club up in Gympie, and I think it was Nate and the guys who got us in there. I think Nate was their vice president at the time. And we run an amazing event, and you were one of the players who were identified to come to the UK with us on like a tour and trials.
Yep.
And when was that? What year was that?
That would be like 2022 or 2023.
23.
2023 it was, yeah, to tour 2023. So talk about, to everyone who's listening, you obviously went on trials, you come with us to the UK, you experienced England for the first time. What was it like going to England and seeing all the big Premier League clubs and teams? And
I loved it because I've always wanted to travel overseas and play football, and I really got to experience that. We did training over there at different facilities. We stayed at hotels next to stadiums, went on tours. The games that we played were really good for development, and they were really good because you got identified by coaches around, and it was just a great experience all round.
so when you come back to Australia after that experience, did you find that it sort of deflated you, or did you feel like motivated to go for it?
My goal was to play over there in like the academies in Arsenal.
Yeah.
So when I came back after being over there and versing Bolton and seeing the level, I really got motivated to push on and try and strive for that goal.
I will just confirm that before she even got home, so we had 2 weeks after as a family, and all she talked about was football. We had to go to the football shop there and buy a soccer ball. And by the time she went home, instead of doing 12 juggles, she was up to 50 juggles because she was so determined she was going back.
Yeah.
Amazing. Now, I always say to the players who we come across, people always laugh at me when we go to places like Geelong, Gympie, areas of Western Australia, but I always say we always find our best players in the remote areas of anywhere, whether it's the USA or Australia. I think you guys will remember, but we had a boy who had found the year before from a place called Stanthorpe, and Jack Reedy was driving into us 3.5 hours, 3 times a week to train with me. And you guys are so committed, and I think it's a testament to mum and dad as well, how much they've helped you as well.
Yeah.
So what I want you to do is I want you to update everyone. For people who aren't from Australia, can you tell everyone like what happened after you come back, who you played for, who you represent now, what does Queensland mean? And then I believe there's something else you want to share with us as well, because I heard there's something bigger than Queensland as well.
Start at the beginning.
When I got back, I had the goal to make the Sunny Coast region, which is where I was living currently, which I achieved as the first keeper. And we went away to New South Wales, which is below us, and we played a tournament there, which we were identified as, and I made the Schoolgirls Queensland team. So that was the really first milestone that was my only goal for the year. I was quite accomplished with that, and I was happy with myself. And then we continued the season. I played for the Sunshine Coast Wanderers, which was my, not local, but where I went to school.
Yeah.
And we won premiers and the grand final. And then I got identified as a player for QAS, which is the Queensland Academy of Sport. So they're the representatives for Queensland, and they play in the NPL, which is our National Premier League in Queensland.
Yeah.
And I got identified there. They signed me up to their club, which then I got notified from the Raw after they watched one of my sessions that they would like me to come in. And Brisbane Raw is the A-League club that plays with our A-League for the women. So I've been training currently with them once or twice a week, plus my QAS training. And then quite recently I've been invited to go to a Junior Matildas domestic camp where we had 2 international friendlies versus Thailand, where I made my international debut on the 70th minute.
Amazing. So you've actually played for Australia?
Yes, I have.
Oh my word. And what was that like? What was that experience like?
It was extremely good. I got to meet, like, obviously the best for our age in Australia. We were all such a good bunch of girls. You could tell that when you get to a certain level, there's like a standard that you have to hold yourself to. But the coaches and like the whole staff were very like happy, and they wanted to learn individual development, which I found was quite good. We went down to Sydney and we played there against Thailand, and like the whole experience was just like phenomenal. We had so much team stuff to do. We had bonding activities. We learnt so much tactically and physically as players, all individually and as a group as well. So I think like it's something that I really want to strive to in the coming months for the next year.
Amazing. So what would be the next thing? So you play for Queensland, you've now played for Australia. What's the next and final goal?
The final goal is to play overseas.
For Arsenal?
For Arsenal, yeah. Yeah, and
just
go
a hint
to
to Arsenal if they're out there.
and play for the Matildas in the 2032 Olympics. That would be phenomenal.
That would be...
The funny thing, Ray, is she got to play for Australia before she played for Queensland.
That's so funny.
She went away for the camp with the Matildas, and then she come back, and just on the weekend, she played her first Queensland game.
Yeah.
It's absolutely phenomenal. Now, I'm going to share my screen, and hopefully you guys can see my screen.
Yeah.
Are you guys seeing what I'm showing on my screen at the moment?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. So what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to load up another page. So let's see if this works. The magic of technology. Are you seeing that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, first thing is I want to show everyone, I hope you don't mind me sharing these, but I want to show everyone this picture.
Yep.
They're going to be embarrassed a little bit, but this is so. People always ask me, Ray, why do you do what do you do? And this is the whole reason I do it. If I can help someone 0.1% along the way to achieving the dream, whether it's you've never seen the high level football and you want to achieve something big and you don't think it's possible, or whether I work with you as like a Jack Reedy, where you're working with me 4 times a week and I'm working with you one-on-one, but my aim and goal, my trophies that I love more than anything, it's seeing the picture of players going on and getting to the dream. Now, did you ever think 3 years ago you'd be pulling on a jersey for Australia?
No, I thought I was going to stay in Gympie and just play there.
At the beginning of the year, she set a 3-year goal, and that was to play for the junior Matildas in that 3 years. And she basically smashed all those targets in 1 year.
6 months.
So
Yeah.
it's been a very crazy year. I must say she's a goalkeeper too. She's not an on-field player, so they're a unique person.
Yeah, and it's the hardest position to play.
Very mental.
I'll be honest, as you both know, but no one watching this might know, but I'm a dad of 2 daughters, full-time on my own with them, and it's hard. And I think 2 of the hardest things, I think, in sport in general, one is to be a girl, because you don't get favoured upon like boys do, and it's even harder to be a goalkeeper. So I think you've took on the biggest challenge, one being born a girl, and the second thing being a goalkeeper, and you've defeated it. But the reason why you've defeated it is because you went to England, you've seen what was possible, you've come home, you've set yourself a vision, and as Mum just said, you give yourself 3 years to do it, but you've done it in like 6 to 12 months.
Yeah.
That is a testament to setting your dream as high as possible. And you know what? You might not have ever played for Australia, but at least you might have played for Queensland and QAS, and at least you've aimed for something and you've met it.
Yeah.
So
I think, anything's possible for like any of the girls. It's possible as soon as you put your mind to it and you're willing to push towards it.
now, obviously, I've got a couple of things for you, but before I show you the couple of things, I want to show you what we've got for you. Anyone watching this who doesn't believe it's possible and thinks it's all just fanciful dreams, and no one from Gympie or no one from Logan or no one from Brisbane could ever go and play at this level, what do you say to them?
I would say just dream big. I've noticed, especially since I came back from England, I had a goal to set and I was just dedicated to hit it. And I've noticed that since England, I've gotten 10 times better, because I just so want to be an Australian player and play at the highest level and show young girls out there that like anything is possible as a girl.
Yeah, I love it. And what about you, Dadam? And what do you say to all those parents who are sceptical if this is real or not?
It's fantastic. I mean, the Euro trip to England was the perfect start for her career. It made her mindful of where she wanted to go. A lot of people put those sort of trips at the end of or during a good year or whatever, but we did it at the beginning of her career, just to see if that would be her motivation, her leaping forward, her goal setting, which is probably the best thing we could have did. You know?
So this was her 4th year of playing soccer. So when we went on the Euro trip, it might sound like, she was that age, but she'd actually been playing for like less than 18 months when we went onto that trip. And so it was a massive deal, like a big commitment from us as family to do it, but never looked back. Honestly, she just, from there, she grew and grew. And it's just, to me, she's an amazing young person. I don't take any credit. Yes, I drive hundreds and hundreds of kilometres, but, there's not many kids who get up at 4 a.m. because their training's at 7 in Brisbane, and which is 2.5 hours away, turn around, come back, go to school, come home and do it all again the next day, and sometimes have to train after school as well. So, all these things have culminated. Great commitment on her behalf, good start, good choices. If you want advice, talk to someone like Ray, because honestly, they're the people that know how to help young people get there. So,
Yeah, thanks, guys. And as I say, I always say that it's like a triangle in this, and you've got to get it right, and it's got to be the player, it's got to be the parents, and it's got to be like the coaches or the team behind it, and it's a three-point pyramid. And if you don't have that support, it's very hard to make it. And you've definitely got mum and dad. You've definitely got the support of me and the other professionals around you along the way. But you've got to turn up every day. And this is what we say to our players. Like, you've got to turn up and you've got to be motivated. And you know what? Some days it's okay not to be okay and not want to train. That's okay. But you've got to turn up 95% of the time, and it's a testament to you. So the first thing I want to share with you, but can you just show us the package that you got and what's in it?
So I got a goat's packet delivered in the mail, and inside you get gifted with a packet of grip socks.
Yeah.
There's free inside the packet. They're a beautiful colorway. They have the logo on it, and the grips are very nice. And I am really looking forward to trying them on and giving them a go on the field.
Very good. Now, what we are going to share with you, and I'll reshare my screen again, on our partnered company. So Goats Elite, we've set up Goats Elite as a company to sell products. And the reason why we're selling products on here is to put the money back into be able to offer opportunities for players who we think are worthy of a scholarship. So the first thing we've got for you is, for the next 2 years, Goats are gonna sponsor you for $5,000. So what that means is, over the next 2 years, we're gonna give you socks, boot bag, stools, books, socks, breathing tech wear, slides, anything you want off here, we're going to sponsor you for 2 years. So if you say, Ray, I need gear, I need shin guards, I need this, I need that, we'll give it to you. Also, you'll probably notice there's nothing on here that relates to your position. And you play what position?
I play goalkeeper.
So we're going to make a limited edition pair of goalkeeper gloves in your name with your permission. And what we're going to do is, we're going to send them around the world, and we're going to sell them, and we're going to put your name on. But on top of that, we're going to give you a percentage of the sales to donate back to players who deserve to be sponsored. How does that sound?
That's amazing. Thank you so much.
So we've been looking at some goalkeeper gloves over the past couple of weeks, and we want you to be involved in that. So what we want you to do is, we want to get you to come and meet with me one day. I'll have a come to you, or you come to me, or we'll meet in the middle. Yep. And I want you to help me build the gloves. What's important to you in the gloves? Where the grips need to be. Yep. I'm sure you found loads of problems with gloves over the years, and some good things with gloves.
Yeah.
You're going to be involved in the whole design process, and we're going to give it a really cool name, like the Alicia GK gloves or something like that. We'll come up with a name, and we'll allow you to help us. Now, the special bit of help we're going to do with the gloves is, the gloves will be for both males and females.
Yeah.
We're going to give you 10% of the earnings to put towards sponsoring other players, and we're going to let you pick female players every year who get the award and get the money.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
Thank you so much, Ray.
I'm not finished yet. This is the best bit. That's only the small bit. The next bit's the best bit. So if I can take you to my next page, and let's see if I can get this right. And you know what? I'm always super organised, and I had all this ready, and then I just realised my page is cleared. So we have a programme called the Professional Player Pathway.
Yeah.
As you know, we spoke to you guys, I think, at the time about joining us on the Pro Player Pathway, and obviously for financial reasons and many other reasons, not every family can join us. But part of the programme is we look at things like, you get a copy of my book, the audio book, you get match analysis, you get GPS trackers, you get nutrition and DNA testing, you get identified match objectives, you get football blueprints, you get football mental strength training, you get the secrets from the Premier League, you get to join me on weekly calls, you get access to the dugout, and one of the big things is, as a player agent, you get me to represent you as well. Now, to join the Triple P, unfortunately, it is expensive, and it's about $60,000 for 4 years.
Yeah.
However, you're going to be our first player for 2025 that we're going to award a full scholarship to.
Wow. That's crazy.
So I'm going to support you as best as I can as a coach.
Yeah.
I have got a lot of experience with goalkeepers as well as outfield players.
Yeah.
I will completely help and represent it, and the way we do it as well, to put mum and dad at ease. When we represent players, we're the only group on the planet that don't get mums and dads and players to sign into agreements or contracts. We actually do it from the goodness of our heart, and we don't expect you to sign anything. We just want to support you. If we're not doing our job, then you guys can walk away at any point, and there's no risk on your side. But I know for a fact, between you, me, mum and dad, we're going to kill this. And not only are we going to get the Australia gig, the #1 position secured, in time for the upcoming World Cups in the next couple of years, but I also think you're going to hit your #1 dream, and I'm going to help you to see if we can get you to Arsenal. And we'll see where we go. So if it takes us a year or takes us 3 years, we'll try our best to get there. And do you know what? If we don't get to Arsenal, we might get you to somewhere better like Liverpool.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is we're going to onboard you to the system. I'm going to speak to dad and mum on a message later on tonight.
Yeah.
We'll get you onboarded to the system. We need to get you involved in the program. I need to arrange your GPS tracker. I need to arrange your match analysis. I'm personally going to do your match analysis as well to make sure it gets done right. And then what we're going to do is, with mum and dad's permission, over the next couple of years, what we're going to do is, on this part of the section, we have what's called testimonials. Now, we've got players on here like Charlotte, who we got to Liverpool Football Club. We've got Liam, who we've got to play Bolton Wanderers. We've also got people like Jacob, who we recently got to Tranmere Rovers. And we're going to, very excited to announce, we've got an Alicia section. So we're going to be chucking an Alicia section. So this particular testimonial will get dropped in here, but also we're going to get you to really help us with the females. Now, we know your time is very tight and you've got school commitments and you've got training, but what we're going to do is, if we can get you a couple of times a year to join us on a call, especially with the female players, it'd be a big help for some of those younger girls who need help around the world.
Yeah.
Also, we're going to the World Cup in 2026, the Men's World Cup, but we'd love you to be part of some of our live crossovers back to Australia. So we will have a little Alicia section with your goalkeeper gloves and with your girls section, and just to have a general catch-up we're going. So how does that all sound?
That sounds so good, Ray. This is probably the best thing that's happened to me in my whole career.
So hopefully we can just be that extra little 5% difference to help you kick on.
Yeah.
And I think I've got a couple of more surprises up my sleeve, but I'm going to save one of them. And I'll deliver it once we can deliver it 100%, and then I'll be back in touch. And if you know you get a call in the next couple of weeks to come on another call, expect some big news.
Okay,
Wow.
thank you.
Well, this
Thank
is
you
big
so
news.
much.
I don't know that you can top that, Ray. That's
I think I can top this one.
you know, even talking about the gloves and stuff, you know, one of the hardest things is finding gloves that are like made for a girl.
Yeah.
The fingers are smaller and
Yeah.
you know, very different. So yeah, it's very exciting.
And that's what we're going to do. We're going to be one of the first companies to make gloves just for girls, but we're also going to do a male's version, but we're not going to put a boy's name on them. It's all going to be the Alicia range.
Yeah.
But we'll come up with a cool name for them. And you can help us with all the money that we raise from the sales. You can help us direct that money into girls. So I'm going to meet with you, mum and dad, once or twice a year, and we'll go, right, we've got these 10 girls who need help. Who should we help and where should the money go? And then we'll do one of these calls. And next time, rather than me doing it to you, you can sit next to me and we can make the call to one of the players.
That'd be awesome.
Awesome.
And we'll keep spreading the love.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
All right, so that's enough for you guys to take in for one day.
Yeah.
What I will do is, Alicia, I'll get you to go to our Goats Elite website. I'll share the link with Dad. You can have a little look at the Goats Elite website and you can pick some stuff off there. So if you think in the interim, Dad, Mum, I'd love to get more socks. I want to get some of the shin guards. I want to get the boot bag. I want to get some breathing strips. You tell me what you need, we'll get you loaded up. And then what we do is every time something starts to wear out or it's a bit worn, and I know you goalkeepers love to dive in that around, and I think you're going to love the shin guards.
Yeah.
The shin guards are very sort of like tight fitting on your leg. They'll stay compact. And then, all you need to do is tell me when you want stuff and we'll send you a code. And you literally order the stuff and it'll turn up within about 3 to 5 days to your front door.
Yeah.
Wow.
Thank you.
So wait there, you're a Socceroos player, international, and you're sponsored. Nah, that's not possible. Gail can't do that.
And you know what the worst
Well,
part
scandal.
is? She's under 16, so she can't put like stuff on social media. So she's gonna have to be proactive on mums or something.
Yeah.
Well, mums and dads can send what they want and share what they want and
That's
spread
right.
what they want. So
Yeah.
that's how I'm getting around it with my girls. And it is a tricky one with the social media because we've got a lot of players who join us on our platform who are under 16.
Yeah.
Obviously, they have to have mums and dads logging them in and stuff.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think if it's monitored properly and mums and dads are protective of the kids and know what they're doing, I think it's a safe environment. But,
Oh, absolutely.
yeah, I think we've got to protect them as best as we can. But now, look, a big thank you, Alicia. And I was so excited when I seen that picture with the Socceroos jersey. And I'm like, onwards and upwards for you.
Thank you, mate.
Yeah.
It all started with you,
Yeah.
honestly.
Well, I'm so glad we come up to Gympie. And
Yes.
we did have a battle to get up there without going into the politics, but there was a lot of people at the club who really wanted us up, and there was 1 or 2 people who tried to stop us.
Yeah.
But I'm glad we persisted, and this is unfortunately the politics and tall poppy syndrome we have in Australia. And I'm a proud Australian. I've been here 19 years, even though my accent's a bit different. But
That's right. We're English of background, so
Yeah. We do get it. Yeah.
But yeah, we get past the politics and the tall poppy syndrome, and I never take no for an answer. And I'm glad we did come up, and I'm glad we got it started. And yeah, you're one of our next success stories, and I'm super excited.
I'm very excited for the year.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, I'm going to love yous and leave yous. I will be in touch, Dad. I'll drop you the message with the link for the website so she can order some stuff.
Yes.
And I'll send you you need to send me your email address for Alicia, the one that you're comfortable that she can connect the app to.
Yes.
And then you got a lot of work to get started on for me because I'm going to be up here to get certain things done, and we'll get you cracking.
Yeah, that's
Awesome.
good.
Thank
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ray.
Cheers, guys. I love you all. See ya.
Yeah.
See
Thank
ya.
you.
you.
Merry Christmas too.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
These guards are so lightweight, you forget they're even there, but they still give solid protection. It's like full freedom to play a game without that clunky feeling. I used to wear bulky guards that stood down every game. They stay in place the whole time. These shin pads are stretchy, durable, definitely not be ripping anytime soon.
Switch the goat sleeves now. You don't slip, you don't slide. Nice and snug, nice and tight.
It's crazy how light these things are. I've worn a lot of old school pads in my time, and these are featherweight and super comfortable.
Why are you still wearing those old clunky shin pads when you could be wearing these?
I used to struggle with shin guards sliding all game. These are a game changer. Put them on, you don't even notice them. They're comfortable, keep you going until finish.
It shows how fast you move on the pitch because it's stuck to the shin bone and does not slip and slide all around the shin.
No distractions, no readjusting, just focus on the match. What I like about these is you can wear them all day.
I needed to get 85% successful.
And you achieved that within a couple of games. You actually got up to 85% with scanning.
I achieved it 3 times in my first 7 games.
That's amazing. So just again, for all of our listeners listening in, one of the things when I worked in the Premier League was that we set an objective of 80% or above to achieve for our objectives. All of the players on our program, we set you guys to 85% because we want you to be better than the kids in Europe. So then if we can open up any opportunities into the UK, into Europe, or the US, or wherever it may be, we know. But one of the things we discovered in the Premier League was that when you're focusing on that one area, you're not worrying about defending or recovering or long passes or striking the ball. You're just focused on winning to you looks like winning is about scanning and about getting more successful passes or getting more long passes, depending on what your objective is. So did you find once you started to hone in just on that one objective and focus, did you find your game just seemed to just flow?
Yeah, my attacking game has gotten a lot better. And it's just, even from before being on this program to now, it's before I was just maybe scanning. I was scanning, but not really that much.
Yeah.
But now it's just like, even when I watch myself happen, like I tell myself, like after the game, I was like, oh, it doesn't really feel like I've scanned that much.
Yeah.
And then I go and watch myself back and I've scanned a lot.
Yeah.
It just happens a lot more natural now.
Because you're doing it a lot and you're seeing a success from it, you obviously want to keep doing it, don't you? Because it's like, it's actually helping you get better.
Yeah.
So just from that one fix, I mean, we spoke about this on a previous podcast. I had a player who was playing for Liverpool, and that player was brought to me because they were getting released by Liverpool at the age of 16, and I got asked could I help them because they were considering giving up football. I actually offered this player a full scholarship to come on the programme. Within a week of being on the programme, I spotted straight away on the match analysis, because I'd done it myself, what the one problem was, and it was scanning. And it amazed me that someone had been at somewhere like Liverpool for 6-7 years, and they were good at scanning, but again, they weren't consistent enough because they weren't even going into that much detail like we do on the pro player. So it must give you confidence knowing that you've only been on the programme for 8 weeks. You're off to nationals with Football Queensland. We'll talk about it in a bit. You've got trials coming up to the UK and Europe in January. But you've done such a vast improvement in your game already just from that one objective.
Yep.
So once you've done one objective, we then move on to objective number 2. What objective are you currently working on at the moment?
I'm currently working on short passing and distribution.
So short passing and distribution. So when we talk about short passing, again, in the game, you receive the ball, you make a pass to a teammate, that's a big tick. If you try and attempt to pass to a teammate and it's short and it doesn't get there, that goes down as a cross.
Yeah.
So at the end, if you get 5 successful, 5 unsuccessful, you're at 50%, yeah?
Yep.
And then you've got to try and get to 85%. So again, for anyone who's not familiar with our programme and the listeners, you need to get 3 games in a row where you're striking 85% or above. That shows that you're competent, and then you can move on to your next objective. So just for our listeners, Jackson, where are you up to with short distribution and passing?
So I finished my scanning just before the holidays, so I haven't played any matches under this objective yet.
So you've got to start working on this one.
Yep.
And hopefully that might be something that you could work on maybe while you're in Sydney on Nationals next week. Fantastic. Now, we did touch on it a little bit, and we'll move on to one of the other pillars of the programme, and that is the GPS tracker and how important the GPS tracker is. So can you explain to everyone who doesn't know what a GPS tracker is? Because it amazed me, because I always forget that because I've been so fortunate to work in the elite game, and I just assume everyone knows what a GPS tracker is. But when I go and run our events, it's quite evident to me that people actually don't even know what a GPS tracker is. So can you explain it to any boys and girls out there who don't know what one is?
So pretty much it's just like a sports bra that we put on, and then it's got a GPS on the back of it, and it like tracks the calories burned, where I've run on the field, it tracks the distance I've run, what intensity I was running at, how many sprints I've made.
What's the benefit to you, Jackson? Because I know what the benefits are from my background, because I've worked with them for 20 years. But when you were coming into the program and you put the tracker on, what's like one of the one things that you thought, wow, this is actually going to really help me, or it has helped me?
When I put it on, I want to train. I want to be out on the field with the ball.
Yeah.
Like every time I put it on, I want the ball at my feet. I want to be on the pitch. It helps a lot with getting my hours up.
We spoke about it in the drive over in the car, and I said it was funny that we've had players in the past have said like they feel like it's having a coach on your back, because they're there in your ear telling you, and it's like you're conscious that tracker's there, and if you don't put in, because it's going to show up in your results. So have you had any results where you've got your tracker off at the end of the session, you've seen your results and been a bit disappointed?
Yeah, like sometimes I think like I've worked hard and then it just says like it was like low intensity or...
Yeah. So that's a great one that, again, no matter where you are, whether you're in Yeppoon or Brisbane or London, wherever you are in the world, coaches, it's hard. I know from my background, we don't always have the time and effort to make sure we know every single player is put in. But with that GPS tracker, there's no hiding from it. So the good thing for you is when you think you've had a hard session, you're coming off sweating, but then you put that result on, you actually see it's being low intensity. It actually makes you realise, doesn't it, that, oh, wow, I actually need to up it a little bit in the next session, especially if it is meant to be a high intensity session. So with the GPS tracker for everyone listening in as well, we record accelerations and runs and decelerations as well, how many sprints players do on the pitch, but also distance covered. We also get all of the players to wear it for recoveries, recovery walks, runs. Have you been using it outside of football yet for anything?
I use it every time I take my dog to the park, because usually when I walk my dog around, I run, so I always put it on.
Yeah.
Even if I'm just going outside for 10 minutes to juggle a ball, I put it on.
Yeah.
Take it to PE at school as well.
Yeah, that's good. And that's one of the things that we say to the players, if you can wear it as much as possible, even when you're out for a walk, when you're out doing high-end activity, it's a good way of us recording and getting a real holistic view of what you're doing day to day. And the big part that people underestimate is that recovery part. To actually see that you've recorded 7 low-intensity 15-minute sessions this week. What are they? Oh, they're actually when I'm walking the dog. Great. But they actually act as recovery walks or recovery runs for you, keeping your heart rate and your threshold low. It's going to help you recover a lot quicker, ready for the next day. So that's a little bit about GPS trackers. We're just going to go to our first break, but we're going to be back, and when we come back, we're going to talk intolerance test and foods. So a big thank you for listening in, guys, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Would you one day like to be a professional football player? Would you like to be part of our pro player pathway? What is the pro player pathway? It's an opportunity for all Australian football players aged between 10 and 23 who want to join us to become the next professional football player. On the pro player pathway, you get to join me and my team free of charge to an event all around Australia. When you join me, we're going to teach you the secrets of football in Europe. And one day, maybe, you could be gracing the Champions League final. Guys, over the next 12 months, we're going to be coming around all the major cities of Australia. And when we come around all the major cities, we're going to be running our free events everywhere we go. So guys, what have you got to lose? Nothing. It's a free event. It's for boys and girls aged 10 to 23. And I'm going to teach you the secrets of becoming a top European football player. Oh, and one final thing. We're going to be giving away 20 scholarships to join me on this program of a lifetime.
It's off to Sydney on Monday now. We were just talking a little bit about Jackson coming on the program. We were talking about the first steps of the professional player pathway and getting your match analysis done and getting your objectives and getting you on the portal and the app and getting you to record your stats. Now, one of the other pillars, and we were having a good chat about this on the way in the car, is your intolerance and DNA test. So can you again maybe explain to all the mums and dads and boys and girls out there what this test actually is and what it tests for?
So pretty much this is like a DNA test. So like I cut a piece of my hair off, we sent it down to you, and then we got back just an email of all the foods that I wasn't allowed to eat.
Amazing. So I'll just build on that for everyone who's listening. So we get a sample of a player's hair, we send it off to a laboratory, they actually test it, and it's an individual test. So it's not even like a family DNA test, it's actually an individual test. So we test it for all the intolerances, whether it be foods, drinks, products, home products, anything that, you know, even things like down to like blankets and pillows, anything like that. There's a test for everything. So when you first seen this, and I showed you that on the presentation, and we explained to you that getting this done can not only help you keep inflammation down, it can help you speed up recoveries. And we always talk about those 1%ers. If we can get those 1%ers into your game and into your day, it gives you a better chance of making it. Let's talk about your results. What was some of the things on there that you now can't eat and you can't drink? So when you get your list back, you get a list, everything in black is right.
Yeah.
Is like what you can eat and drink. And then you get a list of stuff in red that they advise you not to eat anymore.
Yeah.
So talk to us, what was some of the things in red?
So some of the things in red for me was like stuff that I have every day, like tomato sauce.
Tomato sauce, so you can't have tomato sauce anymore.
I have that on like a lot of my foods.
Okay.
I can't have white bread.
White bread.
So that's out. Well, most breads
Yeah.
as well. I can have wraps though, like plain wraps, but not plain bread.
Yeah.
I can't have table salt.
Okay.
Or lettuce or chicken as well.
Yeah.
Chicken's a big one.
Chickens, I was saying to you before off the camera, like 70 to 80% of people flag up with chicken, and a lot of people don't make sense with it. And just for people to understand, what we do is we remove chicken out of your diet for 6 months, but then we allow you to educate your body back with chicken again. But this is 9 times out of 10 what we've found. Unfortunately, a lot of chickens now are pumped, wrongly or rightly so, but are pumped with like salts and waters to make them bigger. They get all sorts of like different grains and not great food put through them. Now, what we've seen in the past is people who've come up with chicken, the good news for you is that people have had chicken come up on the results that they can't eat it no more. They remove chicken out of the diet, they add chicken back in, but they add in like organic chicken and then get retested, and it's actually, we've discovered that actually is fine. So a lot of the time, it's unfortunately a lot of the foods that we're producing now, because we're producing it in the masses, it's getting pumped full of stuff that's not really good for you. They're getting fed grains and stuff that's not really good for your body. And what we're discovering is 90% of the time. So are you pleased to hear that maybe one day you can eat chicken again?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you said lettuce as well, which is a really interesting one.
Yeah.
And again, unfortunately, I guarantee if you remove lettuce for 6 months, but then you re-add it in, but again, if you go for organic lettuce, that's not getting sprayed and pumped with chemicals and that, what you'll actually find is that the chances are it's probably because of what gets sprayed on our foods, unfortunately, nowadays. Was there anything else on there that you can't eat or drink, or?
I couldn't have any like dairy products, like most of them, like all the milks and stuff.
Yeah. That's a common one. I actually done the test myself, and I'm the same. I got all of the dairy, cheeses, milks, like I can't eat any of it, and I must admit, since I've stopped eating it, I've noticed a huge difference in like my skin, my hair, like just feeling better day to day.
And one of the like ones that it's in like a lot of things, I think it was aluminium, which I think that's in a lot of stuff that I use.
Yeah. And it's also things like there's a lot of like metals and toxins found in fish as well, which is another one that you can...
wasn't allowed whitefish, but I'm allowed salmon.
There you go. So that was really interesting. So since you've got your results, the question I've got to ask you is, have you been following it pretty much?
I've as best I could do. The tomato sauce I've been trying, but everything else it's been pretty easy to lay off.
It might be as well worth checking back when we get you tested again, but also they have salt reduced tomato sauce or no salt tomato sauce. I don't know if it tastes the same or not, but it was interesting that you got white salt on there, or table salt, and that's what they put in tomato sauce as well. So it could be that it's the salt as well. That's connecting. But that was really, really interesting. Now, we're nearly done and we're nearly finished with this podcast, but one of the final things we want to do is wish you luck for your upcoming training with Queensland, Football Queensland, and everything that you've got going on at Nationals. But one of the other pillars which we haven't really spoken about yet is once you get through your 5 objectives, or you're getting close to your 5 objectives, we then open up opportunities for you to go on trials and go and train in the likes of Europe and the UK with some of our partnered academies and clubs. Now, obviously, that's something that's really of interest to you. That's something you'd like to do in the future.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Now, we've obviously got some stuff going on in January, and we forecast forward how quick you're moving through your objectives and where we think you're going to be in Jan. Now, we obviously made you an opportunity to go with us in January, to come with us on trials, and you're going to be coming to the UK with us, I believe. So is that something that you're really looking forward to as well? Yeah. So you've come from playing community-based football in Yeppoon in central Queensland to now all of a sudden, you're kicking goals representing state for Football Queensland. Hopefully we can get a Joey's call up, and then obviously we've got the exciting trials into the UK and Europe in January. So you must feel in 2024 your football's gone from there to there, all in a case of 2 or 3 months since you've been on the programme.
Yeah.
So final question I've got to ask you before we finish: would you recommend this to other boys and girls out there? And if so, what's the one key thing to you that you think's why people should do it and why they should sign up?
I would most certainly recommend this to a lot of people.
Yeah.
And I think one of the big things that it helps you is just improve your game immensely. Like, it's just going to make everyone a better player.
So it just gives you a little bit more awareness, you feel, of what you should be working on and how hard you should be working.
Yeah.
And then once you're aware of that and you're able to monitor that, because the big thing I think with all of this, it's data, isn't it? It's all the data that you get from it, and you can actually see it's objective. It's not subjective. It's not like your coach is saying, I actually think you had a really good session there tonight, but then when you put your tracker on, you go, actually, coach, I didn't, because it actually didn't work hard enough. that's really interesting to see, because what one person thinks is actually not really what's really happened. So you know day by day when you're putting that tracker on, you know if you're working hard enough or not. And then it's measured against your objectives in the portal. So you must be super excited.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. Well, a big thank you, mate, for coming on. And I'm really happy you were able to share your story. Now, what we're going to do is hopefully in the next 12 to 18 months, we're going to get you back on again, because I'm pretty confident we're going to have some major success stories with you. You're going to join us again in 12 or 18 months?
Certainly.
Thanks, Jackson. That's me, guys, over and out from the Raymond Wood podcast. And we look forward to speaking to you on our next podcast in the next couple of weeks. Hi everyone, it's Raymond Wood from the Raymond Wood podcast. Now this is episode number 4 and I am so excited to introduce this guest. This is a guest by the name of Chelsea Jean. Hello Chelsea, how are you?
Hi Ray, thank you for bringing me on today. I'm excited to chat more.
No worries. And just to explain where me and Chelsea met, we met a couple of months ago, a group called the Iconic Group. And I travelled all the way down to Sydney. I actually had no need to be down in that room, but I just felt like I needed to go down. And it was a very special group of entrepreneurs, and I met with Chelsea. And the funny thing was that both myself and Chelsea are actually from Brisbane. And I discovered some of the amazing work that Chelsea does. And we've since added in part of Chelsea's business into our Pro Player Pathway. So Chelsea, I'll probably get you in the next 60 seconds just to give us a little bit of an intro about you and your business and what you do.
Yeah, so Ray, I am a naturopath who specialises in lymphatic health. And I know that L word, lymphatic, can be a word that not many people understand. But we have 15 litres of lymph in our body that we really don't utilise to its best potential. It's what keeps our fluid moving around our body. It transports our hormones around our body. It's where our immune system lives. So as a naturopath, I believe that our body can do lots of things to heal itself and to keep itself healthy. And let's utilize this lymphatic system that we have to do it. So I've been a body worker for, I started when I was 19. So do the sums, I'm 47 now. And just love working on bodies and helping people feel so much better, more energy in their day. They're being able to think clearer, being able to get the best out of life without the added unnecessary bad things that can happen.
Brilliant. So in regards to the lymphatic area, we're going to start with that. And for those guys who are watching us on YouTube, we've got one of these gloves. Can you tell us what the name of this glove is?
This is my lymphatic glove. We have a spiky side. If you feel this side here, nice and spiky on one side. So that is to help the nerves on the outside of our skin. The other side is this magnetic ball side. And that is what we can use for over top of your clothes and before and after sport on getting the lymphatic system moving to reduce lactic acid.
Awesome. So not just for like any mums and dads, this actually could benefit elite athletes and players who are aspiring to be elite athletes?
Definitely. Yeah, our lymphatic system can be blocked from women wearing bras, tight underwear, from any surgery, even just not from breathing deep enough. We're not pumping this fluid through our body. And our blood is only 5 litres and it has your heart and it has your lungs. Our lymphatic system doesn't have that. It doesn't have a pump. It relies on us to move and to groove and to keep our body working. And any type of injury, any type of sprain, any type of surgery is going to stop this lymph from travelling as it needs to do through the body. Just like you brush your teeth every day, we're going to brush your body and learn how to do that in this easy sequence.
Now, I have tried this and it was quite interesting, but just for our listeners, so in regards to the spiky side, we utilise that part first, and how long are we having to do that for?
Yeah, so before you have a shower, when you're naked, you're going to start with the spiky side and you're going to brush your body. Now, this is the thing, most people think that you have to start at your toes or start at your wrists. it's not right. You have to start at your chest. If you're starting at your feet or your hands, you're treating your body like it's a tube of toothpaste, squeezing from the outside without unblocking the chest. So what does Tarzan do before he goes and saves
Someone's
Jane?
chest.
He beats his chest. What do the guys do, the Maori boys, when the Pacific Islanders?
Yeah.
They do the haka, like before they go and play sport. So that's opening up these lymphatic channels, allowing the lymphatic system to run free throughout the body, and so it will not slow you down as fast. That lactic acid won't be able to build up as fast.
Okay, so that's probably why the Kiwis are so good at rugby union.
Yes, yeah. So we start with the spiky side.
Yeah.
Now we always start at the chest.
Yeah.
And we brush towards our heart
Okay.
first. So always brushing towards your heart.
Yeah.
Now the lymphatic system can feel heavy throughout your chest. You might feel like clay glue. It might feel like a rocky road and ridges throughout the area. Unfortunately, women tend to think that they then need to have biopsies and different things done, where it could just be a lack of iodine, or it could just be a lumpy lymphatic system. So just by massaging your body and doing some self-care is a great way to move this fluid that gets stuck. So we start in the chest and we brush towards your heart, and then your shoulder towards your chest, and then your elbow and up, and then your arms and up. It's a really simple program to follow once you get it. And when we get to our belly, we go clockwise.
Yeah.
Now, anybody who has got any diarrhea or constipation or things like that, we have to massage with the direction of your bowels, so around clockwise. And then in the hips, you start massaging through the hips and then working your way. So the feet is actually the last place we do, and that's not really well known throughout the world when it comes to dry skin brushing. We have
Okay.
to follow the correct sequence.
So talking about for our players and our athletes, we've got a lot of boys and girls in our programs. Is there any age restrictions with this? Is this like something that children should or shouldn't be doing, or?
We have a lot of mums who have babies with constipation issues, and they use the gloves on the baby's belly and start
Wow.
moving that through. So no, there is no age at all. Like I can remember being young and running around the toilet, like running around the table bent over, like needing to go to the toilet and having lots of constipation type issues. So if we're not getting rid of that waste,
Yeah.
think of your body like a aquarium.
Yeah.
So in this fish tank, you've got all of the water, you've got the fish, you've got the plant life that all needs to live in there. If that filter isn't working properly and that water isn't getting cleaned out, the fish isn't going to be healthy. The plant's lives are going to die off quite fast. So your lymphatic system is that fluid in that aquarium. So everybody has lots of lymph, and depending on your how much water you drink, depending on what food you put in, depending like the air that you breathe or the toxins that are in our environment these days, a lot of kids are being born with 300 different heavy metals and toxins in their body these days. They're under the pump. Children these days are already getting born disadvantaged with a toxic load in their lymphatic system. So the more that we can encourage it and keep it moving and detoxing, the better the fish and the plant life and all of our organs can replenish and do the job that
Wow.
it needs to do.
So drawing it back into football to soccer with
Yes.
our players, would this be something that would be useful like a pre-game or more of a post-game, or both?
Absolutely both.
Both.
Yes. So before you play, that's why we use the spiky side. And my son, he plays basketball. He was playing 6 games of basketball a week. We use the ball side and we follow the same sequence. And we start at the chest and we're always brushing up. You're always brushing up. So just by doing this 2-minute sequence before sport, and even when I go to gym and a lot of my athletes, I've got a lot of PTs, they do this. They will tell me that their output, they can lift heavier and they can run faster and their times are getting so much better. So if you're clearing your system first, then when you're exercising and you're moving, all of that flow is already happening. There's nothing there blocking it from flowing through.
Yeah.
Now, if you hurt yourself, like being a soccer player, like knees, is it knees that can be?
Knees and ACLs are the big one.
Yeah. So if you fall over, if you hurt yourself, if you hurt your knee, one of the old things to do would be to ice it. Okay. Now, we've done lots of studies in this, and the studies now, all of the new studies, is the last thing you want to do is apply ice to the area, because the lymphatic system has to go in and find out what's going on, what's wrong. It has to pick up any damaged tissue in there, blood vessels, what has to be removed. So it has to pick that up and remove it. It then has to bring so the signals, the body gets told, those T cells, those B cells, your immune system gets told what to then descend to the area and how to fix it fast. If we're icing that area, it slows the process down a lot. Please ice if it's broken and if it's in pain, but other than that, let's raise it and let's compress it.
Yeah.
And allow the lymphatic system to do its work, and you will heal so much faster.
So pretty much trust in your body and let it do what it's meant to do.
Exactly.
And recover. So in regards to our players, I mean, is this something that we can quite easily access? I mean, what's the cost involved in one of these?
Yeah, so you get 2 gloves, because as we know, 2 is always better than 1.
Yeah.
You get 2 gloves in a kit, and it takes 30 seconds to a minute to rub your body like you do a warm-up. It's a really great, easy sequence to add into your warm-up beforehand, and then afterwards it's just rolling over. So $42.50 Aussie is the pair of gloves. And I've also made a magnesium spray. Now, this magnesium spray is powered with MSM and lots of other botanicals, because I am a naturopath as well. So it's got frankincense, peppermint, arnica. It will not sting. I promise it won't sting. You won't get any itchiness, but it will reduce pain, and the MSM heals at a cellular level. So you can rub the magnesium spray on. And
This is the bottle that we've got
this
here.
one
Can I have a
here,
look?
yes. You can rub the magnesium on, and then you can roll over. Now, the balls aren't just for pushing the lymph through. It feels amazing on any tight areas of your body. So you can just press and hold. You can trigger point as well. The magnetic balls, I can sit on them as well. They're really nice. So if you're driving, to sit on them. But it's something that's going to fit in your gym bag.
Yeah.
Easy to do. There's no excuses really. So if just doing a 1 minute before and 1 minute after is going to increase your speed and agility and your body's ability to heal and get rid of lactic acid, it's a no-brainer to me.
The big one for us in professional football at the top level, the elite level, is the lactic acid build-up. And especially now, you get a lot of high-pressure games that will go into extra time and penalties. And that was one of the big things that they've discovered, is that the lactic acid build-up kills players, and you see them on the floor they've got cramps, they've got stretches. So I mean, for the sake of $42.50, which is about £20 in English pounds, I mean, if we can be doing this before a game and they're doing it on a daily basis, is that right? Maybe 5 to 10 minutes a day.
Yeah.
If that reduces lactic acid by 5%, that's going to be a game changer, because sometimes the margins in winning these big games is that going for that extra minute or two and being able to compete at that, because they are traveling anything up to 14 or 15 kilometers in a game. And if they can reduce that lactic acid, it's going to be huge. Guys, we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we're going to be talking about compression suits and also intolerance tests, and I'm going to run you through this beautiful test that I done. So guys, we're going to be back. We'll let you watch our advert, and we'll see you in the next couple of minutes.
Would you one day like to be a professional football player? Would you like to be part of our Pro Player Pathway? What is the Pro Player Pathway? It's an opportunity for all Australian football players aged between 10 and 23 who want to join us to become the next professional football player. On the Pro Player Pathway, you get to join me and my team free of charge to an event all around Australia. When you join me, we're going to teach you the secrets of football in Europe. And one day, maybe, you could be gracing the Champions League final. Guys, over the next 12 months, we're going to be coming around all the major cities of Australia. And when we come around all the major cities, we're going to be running our free events everywhere we go. So guys, what have you got to lose? Nothing. It's a free event. It's for boys and girls aged 10 to 23. And I'm going to teach you the secrets of becoming a top European football player. Oh, and one final thing. We're going to be giving away 20 scholarships to join me on this program of a lifetime.
Hi everyone, it's Raymond Wood, and we are doing our podcast number 4, and this is part 2 of this episode. We've just been speaking with Chelsea Jean on these amazing gloves and reducing things like lactic acid. Now we're going to actually talk a little bit about compression suits, because I was amazed that when I first met you, it was all about the lymphatic system, and it was all about just these amazing gloves that we've seen in the iconic group that we're part of. And then I discovered when I come to your shop, which is over in Brisbane, which is it Capalaba?
Capalaba.
Yeah. And you were shot, I seen all these compression suits hung up, and I was like freaked out. I'm like, this is amazing, because one of the gyms I go to in Brisbane is a state-of-the-art gym. They have restoration zones, ice bath, infrared saunas, and they have compression boots, but they only have like the boots for the feet and the ankles. And then I seen that you guys have got these suits that fit the whole body.
Yeah, we do.
So can you tell me a little bit about your background with compression suits and what you do with them, and how you come about to being involved with them?
Yeah, so I started using compression around 20 years ago. And what I love it that people are using it for sport, but I want to help people with mobility issues. I want to help the elderly. I want to help people who are stuck in bed, maybe pre and post injury as well, and how they can get their body up and moving and best working properly. So what we do is, from a lymphatic point of view, is we will always start in the correct order by at the chest first, and massaging through the chest, and then picking a compression suit to fit a compression area to suit where somebody has a blockage in their body. Now, that can be for women if they've had a mastectomy. That can be through the chest, and we need to use the arms if they've had lymph nodes removed in the top part. If people have had any abdominal surgery, then we would concentrate on the shorts, as well as so many people get really tight in their lower back and the hips, and then we would use compression with the shorts, and then the lower leg, of course, with any calf build-up, any swelling in the legs after surgery. It just makes your legs feel so much lighter, and because our body is under so much stress, it is such a great way of working with the parasympathetic nervous system. And this is a thing when it comes to sports people, is that you tend to be go, go, go a lot, and stress does put out a lot of cortisol, and that just keeps on an inflammatory mode in your body. With the compression system, it is like swaddling a baby. It's like giving that nice womb, I am safe feeling, and everything just goes, like, I know, did you fall asleep?
Yeah, so for the listeners who are listening in, I actually went over to Chelsea's studio and I got the compression suits on, and the first thing I felt was the pressure. And I'm like, this is gonna potentially like hurt me, but then after the first minute I stopped being a wuss. I realized it was actually doing something, and then I felt tingling in the hands and the arms, and then I think about 10 minutes later I realized I'd fallen asleep.
Yes, yeah.
It was amazing.
It brings you down. You don't realize how up and hypo you tend to be, and then it just brings that woo back into your life. So we work with the parasympathetic nervous system, but plus we need to re-educate and help that lymph move up. And it's not just your legs. And this is what I'm passionate about sharing, is that your lymphatic system travels all throughout your body. And a lot of us get caught up in our hips and our lower back, and that lymph can get stuck. And that can be a couple of reasons. We don't belly breathe, we don't move our hips enough, and also wearing tight undies. Tight undies can also stop the flow of lymph getting passed up to the heart where it needs to be.
Wow. So just for those who are watching us on our YouTube channel, we've got our lovely dummy here, who's ironically called Blue, but it's actually red. I won't even ask why we're calling her Blue. But for everyone who can see on the camera, we've got these shorts. And so from a professional football player's point of view, whether it be a male or a female, is there anywhere that you would target first with the compression suit, or would you say the whole part of the body? Where would you go first?
People can be different, their composition. So there's 4 different body types that people have, which means that they can store extra fluid in different parts. So first of all, I would look at their body shape and their body type to see, okay, where do they seem to hold fluid the most? Secondly, I would look at where, if they've had any previous injuries. But people tend to know these types of things themselves and go, oh yeah, I'm tight around the hips, or I've always had this pool of swelling around my my knees or my ankles, at the end of the day, get really sore. So they can sort of choose which area. But the important thing with pneumatic compression is that we start at the bottom and we compress from the feet all the way up, or from the knees when we're using the shorts all the way up. And we're moving this lactic acid through the body nice and gently, because recovery is the big thing in sport these days, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. So if we can make recovery faster, then those athletes who want to then go to the gym at midnight or like do all these other things as well, they can keep on pumping their body more, because we are removing the acid, we're removing the waste, removing the inflammation, and that getting that immune system involved in healing.
We've just been back to the UK and we had a huge football tour. We took 116 with us. It was phenomenal. And while we were there, we went to a few games, and it just reminded me that in Europe it's so full on with the football. So my boyhood team, Liverpool, they actually played 3 competitive games in 7 days, which is crazy. And some of those players are covering 12 to 14 kilometres. Would you say with the compression suits, again, similar to the gloves, is this something that you would expect as a daily treatment?
Yes.
But also, is this more of a benefit to do it pre and post, or both?
Yeah, so I imagine that the players will be that you start when you start and you feel the benefits and how much lighter you feel afterwards. It's something that you're not going to go, oh, I'm going to have to hop in compression. It's going to be compression time. Yeah. It's something that your body will just crave and want to do. But yes, do it beforehand to get everything moving. If you don't have time, use the gloves. But if you've got even just 15 minutes, Ray, beforehand to jump in the compression and get everything moving and open, amazing. And then afterwards, use it as part of your warm down routine.
Amazing. And we actually, when we were back in the UK, we met with quite a few pro clubs, and we've obviously got a lot of contacts in the game. I met with an amazing guy called Mark Palios, who used to work with the English FA. He's now the owner and the head honcho at Tranmere Rovers Football Club. And I was speaking to him about your gloves, and I was speaking to him about the compression suits. And hopefully we're going to, if it's all right with you, get some sent across.
Absolutely.
And we'll let some of the pros in the UK test out some of this. And it'll be...
I think I might have to go and deliver them.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we go back to the UK. I think we've got 4 trips in the next 12 months coming up, so maybe if we can sneak it in a suitcase, and you can come along with us. Now, in regards to the compression suits, just to finish off, anyone who's had a serious injury and a few weeks out from if they've had surgery or if they've had a really bad injury and they're coming back from, is the benefits around the compression suit post-injuries as well or not?
Straight away.
Okay.
Straight away. It's a necessity. As soon as you can be in a suit, as soon as probably the stitches are out, if there is any stitches, straight in the compression. The great thing about our CJ & Co Circulate is that you can turn off certain areas and compartments as well. So if there is an area in the knee that we don't want to have too much compression on, we can just turn that one section off, but we would still push from the ankles up and then take it up from the top of the thigh as well. You want to be getting the lymphatic system working in your active recovery straight away.
Wow, that's amazing, and it sort of blew me away that we go around a lot of the pro clubs, and we did see some clubs have compression suits, but they only had the bottom part, and it was quite interesting when I spoke to some of them as well, that sometimes I think they just purchased them, not really sure the benefits of them, and not necessarily enforce them on the athletes, but if they want to use them, they do and don't. And I think after this podcast, and if we can share this back to all of our family and friends in the football world, it'd be good for them to realise the benefits of getting access.
That's the problem that I have with the commercial suits that are now available. It's like, oh, here you go, just put this on. And people are squeezing their body like they're a prawn. They think, oh yeah, let's go up to level 6 because it's the highest, and they're going above their blood pressure level, and there's no education about why are they pushing it in the first place, and where is it all going to go? And if all the top is blocked up, they're just creating this you imagine squeezing a tube of toothpaste with the lid still on, how gunky and yuck it's going to get in the middle.
Well, it's going to pop eventually.
It's going to pop out. And so this is where we need some education, even though it isn't hard to understand, just a little bit of knowledge and to use these devices correctly.
Yeah.
That's my part to play.
So when, for example, you were to sell one of these compression suits, does it come with some sort of like instructions and advice
Yes.
around it? And you obviously just spoke about level 6. Like, what are the levels? What are the ranges? If you can tell us a bit more about that.
Yeah, so there's 6 different modes on each of the circulates, have 6 different modes, starting from a really nice, gentle, sequential mode, and then working up from there. So there is lots of videos on those as well, and then there's different pressures too.
Wow.
So that's the thing, is that you can find videos of me talking about each level, each mode, lots of information. You can contact us by email, by phone, and ask any questions that you like.
That's fun. And you said there's videos of it, so is it like on YouTube and stuff, or where would
Yes,
they find them?
yes, CJ & Co, Instagram and YouTube, yes.
Oh, very good, very good. Well, we'll share all that back in the show notes towards the end. Guys, that's the end of part 2. And when we come back, I'm excited by all of this. This is all amazing. But I'm more excited to share this next part all around the intolerance test. So guys, watch our advertisements, listen to them, and we'll be back in a few moments.
Hey everyone, we are coming around every major city in Australia over the next 12 months. We have got free objective football testing going on, guys. It's for boys and girls aged 10 all the way through to 18 years of age. The objective testing is quite simple. We'll put you through our 6 tests and it'll give you your results: physical, technical and tactical. And also, we're going to choose 16 winners to join us on an all expenses paid trip to Europe in 2024 and also 2025. Guys, what have you got to lose? Nothing. It's free to sign up. You get free objective testing and you'll get a free feedback, and maybe you'll be joining me at the Santiago Bernabeu in 2024 or 25.
Hi everyone, it's Raymond Wood, and this is the final part of episode 4. Now, we've had the amazing Chelsea Jean with us. We've spoke about our amazing gloves and the lymphatic system. We've just been speaking about compression suits, and this is the one that really excited me the most, and I think for the benefits of our players and athletes. So one of the things that I've had a problem with personally over the years has been food and drink, and choosing and deciding. There's so many different advices around it, and you should eat this, you should be gluten-free, you shouldn't drink this, you should drink that. And we've been looking for our Pro Player Pathway program to add in a full-time nutritionalist and bring that in, but I really questioned it all because I thought we need to make sure, do we actually know what people should be eating? So when I met Chelsea, she told me about this food compatible test. So anyone who's watching on YouTube, we've got this amazing brochure which we'll share back through our group, and we'll put some of the information in the show notes. And one of the big things in Europe, which is getting really popular with 2 of the biggest pro clubs at the moment, is what we call intolerance testing, which is the same thing. So can you tell us a little bit more about this food compatible test?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because as a naturopath, I'm not going to do a diet plan for anybody now unless they have done this hair compatibility test as well, because it's just guessing.
Yeah.
Everybody's different. Everyone's an individual. What's happening in your gut is completely different to what's happening in mine. Saying that, we do see some regular foods on the red list of not to include. So it's easy to do. We just cut off a little bit of your hair. It only has to be, with yours it was a little bit hard to find. You're like, just Chelsea, just cut it. About half a matchstick of hair is what we need in thickness and in length, and we send it off to the lab, and the lab is going to test it against 600 of the main foods from your town, from your city. And what it says is not what you're allergic to, but what are the things that when it's going through your body is causing an eruption, is causing your body to swell, is spiking, some holes through your gut lining. What are the things that when it's added up are slowing you down and causing bloating, causing headaches, causing your memory, like brain fog, your muscles not to react as fast? It's all of these things that we can now identify and give you an actual list and say, here, we've identified these things out of 600 different foods and household items. Remove them for 6 months, let your body heal the way that it should be, and then let's slowly add them back in. So when it comes up and your list is on with the red, it's not a forever
Yeah.
It's not a forever thing, but they are the main ingredients that are causing the pain in your body.
Yeah, it's with our Pro Player Pathway program, it's the world's only niche personalized football development program. And it's like with anything, when we've looked at it, we said if the fuel going into the car is not right, the car's not going to run effectively. And I've really held off on adding in the nutritional element to the program. And I was so happy when I met you and I seen this, because I knew it was like a light bulb moment. It was like the flux capacitor and Back to the Future. I'm like, this is the final piece, because we're all about giving our players the best opportunity, giving them those 1%ers. But I think for me, I mean, I come in to your studio. We did struggle to find the hair, because anyone who's watching on YouTube, I don't have much hair. And we had to cut away at leg hair, and we went everywhere to get hair.
Did.
And yeah, I got it sent off. I was in the UK, and I messaged Chelsea to say, where are my results? I haven't seen them. And then, yeah, they had been sent, but I think they were in a junk folder somewhere. Now, the big thing for me, we got the hair sample, it got sent off. We get a list that comes back, and I've got some of my results in front of me, and it's quite interesting to talk about it. So we'll talk about the black list. So that's all the foods in black that's listed on this, and they're all foods that agree with me, and you don't get a response. So I was quite pleased that all of the green vegetables were on there.
I was happy with that. I was happy with that too.
So, but a really interesting one for me that come back red. So when we talk about the red list, was corn. And that was like, when I was looking at other vegetables, it was the only other vegetable. But then I realised how much corn I actually have in my diet, because like I'm crazy with these English style snacks called Monster Munch, which are made with corn.
Oh, there you go.
I also love like corn tortillas. I love popcorn.
Okay.
So I realised that actually most of my diet was pretty much made up of corn.
And that's the only thing that showed up.
Yeah, and I mean, being English, we call it a bacon butty, or a bacon toasted sandwich. Bacon's gone for me. Duck, emu, I've never ate emu before, so that's not a disappointment. And ham and pork, which was really, really interesting. One of the things that, going back to the Pro Player Pathway, we try and make it as personal as possible. This is the beauty of this, is that it's personalised to every individual. We're very pleased to announce for everyone who's on our Pro Player Pathway, they're going to get this test. We've got just slightly under 100 players on our programme at the moment. We're going to be in the US next year, and we've got some exciting news around that in the next month or two. And we're going to look to have about 1,000 players in our programme in the next 12 months. So the fact that we can offer this, and what was really interesting to me was there's so many nutritionalists in pro clubs in the UK and in Europe, but they don't actually look at it from this level. They're not actually looking at personalised, and this is what's blown me away. And
they'll tell you to have fat, a protein, a carbohydrate at each meal and those types of things, and then say, oh, well, maybe reduce the gluten, go with lactose-free milk. But at least now with this list, you've got the actual brand that you can have. It's not just a guessing game. So you take that to the shops and you're like, okay, this is what I can have and this is what I need to remove. You had lots of meat come up. Mainly, we get 80% of results come back that say no chicken.
Yeah.
So you're okay with chicken. You're
I'm okay
an abnormal.
with chicken, and I must admit I love chicken.
Yes.
One of the things that really did disappoint me was eggs, because I love eggs, and I think you get this thing about eggs and protein, and when you're in the gym and you're trying to, get a bit stronger and bigger. But to be honest, I've removed eggs, I've removed all the red foods, and I must admit, I felt like I've lost 15 kilos. Yeah. I haven't, but just the way I feel, I'm fitting to clothes as well. I stopped drinking alcohol about 2 years ago. And just this whole, I still had a little bit of cloudiness some mornings, but I haven't had that for 2 weeks, and it's really blown me away just by removing. Now, one thing I do want to talk on, I'm going to talk about chocolate.
You had a lot of chocolate show up, didn't you?
I've got the worst sweet tooth ever.
I could tell by your test results.
Now, what was really interesting for me, and I think this is all around education and back to athlete and back to the parents. So for any boys and girls who are on our programs, on the elite program, on the Pro Player Pathway with us, one that come up was chocolate and Cadbury's, but one that didn't was Lindt chocolate. So I went on a little bit of a rabbit hole, and I explored, and it was so interesting to discover that all the different things are added into Cadbury's chocolate. And then I looked at Lindt chocolate, and it was made up of 2 ingredients. It was simple. It was cocoa and a little bit of butter. And it made me realise that once you started looking, it actually made sense because of the amounts of, there was a lot of letters and a lot of numbers in Cadbury's chocolate, and it was really interesting just to see some of their ingredients, and it sort of made sense why it would be intolerant to me. So when we talk about these red lists, so you said that we don't get rid of these forever. Is that right?
No, that's right. So after about 6 months, when you will see, so when you do your test, remember I ask you what symptoms and what things are going on with your body, and you get to then say, oh, that's improved, that's improved, that's improved. You'll notice a major improvement in everything. After 6 months, you can start to add those things back into your diet slowly, or we can retest.
Okay.
And when we retest, a lot of the red ones will jump back to black and you'll be fine. But then it will add the next layer in. The ones that might have been sitting at that 58, 59% not turning red will jump in and say, okay, well, you're now ready to go to take your health to the next level again. This red list is the first list that will get you started and you'll notice a big difference. But then the next lot will go, okay, well, he wants to be healthier again and he's going to step it up.
Yeah, no, that's... In regards to me, I think like one I've always known as milk. If I have any form of milk, within 5 minutes, I'm done for the day. I'm in the bathroom and it's, it's not nice. So I wasn't shocked to find anything from a cow I can't have. Disappointed I can't eat cheese. But I think one of the cheeses I can have, which I think wasn't on there, which really pleased.
So goat's cheese, maybe? Is goat's cheese on there that you can have?
Yeah, so I think there was goat's cheese and there was another type of cheese, but also like I've always secretly known bread as well. I've always had issues in the past, feel bloated, and like it pretty much said white and wholemeal breads were a no-go.
Yeah.
Would it be okay with all these red foods and drinks and stuff just to completely remove them forever? Because I'll be honest with you, the way I feel, I don't ever want to touch them again.
Yeah, when I retested, chicken took 18 months to be added back to my list.
And then are you fine eating chicken now all the time, or have you...
I will know. So we might have chicken once a fortnight, something like that.
Yeah.
But I will just, if we're out for a dinner and you get a drop plate of chicken every second one, then I'm okay to eat it. I'm not going to react.
Yeah.
But when I first took it out of my diet, I went to Bali and I thought, oh, well, Bali chicken's different to normal chicken. I'll eat it. My Bali belly happened just that day from the chicken. Another time, my lips swelled up really, really bad from eating the food. So when you read your results, your brain knows that you've been given an answer to feel healthier.
Yeah.
When you go against that, it will show you will get diarrhea.
Yeah.
You will get a cough, you will get a runny nose, you will get puffy lips. Like there'll be a reaction, because this is all about connecting with our body and learning from the small little subtle signs instead of waiting for a big whack in the head before you make a change.
So again, it's the 1%ers, and it's quite an interesting one. I've got someone who we grew up with, one of the family friends, and his name's Stephen Schumacher, and he used to play for Everton, he used to play for England, and he's now the head coach of Plymouth Argyle, who compete in the Championship, which is just below the Premier League. And Stephen had a really interesting one. He was what they would call the ghost, and he would just literally midway in the game, he'd run off a pitch to go to the bathroom and go to the toilet. And I just think back to him and those couple of episodes where he had to go to the toilet mid-game. Obviously, I've gone through a lot of stomach issues over the years and a lot of food issues, but drawing it back into the athletes, I went down, again, a bit of a rabbit hole and doing some research, and we actually discovered that if you get these intolerance tests done and these food compatible lists done, there was a bit of research out there, and it was around 35 to 40% it reduces inflammation in the body.
Yes.
It was then linked into injuries, and one of the big injuries in football is the UCL injury into your ACL injury into your knee, and also all around calf tears and micro tears, which become big tears and strains. So from that point of view, I mean, the benefits for this is...
Well, if your body doesn't have to worry about digestion and the mess that you're making in your tummy, if it doesn't have to worry about that, it can then do the extra work that it needs to around the rest of the body, can't it? So it's going to get there faster and help repair.
Yeah, and it's so funny that like we spoke about, you know, the gloves and the lymphatic system and the compression boots as well, but it then went on and spoke about recovery, because obviously if your body's not worrying about digestive system, then it was really, really interesting. And another one that led me down that rabbit hole There's a guy in the US called Jesse Itzler, and he's a very successful entrepreneur. And he actually speaks about all he eats before noon is fruit, and that's all he eats. And the reasons behind it was quite simple, because fruits are very easy on the digestive system. And he just said, I've always felt like in life I get more out of my day if I only started with fruit, and he doesn't eat anything other than fruit before lunchtime. And it was quite interesting that, when we went through that test. So
I would say fruit and veggies.
Yeah.
So you're adding your celeries to that as well. So yeah, fruit and veggies beforehand.
So going back to the test, is this again only for adults, or can this be for children? And
Definitely for children. So new mothers can mix their hair with a newborn baby's hair, and then they know what to eat when they're breastfeeding.
Wow.
So we go right back to the start with babies, and then afterwards you can do children's, like a lot of kids have skin conditions, have acne, have pimples, those types of things. Eczema all comes back to gut health.
Yeah.
Anything that is showing up on the outside of the skin is what's going on in the tummy. It's just an indication. So if we can get the tummy better by reducing the inflammation, by choosing the proper foods for our kids, and then supplements. So supplements, Ray, is also so important. We cannot get the nutrients that we need from our foods anymore. Those days are gone. So kids also will need magnesium. Kids will also need zinc. Like there's lots of other supplements, that collagen and things that kids will, vitamin C, will need as well. Essential fatty acids are super important too. But from a point of view of kids growing up, yes, definitely find out early, because they're not going to come and say to you, oh, I've had diarrhea for the last 3 months. You know, if you can find out what foods, I have clients come in and they'll bring their kid in and we'll talk about it. And then I'll say, look, this is going to help make changes in this, this, and this, and this. They actually do it. The kids that we talk to, when they find the list, and they will then be the parent and say, oh no, I can't have that. And they learn themselves, and they feel so much better that they will help with their diet. Get your kids involved with their diet and their eating as early as you can. Getting them to eat healthy food, getting them to check the labels, look at all of those foods that end in OSE that we can't pronounce or spell.
Yeah.
Get them having a look and involved in their diet early, and then we're healing their belly all the way through. So when they become adults, they won't have this issue.
Yeah, I just think even like bigger terms as well, just the strain it can save on the medical system in Australia, Medicare, but also like even going back into Europe, the UK, like the NHS, like the savings that it could make in the medical world is huge. I mean, we work with players anything age roughly from 5 or 6 all the way through to 23. We're pleased to announce that we are going to introduce the food compatible test into the Pro Player Pathway program. So we already know we've got the world's best development program in developing football players, and we now know how to fuel the car and how to get the right food into there. So definitely no issues for a 5, 6, 7, 8 year old all the way up to 23 years of age to do this test.
No problem at all.
I showed it to my 2 daughters who are 15 and 9, and it was really funny, I think, because it's so visual. They see the black, they see the red, and they're really excited because they want to get it done. And I said, yeah, we'll make it happen. We'll get it done for you. And like, they're already discussing last night in bed, oh, I hope Monster Munch aren't on there, and I hope this isn't on there. And it was
they
like,
get involved, and that's what I'm saying. They really want to know for them what works for their own body.
It was really interesting. We did speak to one pro club back in the UK, and they said they looked at this about 7 or 8 years ago, and the costs were exponential. It was like in the region of like £5,000 to get the test done.
Yeah.
But obviously, I take it now, like costs have come down with the test, and we're gonna add it into the program. So what was really interesting for any of our listeners who are outside of Australia, finally, I think to finish on the list of foods that we get. And it also includes drinks on there. But you spoke about to me before we got on the podcast that it actually specifies the city you're in. And does that mean if you're in England, we don't have Vegemite, but we have Marmite?
Yes.
Does it list English foods?
Definitely. It doesn't matter where you're from, whether it's New Zealand or US, UK. There's, I think, 26 different countries that we test.
Wow, because that's really important for us, because on our Pro Player Pathway program, we discover the players, whether they be in Australia or the US, our 2 biggest markets that we work in. we then send them for guaranteed trials to the UK and to Europe, but also we guarantee them scholarships. So a lot of them will end up in Europe and the UK, and I think it's really prevalent for us that we can then follow on this test and maybe get tested again in the UK, so they get tested against British foods as an example.
That'd be wonderful.
Yeah, so that's really good. So what we might do is we might try and set up one or two of our clubs that we work with in the UK, and maybe see if we can get one or two pro players in the UK to get tested. If you're happy to help us with that.
Absolutely, yes.
And I might have a chat with Mark and the guys at Tranmere Rovers and see if we can get a few of the pros to set up. Now, one final thing before we finish off. This has been an amazing podcast. I'm so excited to get this one out to everyone. But what was really interesting for me, and I just want to talk a little bit about it, but we spoke about food and drinks, but then what was really interesting, it says things like toothpaste, natural home products, and then petrochemicals. Like, was really interesting. Like, my two daughters are like, Dad, do you drink engine oil? And I'm like, no. Why? And he said, well, engine oils come up red. So can you explain a little bit about the concerns with that?
Yeah, so when it comes to household items, Colgate toothpaste comes up. Was it Colgate toothpaste?
Sterident.
You had Sterident. See, normally about 90% of the time Colgate toothpaste comes up.
Wow.
And like I got a plumber friend, and he's like, Chelsea, when I stopped using Colgate, I now sleep through the night. Just changing his toothpaste. These are the things that you would never put to toothpaste, like changing the sheets on your bed. It'll say whether you can have linen or cotton or bamboo. And because you sleep with that, you're breathing that in all of the time.
I think the interesting one for me was, I think it was feathered pillows or any sort of feathers. And that was one thing, especially in the UK, because it's so cold there, everyone's obsessed with feathered duvet covers, feathered pillows, and I always had them. But it was really interesting. For my younger years, I had a lot of issues with asthma, and I wonder if that was linked.
Yes. Yeah, so all of those household items are important as well. And then what you wash your body with, deodorants that you use as well. When it comes to petrol and the chemicals, it could be if your parents worked on cars, or whether they were farmers, and then you're born with an intolerance to those types of things.
So when we talk about like oils and stuff and that, is that like actually physically touching the oil, or even just breathing in the fumes from it?
So just be aware when it comes to household and items and things, try to stay away from them. You don't have to ban them out of your life like the food. It's like the second degree being aware of them. So don't, if you've got open tins, or if tins like in your garage, maybe move them out to a shed, so those fumes aren't in your area. Yeah. So just be aware.
No, that's amazing. I think we're gonna wrap it up there. But just if anyone wants to reach out to you, Chelsea, have you got like a website, or how do people reach out to you?
Yeah, I think you can just Google me, Chelsea with a Y, different to the football. CHELSEY, Chelsea Jean, and you'll find me on YouTube, on Facebook, on Instagram, Chelsea Jean Lymphatics.
Amazing. And we'll also share it in the show notes as well at the bottom. We'll put your links in and website and your social media handle. And anyone who's interested in the gloves, the compression boots, also around the intolerance test, guys, we'll share all that information to you. And yeah, we're so excited to get all this. I think we're definitely going to get the gloves going for our players, and also the intolerance test. So it's a big thank you for joining us today. And I reckon we're going to get you to come on again. So would you join us again in the near future?
Yeah, absolutely, Ray. Thank you so much for taking care of your people. Hey, it's beautiful. Well done.
Yeah, no, thank you. We're looking forward to adding some of this into our pro player pathway. So, guys, a big thank you for joining us on episode number 4. And we're very excited with our next episode that we're going to be bringing up. We're going to be going back live to the UK to a pro club. And we've got some exciting news to follow on that. Enjoy your week, guys. Peace out. Hi everyone, it's Raymond Wood at the Raymond Wood Podcast. We're here back for another episode. I'm very, very excited to introduce you to Kathy DeMarcos, and we're going to do a little bit of an intro on who Kathy is and why we've got it in today, and we're super excited to have it on the podcast. So, good afternoon, Kathy.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us. So, Kathy, you're currently based in Sydney.
I am.
And I want you just to give all of our listeners maybe just a little bit of a 2-minute intro to you and your business and what you do.
Gosh, okay. So Solutions to You is our actual business name. And we actually started the business with one really clear understanding, and that is to create a thorough and in-depth, I guess, perspective of what businesses are actually here to do. And that is to ensure that they have a deeper purpose other than selling a product, and certainly more than a service.
That nailed it probably in a minute and 60 seconds. That was a good one. So I want to get straight into it. We're going to deep dive straight in, and I'm going to explain a little bit later on in the podcast where it come about and how I met you. But let's talk about purpose straight off the bat, why it's important to you and why it's important to what you do in your day-to-day.
I guess for me, there's been lots of realizations. My background is actually 4 decades in finance. I set up, institutions, financial institutions. I've set up businesses since 1997. And through that, I actually had lots of life lessons, including having suicidal clients because I had to repossess businesses and the high net worth clients' assets. And that made me realize that there was more to business. And so it was, I guess, gaining an understanding of what is the real reason why I'm here. And look, it took a long time to get to where I am today, but understanding that purpose is actually so much more than actually doing something for yourself. I actually allow my business to drive the purpose of other people's lives, businesses, and choices. And that then has led me to realize I'm actually here to equip people to become self-reliant. And that is, the actual entanglement that actually involves is quite deep.
Yeah. So for our listeners, we'll talk about this in the second part, and our involvement, my involvement with you, and around purpose. And just to touch on from my point, I think my purpose in the early years wasn't very clear. It was like, I just want to help soccer players get better at football. Yeah. But it wasn't a real purpose. And you've educated me and taught me to not only educate myself, but to educate staff members and even family members, my daughters. I speak a lot about you to my brother and my sister-in-law and all my family overseas.
Sorry.
About purpose.
He's a fucking set of that, Jacob, I tell you. I'll tell you now.
The world. It is giving them an understanding of what they can actually do for somebody else outside of the core of the business that they actually operate in, and also bringing it all together. I guess I look at it as being really privileged in understanding how we can change policy to actually help those at grassroots. So I run projects in, Tanzania, where we help grassroots farmers actually understand the difference between farming and actually having a business that actually becomes a co-op, which, you can then actually bring buyers back to the table. It changes communities. It's not just changing, people's lives. That's the difference. So when you actually have a purpose that is actually about equipping somebody else to do something, oh my God, your entire life changes, why you get up in the morning.
Yeah, as a different perspective. And that's one of the things I think I've realised is it's not just maybe teaching a boy or girl a particular skill in soccer or football, it's actually upskilling them for life as well.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that we touched on with the book, with the professional player pathway. People maybe perceive it as just the pathway in football and when they're a player, but it's not. We're actually working on bigger things now, thanks to meeting you. So we're looking at that plan B. What if football doesn't work out, or what about when football comes to an end? What's the education like? What is are they being upskilled? Do they know what they're going to do next? And what is their purpose as well?
Do you know, it's interesting that you say that, and what you're doing is actually bringing so much more depth and clarity, not just to those boys and girls, but also to their parents. And they may not realise that yet, but what you're actually also equipping them with is gaining a better understanding of who they are as adults, as parents, as leaders, as guiders to these young minds that perhaps have never genuinely had the opportunity to think differently.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things that when I work with young kids running the leadership programs, I often say to them, what's the one thing that makes you really upset that you see in the world? And if an 11-year-old can actually sit down and say, Kathy, I really, this upsets me. And then you ask them, what does it do for you? And they can express to you what those emotions are. And then you come back and you say, so what can you do about it? And an 11-year-old has a solution. Can there be any greater gift? And in some ways, that's what you're actually starting to do with what you do in the program with the professional player pathway. You're getting them to understand that there is a different way of doing things.
Yeah. It was really interesting, and I've shared it with staff members and family and friends, but I haven't really shared it on the podcast. But it was really interesting. You've been in one of our rooms and you've been to our event, I think it was in Sydney, and we do our 2-hour free event, and it was really interesting because you actually made me realise that I always knew there was two groups of people in the room. There was the players and the parents, but I didn't actually really think that they actually both want different outcomes.
Yeah.
And what was really forefront in my mind, and I've realised this past 12 months, is that the mums and dads, with all due respect, they don't really care about the football or the sport. It's more about, is there an academic option? Is there an education?
Yeah.
Is there a job opportunity potentially at the end of it?
Yeah.
Because they understand that football might go for 10 years or 15 years, where the 11-year-olds in the room, they're just so football focused.
Yeah.
And I think our first offering that we made 18 months ago was very football focused. And we've come to that realisation that if we're talking about a pathway, it's got to be a life pathway, not just a football pathway.
Yeah.
So thank you for that.
It's the same thing in business. People actually think that people turn up for a job or a role. No, they're turning up as a whole person. There is so much more to that person, and when you actually understand that in business, then you have a really different perspective. It's the same with sport.
Yeah, exactly the same. Exactly the same. Now, we're speaking about current projects at work, and I'm glad you bought them. You've got them in front of you. Now, I'm going to be really honest. I still haven't really read these fully, but I know you've given a gift of the book to my daughter, and she's read the book. Can we talk about the one closest to you, so the same people, different vision?
Yeah, so this one was actually written, I started writing this when my father actually became critically ill, but it dawned on me that I actually had the ability to see things in business really, really differently, and it was coming from a solution-focused. It wasn't just a win-win, it needed to be a win-win-win outcome at every time. And so it was just giving people an understanding as to how to look at things, but through a different lens. It's not being a different person, just having a really different perspective. And this gives examples, including looking beyond being resilient. I often say to people, resilient is a baseline. You need to start to become anti-fragile, because that then strengthens you. And you would need that in sport as well.
Yeah.
Right? What have you learned? What have you taken away to actually strengthen from every situation? Yeah. So that's what this book actually includes.
Amazing. Now, it was funny, we touched on a little bit about social impact, and taking it back into football. I worked on one of the world's biggest projects with the Premier League back in 2011 for a few years. And they come up with a premise of when we look at a player and we look at their learning journey, there's a four-corner model approach. And the four-corner model was physical, technical, tactical, and the interesting one was social. And when we had to sit down as a group, we had to talk about what each of them meant. We actually had to really talk about what it meant from a social point of view, on and off the park. And we discovered the stuff off the park socially was way more important than on it, because we discovered if we socially integrated these young boys and girls properly and taught them things about like social impact, they become better people off the pitch, which then makes them better players on the pitch and advocates of the game. Can you talk just a little bit about you? Like, you can give me one example of social impact and something that you've done or worked on, or explain it. For someone, and I'll be honest, up until that point when I was working with these project managers on it, I didn't really fully understand, and I still don't believe I fully understand social impact from your perspective.
So I actually look at it as, you know, what are my skills? My skills are actually, I understand business, I understand finance, and I understand people. You know, I have a counselling background as well. So if I can actually take everything that I know and incorporate it in the way that I actually do business, and then actually show others how to do exactly what I do, which means that I actually have a very high percentage of my business, it's more than 50%, where my actual income goes towards equipping somebody else to actually do exactly what I do. That is a social impact. I don't get anything for it. I'm literally paying it forward. I'm actually showing you or Joe or Fred or Sammy how to actually set up a business, how they can actually get their staff to actually understand that they're not there to tick a box. They're there to actually do something that genuinely shows somebody else that they're there to serve them. That's all it is. And it's really hard for a lot of people to understand that. You know, people say to me, what do you do? I literally get up in the morning and think, how many people can I actually pass on that skill and knowledge so that they understand that the benefit that they give somebody else is going to create a ripple effect. That ripple effect, honestly, it's like that little drop, you know, that raindrop that actually falls into the water. Well, what happens? That body of water rises and everything in it rises at the same time. So if we actually share a little bit of our knowledge, a little bit of our time to somebody else to understand how we can contribute to elevate somebody else, oh my God, we are living on a totally different planet.
It's funny you spoke about paying it forward, and I think I've shared this with you, but a couple of years ago I first seen I think it was on TikTok, and it was a pay it forward sort of post that someone had put on, and it was a guy who was in a queue of McDonald's, and he said, the car behind, I'm going to pay for them.
Yeah.
So then when they pulled up, the food was paid for.
Yeah.
I'm not condoning fast food and takeaways as well, I'll make that one clear. And I think the first time I done it, I was in a supermarket in Woolworths, and there was an older lady behind me.
Yeah.
And I sort of hung around packing my bags, and a shopping come up, it was like $70.
Yeah.
And I've just tapped it before she could tap, and I've just run out.
Yeah.
And she was like absolutely confused, and I still really didn't get at that point what it was, paying it forward.
Yeah.
But the point we're trying to get to that is that there's a lot of this going on now, and I think like the effects it has, that it makes you feel good, but also just puts a smile on someone's day. You don't know what they're going through on a daily basis.
Yeah.
But it's one of the key ones that we wanted to make with the Pro Player Pathway when we set up the rooms around the world. We wanted it to be free. We want people to come in and learn. They get to come in with us and learn for 2.5 hours. Then if they choose to come on the programme, obviously there's a money element, but what we want to do is not hit people with money straight up front. It's like, come in, learn something, and you can walk out that room a lot more knowledgeable, and you don't have to contribute any money. And that, in a way, is us paying it forward a little bit. Can you give an example of you with paying it forward, and maybe a good one that you've seen, or one that you work on, or projects you've seen? Or
Well, the way we pay things forward is we actually run programs for young kids, and we run them from the ages of 11 all the way through to school leavers. They actually learn entrepreneurial skills, they learn leadership skills, communication, negotiating, the social impact, and it's all for free, you know. So, and we put through over 150 students every year, and then we do a second one, which is specifically for school leavers, and again, that's actually over 140 kids, and that is equipping them to enter the workforce. I also actually teach financial literacy. You know, I look at that as an opportunity to show people what they have never been able to understand before. So many people say numbers are just not my thing. But the reality is that numbers aren't your thing, because nobody's really taken the time to allow you to understand in a way that you understand. And so I do all of that, we do all of that for free. So the commitment then is, what are you going to then do for free as you pass it on?
Yeah.
And so you can see that the ripple effect is
again.
just endless.
I love it. I love it. Before we go to our first break, we're going to finish off for this first section with how we met. Now, you've just spoke about entrepreneurial skills that you teach kids, and we did meet in an entrepreneurial room. And it's really interesting. I've gone into a few of these rooms over the past 3 or 4 years, and admittedly, when I was younger, you know, you get a lot of people in any way of life, a lot of egos in there, everyone wants to talk and they're chatting away. But it was funny, in this room in Sydney, there was a lady sat there, which was you, and you were very quiet in the room, and I was sat in the corner myself trying to observe the room. And one of my mentors in the football world said one of the best things you can say sometimes is say nothing and just sit there. And he said the person who doesn't say much, they're normally the most interesting person in the room. So I obviously did come up to you and ask you who you was and what you were doing in there, because I was really intrigued. And yeah, we just talk a little bit about how we met that day in that room and why you were in that room that day.
I always actually have a belief that I don't know everything. And so, you know, I need to actually put myself in situations where there's an opportunity for me to learn. And that was no different. Also actually getting to know where different people are at, you know, especially when you're going into a room where there's entrepreneurs. Everybody's, you know, coming from a really different place. And so I had actually brought my son in, and you don't even remember seeing him, right? Interesting. And he was talking a lot. So for me, it was, I mean, he's on an entrepreneurial journey as well. So it was like, just turn up. You just don't know what you're going to learn. So it was curiosity. You got to be curious in life. And so that's what really brought me into that room. Did I walk away with, you know, any learnings? I think some of the learnings were in what not to do.
Yeah. But at least you're learning still.
Look, I'm eternally learning.
Yeah.
And also actually discovering more about myself.
Yeah.
That's an eternal learning curve.
Yeah. It's really interesting we talk about entrepreneurial rooms, and I want to cover this one off because I know growing up, we had a good upbringing, and mum and dad looked after us, and we didn't want for nothing. We had food on the table, we had clothes on our backs, we went to school, we could never complain.
Yeah.
But we didn't have as much as other kids and vice versa. But really interesting growing up, and you'd sit and watch mainstream TV and media and newspapers, and the way entrepreneurs are depicted, and they're all money hungry people, and they're bad people, and they're going to do wrong by it, and they're not good people, and they don't pay any taxes. And it's really interesting going from the upbringing I had to now being an entrepreneur and trying to run multiple businesses and trying to help people and have a purpose. It's really interesting once you go into the world. It's like with anything in life, there's good and bad people, admittedly.
Yeah.
But I must say I've met a lot of really amazing people who go under the radar.
It's interesting. I think I was listening to something this morning, and they were actually talking about one of the highest awards that the King just recently awarded some people. And there was a debate about who they actually...
I read this.
So we won't go into detail, but I think for me...
There was a certain person from Victoria?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Yes. And so, you know, for me in that moment, the point of crystallization is that there are people that are actually publicly seen and known, and it's them that seem to be recognized. But there are so many people that exactly what you've just said, fly in under the radar and just get stuff done.
Yeah.
And they're the silent heroes, but they're the ones that are actually creating greater impact.
Yeah. It was interesting. I read, I listened to like a podcast a few weeks ago, and it was a guy called Martin Golden, and they spoke about there's two types of heroes. He said there's heroes, the ones who want to be in the limelight and want to get a certificate and a trophy.
Yeah.
And then there's the superheroes.
Yeah.
And his depiction of the superheroes are the ones who go, you'll never know who they are and the names, but they're just working away in the dark, just making it happen. And I think, from my point of view, looking at it that way, I think it's a nice way to be. And you're going out with the right purpose in life.
You know, I talk about that a lot. That's actually chasing the shiny object.
Yeah.
That shiny object being a trophy, that shiny object being the next new thing. If you were here genuinely to serve a bigger purpose in life, none of that matters. You just get in, you roll your sleeves up, you find a way how to do it. That grit and determination is what actually gets you up every single day, because that purpose is bigger than you.
Yeah, it is. And it's to finish on that one, we've gone down this journey with people chasing trophies in the sports world and chasing trophies at 10 and 11 and 12. And I'm like, my big ambition in life is to have many, many pictures on my website of players that we've helped along the way. And they're my trophies, to see smiling faces that they've had some involvement in football, and hopefully from a playing point of view, they've had some form of a career. But then they've gone on to something bigger and better past that, because to them at a young age, they think playing pro football is the be and end all.
Yeah.
But it's only when you get old like me and you actually realise there's a little bit past that playing career.
Yeah.
And it's what you're doing past that, and that's what's really important. We're about to go to our first ad break, and we will be back in a few minutes, but a big thank you for listening to our first part.
Would you one day like to be a professional football player? Would you like to be part of our pro player pathway? What is the pro player pathway? It's an opportunity for all Australian football players aged between 10 and 23 who want to join us to become the next professional football player. On the pro player pathway, you get to join me and my team free of charge to an event all around Australia. When you join me, we're going to teach you the secrets of football in Europe. And one day, maybe, you could be gracing the Champions League final. Guys, over the next 12 months, we're going to be coming around all the major cities of Australia. And when we come around all the major cities, we're going to be running our free events everywhere we go. So guys, what have you got to lose? Nothing. It's a free event. It's for boys and girls aged 10 to 23. And I'm going to teach you the secrets of becoming a top European football player. Oh, and one final thing. We're going to be giving away 20 scholarships to join me on this program of a lifetime.
Hi everyone, it's Raymond Wood of the Raymond Podcast. We're back with Kathy DeMarcos. Now, we just spoke a little bit about how we met, and in the first section we spoke about one of your books, which was The Same People, Different Vision. Can you talk a little bit about this next book?
Yeah. So,
was this first, or was that one first?
No, this was the first one.
So this is your second one?
There's a few in between.
Yeah.
But that one was specifically created because a lot of people don't know how. You know, how is, I think, the most common question I get asked, and it's one word, right?
Yeah.
How do you do it? Well, it's that. It's being intentionally conscious. And a lot of people talk about being intentional and they talk about being conscious. But I say until you actually know how to map those two things together, it does not work. And so being intentionally conscious talks a little bit about my life, you know, and where that trajectory changed living with a Maasai some 9 years ago. And actually understanding the cues that we get, the little nudges, you know, because we all get them. Yeah. It's whether we recognize them or not, and that's being intentionally conscious. So that actually creates a roadmap. It's actually about gratitude, and it's about reflection, and it's about setting your goals and intentions.
Yeah.
So, and it's got lots of my personal quotes and personal photos in there.
So when you talk about gratitude, what does gratitude mean to you?
Do you know, it's interesting because I think people look at me and think that gratitude and joy mean that everything goes right, you know. You've got everything to be happy for. Well, I'm actually even grateful for the situations where I find struggles, obstacles, where I actually really am challenged. I'm grateful for those moments because they're my greatest opportunity to learn and discover more about who I choose to become.
Yeah. And it's funny how many people in life and society in general, they see something that's gone wrong, but they just see it straight away as a negative. And then they end up down that rabbit hole. I think I spoke to you, I went and I went and seen a movie the other day, and I won't spoil it, but there was a particular movie that's just come out, and I think it's the fourth one in these type of movies, without spoiling the movie. But there was a guy who died in the movie,
Right.
and he has cardiac arrest, and while he's dead, he has an epiphany that, like, why do we worry about so much stuff?
Yeah.
And why are we not living with less fear?
Yeah.
Why are we not more grateful? And then he got brought back to life, and he come back a completely different person, and he started living from that point forward, and that was really interesting. And I didn't expect to see it in this movie because it's an action movie and it's all fast and pace and people getting shot and killed. But it was like, for me, it's funny how you start to notice different things in movies and books and podcasts that you wouldn't normally pick up on. Really interesting on the front cover of this book is choosing not to sleepwalk through life.
Yeah.
Come on, build on that a little bit for us.
Well, actually, it's one of my TED Talks. It's my second TED Talk. So, I'm a really big believer that I think most of us actually sleepwalk through life. And what I mean by that is we're not conscious. Everything that we do is just on autopilot. We do what we've done yesterday. Our actual belief system is actually based on what we have actually done in the past or what somebody else has told us. That is sleepwalking. And so for us to genuinely change that dial, change the motherboard and create a new imprint, we've got to do something different. But that means that we've got to be so present. Eckhart Tolle, talks about that quite a lot, about being present in the moment. Well, when you're present in the moment, you will notice the smallest of things. And you've heard me say that, I've noticed your actual breath just changed. What just happened for you? And people go, what? That's actually being awake and conscious and present for, whatever's happening in front of you.
I think that goes back to when I've spoke to you about this, about when we get in the football world and you get a player, and people think getting a younger player is always better because you can imprint and teach them things from day one. And that's true, because players who are 15, 16, unfortunately, one of the processes we discovered in the Premier League level is that if you are, say, a Manchester City and you're getting a player from, say, Oxford United, and no disrespect to Oxford, but sometimes there's a learning in there that you've got to unlearn a process and then relearn. And that's probably the same in your world. And I know you spoke about that.
Yes, so, gosh, I think there's staff that have actually written about how I actually do that. And it is, what they tend to say is, Kathy actually helps you become comfortable with being uncomfortable, which actually means that it's actually showing you what's not serving you, and that's what needs to be unlearnt. So that you then can create a new imprint, and that new imprint is actually about helping you become that person that you choose to become.
Now, the next one I'm talking about that, the person you choose to become, where we're going now. We're going to start talking retreats in Bali. And I was, like most people, guilty of blockages and just put roadblocks. And we get it in the room, like when we go in with parents, and they all come in with the best intentions. We want our son or daughter to make it as a professional, and the minute you give them an opportunity to join you on the programme, they start coming up with all the hurdles, all the blockages, the reasons why, and it's like, you've come in this room saying you've never had an opportunity like this before. We're going to give you a scholarship, but then you come up with every excuse under the sun. I'm one of them. You invited me to a retreat to Bali, and I'm going to talk a little bit about this, and we're going to spend probably 10 minutes on this one. And I don't think intentionally I come up with blocks, but I used my two daughters as excuses, the business as excuses. And firstly as well, my depiction of what a retreat in Bali was, I'm thinking sleeping in till 11 o'clock, having a breakfast, sit round the pool, go on a waterfall, meditate, have dinner, maybe have a beer or two, and then you go to bed. Definitely is not like that, I can tell you, for all my listeners. It was like going to the gym for 8 days, but not working on this physical body, working internally.
Yeah.
So we went from 6 a.m. till midnight most nights. We experienced some of the most amazing things. So, for everyone who's listening in, why retreats and why Bali?
A number of reasons. First of all, it's taken me 5 years to actually find the right location, the right co-facilitator. Everything that I actually do is, there's a lot of thought process. So the retreat is actually curated, but until you actually take people out of their environment, those patterns keep actually coming up, right? They will actually creep in at the retreat as well. But when you place people in an environment where you are genuinely supporting them and actually being intentional and conscious about everything that they're experiencing and addressing them as they actually arise, then you can't help them actually break that circuit. And people actually come because they genuinely want to become that better person. You know, a lot of people actually say, you know, I feel stuck, or, you know, I want to succeed, but they don't know what succeed actually means. Or, you know, I want to actually contribute. Well, what do you want to contribute to? There is something, they're yearning something, they have no idea what it is. And when they actually, you know, reach that point of, all right, I'm going to do it, then that's when I actually know that they're ready, because people aren't just in, you know, they can't just apply and they won't even see it anywhere.
Yeah.
They need to be invited. This is curated to have the right people in the room that are ready for genuine transformation. I don't just use and throw words out.
Yeah.
This is real transformation, which you've seen, and the transmissions that you actually get come from having a retreat done in a particular way. There's a sequence. You know, just like any change has a sequence, manifestation just doesn't happen. There's a sequence, right? So Bali, this particular location, you know, it actually has a natural waterfall. It is so powerful, which you know.
Yeah.
It has natural springs, but the land is actually permaculture land, so it's actually farm to plate. So everything about it is actually about its purity. So you were engulfed.
Yeah, it was amazing. I was physically tired when I got home. Like, I felt like I needed to have a week's holiday on a beach somewhere to recover. But it was, and it's made me look at everything in life in general completely from a different lens. I know we've spoken about that, and what I thought was a purpose really wasn't me thinking big enough. It was thinking very small.
Do you know, and I think sometimes when people are actually asked what's your purpose, they either have no idea or they'll actually choose something that they know that they will succeed.
Yeah.
That is not what a purpose is. I think I had a discussion this morning, you know, and somebody said, well, what's your purpose? And I said, my purpose is actually to equip people to become self-reliant. And they went, holy crap, that's massive. And I went, I didn't choose it to actually, you know, succeed. I chose it so that I keep striving to get there.
And to stretch it.
Yeah.
So when we were on the retreat, I will, if it's okay with you, I'll share a little bit about the retreat. So we've done a whole heap of things like meditation, yoga. We had discussion groups, which are very private and personal, which was good. It was emotional, it was exciting, it was happy. I think one of my biggest takeaways was actually, and I've done a lot of research and reading on it, but it was all around about being grounded and being at one with nature, and like those waterfalls that we experienced, and the water ceremony that we done was just unbelievable.
Yeah. You know, I meditate, but you would have noticed that as I sat under that waterfall, I really wasn't there.
Yeah.
And that is the gift that you actually get when you genuinely immerse yourself and you actually understand to the depth of what you're actually there to do, and allowing yourself to go through that process, that actual inner learnings that you do there, you can't just do, in your normal environment. And it has to be a repeated pattern. When you don't actually keep doing that and then adding and building, it doesn't create a new, circuit on that motherboard.
Yeah.
And it actually genuinely starts from in here, to be quite honest. So
a big one from the sports world, I know you're privy to, but like nutrition is super important. And I think that week spent in Bali, like just some of the foods we had and the colours in the foods, like I've never seen. What was that purple fruit we were eating? Was it
the dragon?
Dragon fruit?
Not the dragonfly, but the dragon fruit.
Yeah, we won't talk about dragonflies. We might do in a minute, actually. But yeah, just the food, like, was unbelievable.
Yeah.
And these amazing people in Bali who literally are there servicing you, breakfast, lunch, evening meal.
Yeah.
Nothing is ever a problem.
Yes.
Everyone's got a smile on your face. And I'm sitting there thinking, they've actually got it right. Maybe we've got it all wrong over where we live. And they just seem so happy and content. And
it's service.
Service, yeah.
They're there to serve.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we forget in business, in relationships. It's not about what I can get.
Yeah.
It's about what can I genuinely give you.
Yeah.
And a lot of people actually think that that's what they want.
Yeah.
But it's not even about what they want. Understand what people need.
Yeah.
Listen to what they say they want, and actually serve them so that they walk away, in a much better place.
Yeah. It's funny, we spoke about, I think, at dinner last night, and we went out with a few friends and we spoke about one of the big ones that I got from one of the clubs I worked with over the years was serve others before self. And it's such a valid point, but I think as well, it definitely is important. You need to make sure you look after you. But my point with that is if you're going to serve others before self, to be able to serve others, you've got to look after yourself. And you've got to spend that time on yourself. And that's one of the things that I've realised, that I'm trying to do so much for my two daughters, I'm trying to do so much for staff, I'm trying to do so much for all of our players globally around the world.
Yeah.
But you also forget the most important element, and that's you.
Yeah.
And just to touch on that one, and if you can speak a little bit about why you think that's so important, and as the retreat is important for people.
Do it comes back to how can you possibly honestly give service, advice, support to somebody else when you are not actually whole yourself, and I come back to, we've talked about it before, but vibration and energy. So if I'm actually not at my highest potential, at my highest vibration, I'm actually going to then be lowering anything that I actually put out into the world. So for me to be able to support you, I have to take care of me.
Yeah.
So my day, as you know, between 4 and 6, I wake up, but it starts with a meditation. I need to actually ground myself and actually know what it is that I'm doing for myself, healing myself, keeping myself pure, and then I can actually go out and do what I need to do.
Amazing. Now we have to go to another quick break, so I apologise, but we're going to come back and we're going to finish off with something that I originally signed up for and can't commit to now, but you are going to be doing. And I'm hoping that I can get involved a little bit more next year. So again, big thank you. We're going to go to our next ad break and we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes.
Hi everyone, we are coming around every major city in Australia over the next 12 months. We have got free objective football testing going on, guys. It's for boys and girls aged 10 all the way through to 18 years of age. The objective testing is quite simple. We'll put you through our 6 tests and then give you your results, physical, technical and tactical. And also, we're going to choose 16 winners to join us on an all expenses paid trip to Europe in 2024 and also 2025. Guys, what have you got to lose? Nothing. It's free to sign up. You get free objective testing and you'll get a free feedback, and maybe you'll be joining me at the Santiago Bernabeu in 2024 or 25.
Hi everyone, it's Raymond Wood at the Raymond Wood Podcast. We're back with Kathy DeMarcos for our final little section. Now, originally a couple of months ago, I signed up. I seen this initiative online called the Vinnie's Sleep Out, and I since have had to cancel because I've got to go to Singapore for work. But then I discovered that you're going, and not only you going, some of the people at the higher level who were involved in it. So we want to give it a good push because obviously I've seen a lot of amazing stuff and what it's about and the reason why we're doing it. So can you explain to our listeners to maybe give Vinnie's a bit of help with this?
So this is actually their 20th year, and originally actually started from some women sitting around a table and talking about the homelessness situation. And, that was in New South Wales, but this has now actually become Australia-wide. And St Vincent's obviously does quite a lot of work in supporting, the homeless. It's, providing food, shelter, even support network in respect to trying to place them into employment. So when I actually was invited to sit down in New South Wales and to speak to the CEO of Vinnie's and the actual founder who started the CEO Sleep Out and a few of the local people within council, they started to identify it has become an increasing crisis. So here we are in the 21st century, 20 years on, and we have more people homeless today than what we have ever had. And part of that is actually, attributed to we have no housing. We've got a housing crisis, but it's beyond that. So we talked about, for me, it is what's the preventative situation? We've got to really look to address that. But in the first instance, we've got to go back to Maslow's law. We've got to make people feel safe.
Yeah.
So this Sleep Out, and it's national, is actually about raising much needed funds to actually at least get people off the street and in shelter to start off with. So people are contributing to a one night, and by no means does that actually give us an understanding as to what it's like. But that actual raising of funds is actually going to get perhaps somebody, one meal, a night off the street, maybe a week's meals. For me, it is just actually being conscious, can you contribute? Can you do something? I mean, I know Australia is actually a really generous nation and we contribute to a lot of things, but this is something that I know we walk past and we look at people and we think another homeless person, but what are we going to do to contribute?
Yeah. The first time I come across homelessness, I'll be honest, when I really felt I was aware of it was in my early 20s. I was living in the US. I just couldn't believe it. Like, it was like, what? Like, every bridge you drove under, there was 10, 20 people. And then to live in places like, I was very fortunate. I think I've said to you, in places like Las Vegas and Nevada, like, that was heartbreaking.
Yeah.
And I actually sat down one day with another coach from London, and we sat down and we decided to go out that day and take food out with us and sausage rolls and sandwiches, and we just talked to people.
Yeah.
And the general people we were speaking to were like people who discovered their wives or husbands had maybe been cheating on them, they got divorced, they took all the money, they went to Vegas, lost it all, and they had nowhere to go. And it was absolutely devastating. And then I told you last night at dinner, like, Hawaii was one of the worst places I've seen. Like, you wouldn't think Hawaii, and you see all the money in tourism, but in the back streets of Hawaii, I just still don't get how it can happen on this planet. And we think we've got problems because the microwave breaks or we've got a flat tire, but we haven't really got problems. You can see what a lot of people are going on with.
There is so much that actually leads to homelessness, and I think for me that's...
Ben Ainsworth and Nikki Ainsworth, they're the parents of one of the players who's been with us on the programme for a couple of years now, Charlotte Ainsworth. How are you, Nikki? How are you, Ben?
Hey, good, Ray. How are you?
Good, thanks. Very good. Good to see you guys. Thank you for joining us. Now, we wanted to bring you on just to talk a little bit about, from a parent's perspective, when you've got a son or daughter who's on the professional player pathway. But before we get into the interview, guys, we just want to talk about a little bit how this probably never nearly came about, because originally, Ben, when I first got introduced to you and Charlotte, you actually couldn't join us on the programme. Well, you thought you couldn't join us because you were actually due to head back to the UK this year. You were telling us a couple of years ago you were planning on coming back for work and personal reasons, for family reasons. But obviously, when I had a chat with you and explained that this is a remotely based programme, it doesn't matter where you are, where you live, you can be on the programme. It did take me a couple of months to convince you of that, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Yeah, because this has been sort of like a 3-year sort of journey for us. We're always wanting to go back to the UK to reconnect with family. and that. But yeah, we just weren't sure when we met you how the program would work and how it would, you know, benefit Charlotte, knowing that we were going back to the UK, and that your program was sort of set up in Australia, so we weren't sure how it was going to work. So yeah.
Yeah, because I'm.
Yeah, it's been one of the.
Oh, sorry, Ray. As you know, I am British and the kids are British, so we've wanted them to reconnect with my side of the family over there. So it's kind of been a 2-3 year plan, and then you came into our world and obviously know Charlotte and her football and wanted to help us with that, and so being able to do the plan here and then take that with us is just going to be amazing to do that remotely. Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of the things I felt like banging Ben's head against the wall sometimes, because it was like, your wife's British, your kids are British, they've got passports, and I know you're going back for family reasons, and I know you're looking to go back for work, but trust me, this programme works no matter where you are on the planet, so I'm so happy you did eventually join us on the programme. Now, from a mum and dad's perspective, I'll probably ask this one to Nikki first. Being the mum, how have you found it's helped Charlotte over the past couple of years with the football? What's the one big thing for you?
Yeah, I think more so much not only her school factor side of things and, you know, with having the GPS tracking and honing in on the statistic side of football, they celebrate more on the football side of things. But for me, her mental game has improved a lot, and having, you know, that not only the resilience, but seeing where she can achieve with other academies in England as well, because all the statistics are on there with her GPS tracking. So you can do well here and know you do well, but to see all the stats and compare and gauge where you're at is good. And also just the experience that you give her, that 1% to 5% of extra, you know, information or experience that you've had that teach her other things on the field to help improve her game has just been fantastic as well. But Ben will go more into the football. That's just, for me, I think her mental game has improved a lot, and having all those stats to go along with it and compare to not only people in Australia, but like you said, you know, academies in England or around the world, and just gauge where you're at. Yeah.
That's amazing. Thank you for that. It's such good to have that sort of different point of opinion, because I know mums and dads and families don't always think the same, and it's good that you've got those different opinions, and it's good that, you know, it's evident to us when we first discovered Charlotte how well-rounded she is, and I think it's thanks and it's a testament, because I know, having 2 daughters as well, there's a lot of hard work that goes into these kids, and we dote on them, and we just want to give them an opportunity. And I just want to say on camera as well, like, how super proud I am of you guys as well, because I know what you two have gone through over the past couple of years, and more so Ben as well. Like, you know, the stuff that you go to on a daily basis, just trying to support your kids in a dream, and it's a testament to you, Nikki and Ben, and I'm so proud of what you have done with it.
Thanks, Ray.
Thanks, Ray. Ben, so what's your opinion? Like, what's the one big thing that you've seen? And I know, Ben, you're not just a parent, but I know you're also a coach as well. Like, what's been the one big thing for you, for maybe any other parents who are considering joining a Pro Player Papa? What's the one key thing that you've seen that's benefited?
Well, touching on what Nikki said, like the GPS tracking's been really good. Just to see, you know, I suppose the comparison overseas is the main thing, but she obviously loves wearing the GPS tracker, and she gets a lot of joy out of seeing how she goes from session to session. Especially in games, it's obviously tracking distances, how many Ks she runs in a game, and then, you know, she's able to say to me, "Oh, Dad, look, I ran X amount of Ks this in this match," and then you just see the improvement. But it's got her in a better mindset too on how to look at the game. Like before we were on your program, obviously we're playing for a club, and they don't go to the meticulous detail that you do. Things like healthy eating, looking after your body, recovery after you've done a heavy session, making sure that we're even doing recovery, running type work so she's able to get the miles in her legs, but also able to recover those muscles after, you know, having a tough session or a long game. It's just the meticulous detail that go within the program. Like, you've talked to us about the 7 pillars that you have, and obviously match analysis is one of those things in that program as well, which I've found really helpful, because as a coach I can look at it from the other side of the fence as well as a parent, and you can sort of look at where her game is going, which is going in a really good direction. But there's things that I picked up in those match analyses that I didn't really think of, but when I go looking back at footage, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. And like some of them sort of semi-major things, and then other things are just like little things we just need to change and tinker, tweak. And it just made a huge difference to her overall performance. So
that's amazing. It's so good to have those two different perspectives from both you and Nikki. Now, Nikki, just because a lot of people will be interested in this, but obviously when I did speak to Ben, when I first met Ben a couple of years ago, and he explained that he didn't want to join the programme because you had plans to go back for family reasons back home, because you're originally from the UK and you were looking at potentially going back for work. But can you tell all of our listeners and followers where originally you are from in the UK?
So I'm from Birkenhead. So anyone that doesn't know where that is, Liverpool, Mersey River, Birkenhead.
So I was like super secretly excited when I found that out when I first met you, and obviously I first met Charlotte and I seen her running around in an Everton jersey, and I'm like, no.
From my uncle, the one Evertonian in the family.
Because obviously we do have a lot of good contacts in the game in the UK, but also around Europe as well. But I was super pleased to discover that when I found out from Ben many years ago that the plan was 2024 to head back to the UK, but also to be in and around the Liverpool area. It made me feel super excited, thinking that maybe one day we could help you open up an opportunity, whether it was at Tranmere Rovers or Everton or Liverpool. So it really, really pleased me. Now, Ben, obviously you are Australian, and obviously you're going back to be with your wife who's from the UK, and the kids have got British passports. Are you excited to go and live in the UK?
Yeah, I am. I'm really excited. It's going to be a great journey for our family. Just a new experience. Obviously, I've met a few of Nikki's family, but I'll be able to meet all of them. It's just going to be a great experience. And I've been a football supporter, fan, player.
Before you met me.
Before I met Nikki, and obviously the home of football. It's going to be good to immerse myself, go to a few games, and obviously just get to know Nikki's heritage really, and the kids are really excited about it as well. So.
Now, I know this growing up in Liverpool, where it's football crazy. Nikki knows it because she's from there as well, and I think you get it as well, Ben. But this is one of the tricky ones that can be quite controversial sometimes. But I say to a lot of families that, like, if you really aspire for your son or daughter to make it as a football player, there comes a point in time where, for me, you've got to move to Europe, because if I had a son or daughter who was playing rugby league and you were to ask me where's the best place for them to live and play, I would say Australia, 100%, without a doubt. But if you're playing football, for me, whether you've got a son or daughter, I would definitely say you need them to be in Europe, in Spain, in England. We're just very, very fortunate. I think you guys feel privileged and lucky, Ben, the fact that you're already planning to head back for family reasons and for work, that Charlotte now actually gets to finish her little last bit of development, playing and training in England. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, we are. She loves playing football, and we just find what's best for her. And I just think the development that she'll get in a country that lives and breathes and immerses themselves in football, would just benefit her. Immensely. Yeah.
What's one of the things, Nikki, just to finish off, we've got a few minutes to go, but what's one of the things that you're looking forward to for Charlotte in her development in her football in England, whether she goes on and plays for Liverpool, Everton, whoever she goes on and plays for when she's older? What's the one big thing that you wish for her?
Oh, look, and purely speaking from a mother's perspective, because I'm not as football mad as you lot are, but I think for me, just to, she always gives 100%, if not more, in all that she does. And just for her to be happy and do what she loves and, give it a red hot crack. And I think she'll succeed in anything that she does, because she's always had a good head on her shoulders and she works hard. And I think if she makes it, fantastic. If she doesn't, I think she's still going to be around in football in some capacity because she lives and breathes it. It's her passion. Yeah.
I've told her 100% if she doesn't make it as a pro footballer when she's older, she's got a job with me at Euro Football Star. That's
Done deal.
So Ben, as a dad, who I know I do it as well, we dote on our daughters and we'll do anything for them. What's the one thing that you really wish for Charlotte in the next couple of years?
I suppose coming over to England, I think some of the differences between the English game and the Australian game is like physicality. And I think the thing I'd like to see in her is obviously work out how to combat that and just work really hard because but she's got a great base, but I just think being in such a great environment in the UK, I just think she's going to go from strength to strength with playing against good players, whatever league she plays in, and also just the coaching I think is going to be first class, and I just think it's going to take her game to the next level, whichever level she plays at,
Yeah, I'm super excited. I think I shared this with you guys on the phone a couple of years ago when I went back to the UK, and I hadn't seen the girls and the women's game in England for probably 5 or 6 years because of COVID and everything that went on. And for someone who coached in the WSL, and I coached Leicester City's women's team for the season going back over 10 years ago, to see the level it's at now, I've just been blown away. I just cannot believe where the girls and the women's game's gone, and I'm so excited for Charlotte to be lucky the fact that, one, she is British and she's got a passport, she's going back for family reasons, and you guys are in a fortunate position to be able to do that, but also for it to be able to go and live and breathe and just to finish off that development. And wherever Charlotte ends up, I'm convinced she's going to be a success in football. I think she's going to be a success as a player, and I think, to be honest, I think Charlotte's got a bigger picture than this. I think she's going to do something even bigger than playing when she's older, and if I've got it my way, she'll be heavily involved with us, helping us promote the women's game and the girls' game and making people realise that anything's possible with hard work.
Absolutely. She's a pretty special kid, even off the football pitch.
She is. I've been very, very fortunate to work closely with you guys and to see the effort that you guys put in, and I'm very blessed myself with my girls, and just seeing Charlotte and her effort level she puts in, and just seeing her videos on a daily basis, and everything I've asked her to do, she's gone above and beyond, and I just feel privileged to be involved in a small percent of helping her to hopefully achieve that dream in the next couple of years. And yeah, it's going to be super exciting. So before I let you go, guys, because I know it's Saturday night and you're probably going to be heading out, can I get a prediction from you for the Real Madrid versus Borussia Dortmund game? So Nikki, can I get a score prediction?
You're asking me?
Yes.
I'll go
so
with
Real Madrid.
Real Madrid.
What score do you think it's going to be?
Against who?
Borussia Dortmund.
2-1. Real Madrid.
2-1 to Real Madrid. Ben, you'll give me your analytical conscious view. What's the score?
It's going to be 3-1 to Real Madrid. And I think Bellingham will score the first goal.
Bellingham first goal, Real Madrid 3, Borussia Dortmund 1. I think one of you are going to be right. That's my prediction, 2-1 or 3-1. So look, guys, obviously I know I'll see lots of you because we get back to the UK 3 or 4 times a year. We're closely going to follow Charlotte because she's still on the pro player pathway until she's at least 16. She's on a scholarship with us. We hope to keep it on longer than that, but hopefully she doesn't need us past that. But look, a big thank you. It's been amazing having you guys on from a mum and dad's perspective, not only to the benefits of the pro player pathway, but some of the things that you have gone through over the past couple of years. And a big thank you from me and everyone at Euro Football Star for being part of this programme as well.
Oh, thanks, Ray. And as always, we appreciate your support of Charlotte and development too. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. That's me over and out from the Raymond's World podcast. A big thank you for joining us on this mini episode, and a big thank you to Nikki and Ben. And we'll be in touch on our next episode in the next couple of weeks. Hi everyone, it's Raymond Wood from the Raymond Wood podcast. I am super excited to bring one of our players all the way beaming back live from Brisbane in Australia. I'm currently in London, in Wembley, ready for the Champions League final Saturday the 1st of June. And I believe we've got Maya Allsop on the line. Hey Maya, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Now for our listeners who are watching on in, can you just tell everyone your age, where you are from, and the position that you play?
Hi, I'm Maya Allsop. I'm currently 14 years old. Will be turning 15 in July. And I'm living in Logan currently, and I play 6th position.
Very good. Now, you've been involved in football since what age? What age did you start playing, Maya?
I started playing at 9.5 with my dad as my coach, so don't really know if that counts, but
That's good. And you were from Yeppoon, which is up in central Queensland by Rockhampton originally, and you played community-based football. Now, just to explain the reason why we've got you on our podcast and why we're doing this mini episode, is just to show with a little bit of hard work and consistency on how anyone can make it as a football player if they follow our pathway. Now, we obviously met your mum through Gary Skinner, who was one of your coaches. And I'll just get it on record. Unfortunately, Gary Skinner is a Chelsea fan. So he's not a Liverpool fan like me and Maya. Just to remind Gary Skinner of that one. Now, you obviously, I worked with Gary Skinner up in central Queensland many years ago. And I was introduced to your mum and to yourself through Gary, and he said he was a player up in central Queensland that had a little bit of potential, but needed some help with the football. Now, we actually got you onto our professional player pathway just under 12 months ago. So for everyone who's listening in, can you just tell us a little bit about how you found the program and what's been some of the best parts so far?
So I was training with Gary and he told me about you, and I was so excited and I was so thankful that I was part of the program. It's just so amazing. It's helped me immensely. Like, my training's gone from only 2 training sessions a week to up to 14, 15 hours, which is amazing. And then I've gotten this opportunity to move to Brisbane from Yeppoon and play at such a high level. And it's just helped me improve so much. The portal, it's so great. It shows me what objectives I need to work on before my games and stuff like that. It's just amazing overall.
So from your opinion, Maya, this is a program that you believe anyone can work from anywhere on the planet? Is that what you're saying?
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. Now, for our listeners and people watching this podcast and tuning in, we've got a remotely based program called the Professional Player Pathway. And on the Professional Player Pathway, players from the ages of about 8 and 9 all the way through to 23 years of age can join us. We've got 7 pillars to the program. The reason why the program was created and designed was by me. I've worked in the game of football for over 25 years. I've worked for some of the biggest teams like Liverpool, Leicester City, Paris Saint-Germain. I used to work for some of the biggest coaches in the game. I used to work for Carlo Ancelotti, who's now the Real Madrid coach, when I was in France. Also, we've been heavily involved in the world game and developing players all around the planet. Now, one of the big things that we wanted to make sure people were aware of as well is that this program can be done from anywhere in the world. Everything is done remotely based. And just to prove the proof's in the pudding, so we discovered you, Maya, in sunny central Queensland where it's very hot and sticky. You were playing community-based football, and you've since gone down to Brisbane. You are now pretty much playing at the highest level that you can play in Brisbane. That's correct, isn't it? And you're currently playing with Logan?
Yes, and amazing.
In the NPL. And then one of the things that we do and offer as one of the pillars on the program is once you've hit a certain benchmark of objectives and you have been completing your objectives to make it and show to us that you're at a standard good enough to go for a trial to the UK and Europe. Have you, can you explain a little bit about what's happening with you next year and where you're going?
So next year I'm going to be going over and I'm going to be trialing or just visiting, seeing everything in the UK. It's going to be amazing, and got to put in the training and the effort.
Amazing. So just for, again, those listeners and people watching this, Maya is going to be going on some trials in January to the UK, but also she's going to be going on trials in June, July as well to France and Spain. Maya is one of our more successful players who's really getting through the program and getting through the objectives. And once you get to a certain benchmark, we then open up opportunities for players. One of the big things that we don't do is just open up opportunities for players just because players tell us they're good enough or because their mum and dad tell us they're good enough. It gives us an indication of where they're at and how good they are. We can actually ascertain the level that players are at. And then once we see certain benchmarks are met on the 7 pillars of the program, we can then open up the trials. So I want to ask you, Maya, the UK in January, where it's like middle of summer and it's freezing cold here at the moment, or going to Spain and France in June, July, is there a particular country you're really looking forward to go on trial?
I can't think. It's just, oh, that's hard. Well, I've always wanted to go to the UK and stuff like that. Liverpool is a dream of mine, and although PSG was my favourite team, I think Liverpool's overcome that, and it's definitely going to be the UK trip.
That's amazing. So hopefully, once you get across on the trials next year, we can open up 1 or 2 opportunities for you, and then by the time you're 16 years of age, the plan is to be playing professional football in Europe. Is that the dream?
Definitely, yeah.
And I'm sure Mum's going to want to go with you and live overseas in Europe as well, isn't she?
Yeah, I think so.
Now, before we let you go and we finish off, May, we've got a couple of minutes to go, but just for our listeners listening in, and especially for any young girls watching, do you recommend this program to players who are watching this?
Yeah, of course. It's just amazing help. Without it, I definitely wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be able to go overseas and do, like, complete my dreams and do stuff like that. So yeah, it's definitely a good thing to get on.
That's amazing. And are you going to be okay with your mum following you all around Europe, following your career?
Yeah, I couldn't have done it without it either, so.
Oh, that's amazing. So a big thank you, May, for joining us for this mini podcast. We wish you well. Obviously, we're going to be monitoring your journey. And for those guys who are watching and listening in as well, once a player makes it and they get an opportunity into the UK and Europe and they're with a pro club or on a scholarship opportunity, the journey's not over on the pro player pathway. You're on the program for a minimum of 4 years. We do have bumps sometimes in the road. We have obstacles we have to get over. We have had players who are on the program have been released from clubs, and part of this pro player pathway is to open up more opportunities. So if things don't always go to plan, we can assist and help. So we wish you well, Mayor. We're super excited. We're so happy to have you on the program, and we look forward to watching your football career develop over the next couple of years.
Thank you so much for having me.
Now, Maya, before you go, I'm going to ask you one more question. Big game tonight. Real Madrid versus Borussia Dortmund. Can you give me a score prediction? And also, can you even tell me who you think the first goal scorer might be?
So, I'm a big Real Madrid fan, so I'm going to say a 2-1 win for us. And I think Jude Bellingham's going to score the first goal.
Okay, so you heard it here first, guys. Jude Bellingham, first goal. Real Madrid 2, Borussia Dortmund 1. And I think that's going to make a lot of Real Madrid fans happy if that's the case.
Definitely.
So a big thank you, Maya. Stay safe, keep well, say hello to Mum and Dad, and we'll be in touch over there the coming weeks.
Hi everyone, it's Raymond Wood. A big thank you for joining us today. As ever, we've got another amazing podcast all the way back from sunny England, and we've got Gordon McCallan joining us. Gordon, how are you?
I'm very good, thanks.
Now, Gordon, you were first brought to my attention, as most of our followers know, we work in football, or soccer as it's called here in Australia. And we helped a player a couple of years ago achieve a dream and get to play for Liverpool. And I'm in regular contact with all of our players and parents. And this particular parent is a great guy, and he reached out to me and said that he'd seen you at Liverpool Football Club. So for all of our listeners and everyone watching in and tuning in, maybe a great way to start this episode would be basically what you were up to at Liverpool, if you can reveal that, and what it is you do day to day to help players and families.
Yeah, look, I mean, it was obviously a big thing for me as well, being a Liverpool supporter, which I'm always very open about, despite working with all these clubs. I mean, it was great to obviously visit. Yeah, I mean, look, we did a session with staff around, I think, just the importance of everybody working effectively together for young people. You know, we're not talking structures here. We're talking relationships, environments, things around young players that allow them to develop as players and as people. And the session that I'm glad the parent obviously enjoyed, we did an introduction to sports performance parenting, which we deliver in a lot of different environments, just looking at our actual role as a parent. And what that actually means. I mean, some people think, well, you're telling people how to parent. Well, no, we're not. We're actually painting pictures for people to have a greater self-awareness of how to support performance. And I think there's a big difference there between those two things. So yeah, cracking evening, and hopefully we'll be back in the future.
Yeah, amazing. As I say, I spoke to Ben, one of the parents, one of the girls who's at Liverpool, and I think from an Australian moving to the UK and experiencing like the levels, like they've been blown away, because I'm not sure if you're fully aware, but the game's in a little bit of disarray on this side of the world, in Australia and New Zealand, and it's not done to the levels that it gets done in England and in Europe. And every time there's something on, he's blown away by the level, and I'm like, this is actually quite stock standard for England. Like, this sort of stuff's been going on for 20 years. But after receiving 3 messages and 2 phone calls, I thought, right, we need to get Gordon on. So look, what we've done is, Gordon, we've actually put it out to our customers and all of our players and families that you were coming on, and we've got some questions in from some of them. So I'm going to shoot a few of the questions off, probably the best way to go. And if you'd rather not answer, just say, can't answer. So one of them was a great one brought in from one of our families, and they've said, like, a core problem they want you to help them with. From your working in grassroots all the way through to elite sport, what's one of the biggest single mistakes that you see well-intentioned parents make that actually limits the children from pushing on? Is the one that you can really pinpoint that you don't think they're intentionally doing it, but it's a common one that you see?
Yeah, I think there's probably a couple of threads behind that for me. I think we should never underestimate the influence that we have as parents as the ultimate role models, and some of the things that young people need to be high performers. You know, I'm big on a lot of those building blocks young performers need, you know, commitment, resilience, the ability to make good decisions, adapt, be creative, organize themselves, communicate well with people. And a lot of their understanding of the sporting world from the younger stage comes from us as parents. They're a blank canvas. How we talk to them about sport, how we manage disappointment with them, what we value at home, what we deem as important are all vital in many ways shaping their future. Now, the challenge is, if you don't have a really good understanding of how young players develop, and the fact that every journey is different and it happens at different stages, and all of the other bits that go around performance, I think you end up falling back to, well, this is just what we do in football based on what we watch on the TV. And how I support on a Saturday watching Premier League football is very different to how I would ever support with sort of 2 young kids in a pathway. And I think that without that support, they just get sucked into lots of external noise. And I think even, you know, in a world of comparison that we're growing up in, particularly for young people, you're lucky now because thankfully your country's shown some leadership on this. But I think with the advent of you know, social media and how people are comparing, parents are really bad at that. And the kids tell us that actually one of their top 3 things for when mum and dad are at their worst is when they get compared to other players. Now, it's the comparison where we just say, well, why were they able to do that and you weren't? And the kids aren't in control of it. There's no feedback attached to it. And it ends up just making them feel worse and worse. And actually, half the time, there was nothing they could have done at that particular point in time. It was just where they were at that stage of the journey. So I think there's challenges around our role modelling. I think the understanding of how we develop young players, and then just, I guess, this comparison piece, and that every journey is unique, and we've got to get really comfortable with that. There isn't a one-size-fits-all solution. If you and I knew that we could put it into a pill to create a professional player, we'd be richer than Elon Musk. So so before anybody can tell you that, we don't. We just don't. We can just go on what we know, what we've seen, upgrades in coaching, education, sports science, in the hope that we might find that formula that we're looking for. But you couldn't just copy and paste it from one person to the next and assume, well, that worked for them, so this will work for me.
It's so true. The program that I've built over the last 25 years, the professional player pathway, I was very fortunate to work on the EPPP with the FA. And that's obviously, as you know, was in excess of a £2 billion project to date. And we've had 24 success stories come out of Australia and the USA. And we think we've got the magic pill. But what we've discovered is we've got 8 pillars to the program. But only if you follow the 8 pillars and you follow it religiously and consistently for 10 years, you will spit out the other end. You might be a League 2 player or you might be a Premier League player, but what we're finding is so many of them fall by the wayside along the way because they're just not willing to put in the work and the effort. But also, I don't think the parents realise how much effort's required to get them there. And it's a tricky one. You've probably seen a lot of it as well in the time in the UK. Now, moving on from that, when we look at talent versus environment, this great question's a great one, again, from one of our parents. How much do you believe, Gordon, on a player's success is actually down to talent? And how much do you think comes more from the environment that's created by parents and coaches? Which side of the camp are you in?
Well, I actually think the best are both. So yeah. I'm not really sitting on the fence there. Because, and you see I always moan about the lack of context in messaging that we see with random statements throughout, what's the one about talent, hard work will always beat talent if talent doesn't work. Well, that doesn't apply, because you could be the worst player that's ever kicked a ball, and you could desperately want to be a professional footballer and you could work harder than anybody else, but you're still not going to be good enough. So I don't buy into that sort of basic black and white narrative. What I do think is if you have ability, for me, you still need to have those fundamental building blocks that I talked about earlier if you want to be successful as a performer. And I think that's created by the environment. And I think those character traits need to be developed. But I think we probably at a stage where we've got to be even more intentional with that. Many people used to think, oh, well, sport, this naturally creates some of these traits. Well, yes, it can. But I think we're having to go, because of the changes in society, because of the changes with technology, because of the changes in modern day parenting, I think we're having to strip that noise away, push it to the side, because what hasn't changed is performance. And if you want to be a performer, you're going to have some talent, but you're also going to have to understand what holds that talent together and develop that alongside it. And I always say to parents, because we just haven't got any of these guarantees in the sports industry. I've got kids in Olympic programs who couldn't have done any more over the last decade, Raymond, and they still haven't achieved what they wanted to achieve. And they're lashing out to adults around them saying, well, you told me if I just did this, I'd get there in the end, and you told me that, and all of this. And actually, we've really reframed what we're saying to them. We're only got to give ourselves the best chance, because that's all we can promise. And it's not about being negative. It's about making sure we've done everything we possibly can, with the fallback being for me that if we invest all this time into this process, which you're going to have to do, which you know, and you don't quite get to where you want to be, what you have created is a brilliant person who will thrive in whatever walk of life they go into. And then I think it makes it really worthwhile. If we just sell that one success criteria, so many of us are going to be disappointed. You know, it is what it is.
Yeah, I love that one, and I think if we understand that, there's a lot of successes along the way, and we speak a lot about processes versus outcomes, and being a lot more focused on processes in our program. And they actually, if you start recognizing processes as wins, when you get that big outcome like scoring a goal or getting selected for your team for next year, that also then doesn't get given a big hoo-ha like it normally does, because the players are so process focused. Now, the next one, I always laugh at this one, the sideline effect. I can remember being 10 years of age, going to watch my cousin, who was a very talented footballer, and he was playing in Kirby at the time for a team called Kirby Town, which is where Liverpool's new training ground is. And my uncle, God love him and rest his soul, used to have a little bit of a temper on the sideline. And I'd been privy to him running across the pitch, having punch-ons with other parents, not really setting a good role model. So then 20 years later, I'm coaching at Leicester City in the Premier League at Everton, where the parents are 40 metres behind this tape. They're not allowed to do anything other than cheer. And I thought, wow, hasn't the game come on? The question I want to get to with the sideline effect, and we've got a lot of problems with this in Australia at the moment. It's like being in England in the 80s. What does the research and your experience tell you about sideline behaviour, and how does it really impact confidence, decision-making and love for the game? And give us an example. I'm sure you've seen many.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm just trying to think how you answer something like this, because everybody naturally on the parent thing, and when you do work with a lot of parents, how do I sort the sideline out? And I think it's got to go far deeper than that, because loads of people have tried to sort the sideline out with loads of different campaigns, chuck millions at it, and it's still as bad as what it ever is. The Australian one's interesting for me. I'll tell you a story. I was in Singapore doing some work with gymnastics, and I met an Australian in a bar, and we got talking about football. And he asked what I did, and I asked what he did. He said, "Oh, that's really interesting." And he said, "Who do you barrack for?" So I was sort of taken aback culturally, and I have so many conversations. I thought, what a bizarre question. I'm assuming he means who do I support? But the immediate link then is, oh, well, football, that means I behave like that. You know, and what you find then is what people are doing is that, like we talked about earlier, is they're basically saying, oh, well, this is what we do in football. So actually, because in football, I've seen some of these elements of behaviour, oh, well, that's all right for me then to sort of behave like that. The trouble is it doesn't support the challenge is it doesn't support performance. Now, when you get people to think about how do you support in a way that supports performance, particularly on the sides, you know, I always say we're trying to, particularly in my work, we're trying to help young players be ready for that step up to the professional game. Well, if they're going to play in front of 10, 15, 20,000, they're not going to be able to hear you yelling pass, down the line, tackle, shoot, and everything else that goes with it from the younger stage. So at what age are you going to let the stabilizers off? Yeah. And if you'd link that to the fact that actually all the good learning happens because we see pictures, we paint pictures in our mind, we make mistakes, we then adapt that to the next picture that we get. That picture from a player's perspective looks very different from what it does on the side. And in my sessions, when I wander to the side of where I deliver and say, funny, that's a very different view from the one I've got at the front as to where the spaces are and whatever else, you start to then think, okay, well, hang on. What am I actually here for? Am I supporting a team? Or am I supporting development? I'm supporting performance. Now, this isn't about removing fun, by the way. I'm not a fan of silent sidelines. I'm really not. I think they they make a point, but they're very rarely backed up by continuous education, which is my issue with them. I think it raises awareness, but unless this is an ongoing piece and we're digging deeper and we're enhancing the environment that young people play in, it's just another thing that we tick off and do, and 2 weeks later everybody's back to behaving like normal, whether the kids have had it or not. So I always like to go down that line than trying to solve the society problem. Certainly with performance parents, is how are you supporting a performer? And I think that means your ability to let them make those choices, to not get too embroiled. And if you do get emotional about stuff, I think this is a really good one for parents. And you know that all the external noise, all that stress of other parents, everything else that's going on, if you know inherently in your nature that's a challenge for you, I would go and stand on your own and zip your coat up. And honestly, my zip coat over the years, watching my 2 kids, I've still got a daughter at Newcastle United, I have a son who got released at 13 from a then Premier League club. I mean, my zips heard so many swear words over the year and so many statements. But the key is it's not impacting on the actual game and the kids. So I think that all these things just help people consider why do they do what they do. And I think with the sideline, they do that because this is just what we do. This is just what we do in football. Well, doesn't mean it's a good thing. And at the top clubs now, we're actually saying, why would we want to say this is what we do in football? It's actually, hang on, this is what we do at Liverpool because we've made the choice that we know this is right. We've got to be brave. This is what we do here, and this is what we're going to police and do effectively because we know that creates better players. And people have to be brave and police and stand behind some of the things they say they're going to do. But you can't conquer the whole game. Impossible. Couldn't have that impact. Nobody could have that impact on society.
No. If anyone can fix VAR, you'd be onto $1 billion business.
It'd be like the magic pill, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Now, the next one, and I love this one because I was very lucky to work with a very progressive head of football at Leicester City, a guy called John Rudkin. And at the time when I was working there, he said, we have a triangle and everything's got to work in synergy. He said, you've got the player at the top, you've got the parents at the bottom left, and you've got the club and the coaches at the bottom right. And if we all accept praise, but we all accept when things go wrong, responsibility, it's like this formula that will always work. And I used to love that. But from your point, when we talk about coach and parents alignments, in your experience, what separates environments where parents and coaches work in sync from those that constantly clash? And if you could give us a good example of something that you could maybe refer back to.
Well, I think that triangle I think the key to that is bringing that triangle to life. We've made some adaptations to it because actually, particularly with younger players, we put the parent at the top because the reality is without them and their influence, you've got no one to coach. We put the kids in the middle, and then the clubs and the coaches around that. Look, coaches, teachers, really tough job, really difficult job. We go in and do a lot of work with coaches on how do you work effectively with parents. My gut on all of this is that for me, young people need consistency from key people in their lives. And when young people say to me, Gordon, who do I listen to, my parent or my coach? I'm like, well, tell me what it is. And with the limited information, I'll give you an honest answer. And sometimes I'll say parent and sometimes I'll say coach. There's something massively uncomfortable about that for me. Everybody's banging on in the world about what young people need. A good starting point would be some leadership and consistency from key people in their lives. And then we'll worry about all the other bits that go. They're getting so many mixed messages and mixed noise. I think coaches bring different experiences to it. So when you work with young coaches who've never really had a challenge with parents, they're quite open to it. Those that have been round the block, maybe got a little bit older, a little bit uglier in my case, and have had to deliver bad news at a variety of points, You've then been on the receiving end of the late night email full of Sauvignon Blanc. You've been on the receiving end of all of these things. And it changes your perception of how you want to work with them, because it's like, actually, this is easy for me. I just want to push you as far away as possible. But actually, that presents really big problems, because then you don't get, well, actually, what's the coach working towards here? Where's the progress update for my kid? What are we working on? How can we support at home? Because parents are desperate to do the extra supporting bit. So how do we bring them into that whilst they're not interfering with maybe the technical and the coaching aspect of the game? How do we do it in a way that makes those conversations happen, and how do we create environments for those to happen? But not so that parents have got access to coaches every minute of the day either. But what you can't have is the wall of silence where the parents make up their own narratives, because I think that causes more damage than actually the reality of it, because they just pass it round to each other. But that's based on a lack of information for me, and a lack of understanding, and a lack of clarity and transparency of what's going on. And I think the best environments that I see working are really good. There is a safety for parents to speak in different formats, however that may be. But they're very aligned on, this is what we're trying to achieve. These are the steps that we're going to get there. This is what we're doing. This is what we could like you to help us with. And I think environments that are able to do that, I just think everybody benefits, because we've got to paint the picture of what development is, because it's not always nice. And I when I see parents who are shocked by some of it's like, what were you expecting to see from being involved in performance sport? You know, it's like being a firefighter. If you go into the fire service, you will expect to see fire. If you go into performance sport, there are things you are going to see that happen to absolutely everybody that's ever played the game, or anybody that's tried to achieve. And then there's this major shock. Well, let's just talk about it. Let's just get it out there. Let's be honest. And let's just try and make sense of it in a way that helps young people.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. Now, this next one, the car ride home. What's one thing that parents need to stop saying to kids, and what should be the framework of the car journey home from a parent's perspective to the child?
Yeah, okay. What I think we have to get away from is widely publicised, this would be really good to say, I loved watching you play, or did you enjoy that? Because if I asked my 15-year-old daughter that question now, she'd look at me as though I was on another planet. I get that some of these people are desperate to get a greater narrative. The reality for me, car journeys home, after games, everybody's emotional. Tired, worked up. That's parents, coaches, and young players. Emotionally, physically, mentally tired. If things haven't gone according to plan, and I don't know how parents feel. I mean, parents listen to me. I'm shattered after watching my kids compete. I haven't verbalized it, but my God, I've lived the experience with them and everything that goes with it. In no other walk of life, if it's gone badly, would we put those two human beings back together and say, do you know what, we're now going to pick the bones out of that.
Yeah, you can imagine that on Match of the Day.
Yeah, but there you go. But there's the issue, I think, because what happens is, because we've got so used to after match analysis, and because we've got so used to, oh, well, this is clearly what we do from the age of 5 when we first appear, with the kids walking 10 metres behind us, sipping their water with their heads down, as we quote Match of the Day from the night before. It doesn't necessarily support performance. And I think our ability, if it's gone well, it's easy, because everybody wants to talk about, oh, did you see that? Oh, that was amazing when I did this. That's easy. That's the easy bit. But I think working with our kids around what actually works for them, what do they need after a game, and talking to them, because again, everybody's going to be different. And when I work with teenagers, Raymond, I've got live evidence of this, because I ask them what they want after a game. And their top 3 answers are bath and a shower, food and a sleep. At no point do they say a full-scale debrief with my mum and dad.
No.
However, what they do say is, I love talking to my parents about their sport, about my sport. And I'm like, yes, thank goodness for that. I love talking sport with my kids. And I said, well, what does that mean? And they'll say, well, I'm happy to do it later, or I'm happy to do it tomorrow or a day after. And we know that from performance environments, that some elements of feedback we hold on to in the immediate aftermath of a game, and we wait till training on the Monday or training on the Tuesday. Well, we can incorporate that into some of our parenting approach as well. And I think if you are going to ask questions, you want to get your kids reflecting on their experience through their eyes and try to resist the urge to do all the technical feedback of how you saw the world unless they're leading it. But again, some kids will probably say, yeah, I need that from my dad as well. They have such a big influence. So I'm never going to say it's completely right one way or the other. I think there's just things we've got to consider.
Yeah, I love it. I think for me, I think the big game changer being at a Category 1 club at Leicester at the time was when they implemented the bus journeys to and from the games. So especially the away games, so the parents were allowed to travel, but they weren't allowed to be with the players. And the players had to be on the bus to come home. And what we found was the social elements of the game was great, because the kids would get on the bus, win, lose or draw. And we found that none of them really spoke about the game. All they were talking about was the computer games, the latest girlfriends. And they actually just had child time, being a child. And I remember having Luke Thomas and Harvey Barnes at the time, and they're sitting at the back of the bus. And I just look back now, and they were like 12 and 14 years of age, and think they kids just wanted to be kids. They didn't want that full match of the day debrief. And I think it's a shame that not everyone gets that, because not everyone plays at that level, and they have to do the car journey home sometimes, unfortunately, with difficult conversations.
But also, the thing for me, Roman, we've seen with the growth of our work is who helps them.
Yeah.
So we're having this chat here. If you listen to this morning, you might go and actually, is that good, and maybe adapt one thing. Where's the mass support on how we actually support young people and help clubs and coaches create the right environments for that to happen?
It's so interesting. So without going off track too much, when we worked on the EPPP and we were trying to get the Cat 1 status for Leicester, which we were successful, it always used to sit in the back of my head. I was reading a lot of books like Bounce by Matthew Said and Outlier by Malcolm Gladwell, and it sort of hit me that we're missing the boat. And this was 15 years ago, that the most important components of a child's life is the parents or the parents. And I think that's where we're going to not increase 1%. I think we could increase football players in England by another 10%, I think, if we start to work with the parents. And I think this is why when I seen your business and I seen your LinkedIn profile and I spoke to Ben and he told me about you, and I'm like, this needs to be spread. Like, this is something that we've been throwing mud on the wall for years, but it hasn't been sticking. So it is a real privilege to speak to you today, mate, because I can see people are going to see this and it's going to make a huge change. And hopefully England can get that World Cup one year.
I can't guarantee that, but we live in hope, don't we?
We do. No, we've only got a couple of questions to go, so we've got 2 more to go. The next one is the parents as a performance asset. So if parents saw themselves as part of the performance team rather than spectators, what behaviours do you think could change first?
I think, again, for me, it's what our role is as a parent, isn't it? I think if we're supporting performance, our role is obviously in logistics, environment at home, conversations, dialogues. And I actually think more, for me, when young people say, I want to be a professional player, or young people say, I want to go to the Olympics, I think that's brilliant. I love people to dream, aspire and have hope. But I think what it does mean for us as parents is I do think it means we can shift the dial on them a little bit. because then we've got to be demanding of the behaviours and those building blocks. And we're not confronting the person, because you try and have some of these conversations with teenagers, it's an absolute minefield. We're not confronting the person, we're confronting the behaviour. And actually our ability as parents to recognise that actually if I support, like you talked about earlier, the processes, that actually you need to bring into your week a large number of these character traits. You're telling me that you want to be a professional player, yet you're still on your devices till 3 a.m, and you're maybe not getting a quality of sleep, and you're maybe not doing your nutrition as well as it could be done. I've got an issue with that, because for me, they're then just words. But I think there has to be that distinction then between, this is my kid just going out to play grassroots football, and this is somebody trying to do performance. I think they're two very different entities with very different outcomes, and everybody wants a one-size-fits-all solution to the whole thing. The moment we mention performance, for me, and you're part of supporting performance, I think you've got to really look at what your role is within that group.
Yeah, 100%. It's so important, and I think the whole sort of content of this podcast has all been about framing it and how the parents frame everything. And I think just having a bit of a plan and a thought process. Now, the final one, you're probably expecting this one, but the final question, and this is my question, for parents who are genuine and they want to give the child the best chance, not just in sport, but I think in life as well, what are the 3 behaviours or 2 or 3 behaviours that you think they can commit to today that's achievable, but they should follow through with them? And not just as like in your line of work, but as a fellow parent as well.
Oh, tough one. I prefer your parents' questions. They're easy. We'll go. Look, I think there's got to be commitment. There has to be commitment. I always just say that. It's always a context thing for me. There has to be commitment, but also young people need to have rest, recovery, and balance in their lives. But there has to be a commitment on things that we're trying to do and trying to achieve. Look, motivation comes and goes, Raymond. We all get that from our lives. But if we've committed to, this is what I'm trying to do, you find a way of getting the job done. So I think there's a commitment piece. I think you have to have resilience.
Yeah.
The trouble is, everything in the world at the moment is chipping away against resilience.
Yeah.
Blame cultures, excuses, poor
entitlements,
comparisons, all of those behaviours. We've got to foster that in a positive way. And do you know what? It means pain, it means upset, and it means learning from these experiences and doing it in a way that creates far better foundations. I also think a trait that I just think in life, and I know has been invaluable to me, and I encourage this in my kids more than any other trait, is your ability to communicate with other people. I think is huge.
Yeah.
I think your ability to take people with you, I think your ability to go and seek support, your ability to communicate well, absolutely massive. And do you know what? Young players are not going to reach the top on their own. They're going to need support. They're going to need support. Well, we want to get them talking about their game. We know one of the traits of high performers is how good they are at evaluating performance and what it is that they're doing. Well, we've got to get them talking about their sport, get them talking about how they're feeling about it. If they need to solve problems, maybe rather than always jumping in, is this one of those times where actually I can help shape a conversation with them to maybe go and have with the coach or somebody within the club, get them standing on their own 2 feet. So, yeah, I think for me, commitment, resilience, good communicators, I think would stand you in pretty good stead.
It's an amazing one to finish on, and I had a really big argument with my ex-wife at the time. This is many years ago, and my eldest daughter, who's now 17, professional tennis player, she was 6 years of age, and we'd just come back to England for a visit. And we pulled up outside the newspaper shop, and I give her some money. She was only 6, and I said, "You need to go in the shop. You need to get me a copy of the Liverpool Echo." I wrote it down as it's a newspaper, and she stood there outside the shop 15 minutes crying. And I'm like, no, you need to just go in. I'm watching, and she did eventually. And I remember her mum saying to me many years later, she said, "I sort of understood what you were doing with her when she was really young, really helping her to have the confidence to go in even at the age of 6 and 7. Because I think if, that's normal for me and you to walk in the shop and buy a newspaper. But if you've never done it, the first barrier is communication. And I think it's a poignant one to finish on. Now, for all of our followers, before we let you go, Gordon, so obviously you've been doing a bit of work in Liverpool this year. Is there any other big clubs that you've worked in and any other big plans for the rest of 2026 that you can share with our platform? Because we're very fortunate. We've got about 2 million followers across all the socials. So everyone would be keen to know what you're up to this year.
Yeah, look, there's loads on the go. I mean, we work across the Premier League, the boys and girls program. We're working with the England teams on the girls' side. We're across all of the Football League clubs. But beyond, some stuff in the US as well, working with individual clubs over there. And then, of course, that's our football world. We're doing rugby pathways, cricket pathways, hockey, gymnastics, international gymnastics. I was even asked to do some work in curling and skateboarding. I mean, I always joke, I know absolutely nothing about curling and skateboarding. And I always say, if anybody wants to have a chat, I'd be really grateful. Nobody comes forward. Nobody's come forward yet for a long time. But yeah, look, massively exciting. And the best thing for me is I get to have so many dialogues and visit so many different environments every day. It's a real privilege. And all you're trying to do, I guess, is bring everybody closer together, relationships-wise, in a way that ultimately is helping these young people thrive. And yeah, very fortunate to, as I say, work with all these different experiences and try and make sense of what is a very complex world that we're living in.
It is. It's very, very complex. Now, we will share it in the show notes, but if anyone wants to reach out to you, they'll get a copy of the book or anything, where can they go to see it?
Yeah, so the book's exclusively available on the Parents in Sport platform. That's www.parentsinsport.co.uk. That's not because it's not a bestseller. It's the fact that I wasn't going to let Amazon take all the profits from that. So we sell that there, but we sell it after talks across the world, and we've got a number of programs who buy all of those books for their parents within their programs. So that's how we do our sales. So that's the best place to find us. And if anybody wants to reach out and send us an email from there, that would be the place to do it.
What I'm going to do is, for all of my listeners and followers on our platform, the first 3 players to comment on this book, BOOK, we'll actually purchase you a copy of the book. So we're going to give away 3 copies. And all you've got to do, my friends, on our platform is comment the word book, and the first 3 families to do that, we'll actually purchase a copy of the book for you off Gordon. So, Gordon, a big thank you, mate. I know it's early morning there, it's late at night here, but a big thank you for your time. And maybe we do weekly live calls with our athletes. So maybe at some point later in the year, if maybe we could get you for 15, 20 minutes and let our parents unleash themselves on you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, happy to help. Love the conversation as always.
Cheers, Gordon. I'll be in touch, mate. Thanks very much.
For real estate through land and house packages across Australia, and if you can do that and build 3 or 4 houses, 5 houses through your career, by the time you come out of it, it'll be unreal. You'll be sitting back going, yeah. So my guidance through what they're doing off the field, because I believe having a distraction off the field is very important for you to keep level-headed. We can get stuck in the bubble and think rugby league or soccer all the time, and it gets too much, especially for the kids coming straight out of school into a profession. So to have that focus outside of rugby league, soccer, cricket, whatever it is, I think is very important. I can, for me, a big one was when my kids come along. They don't know. They don't care if you won, lost. You played poorly. You played great. You are still a dad. You've got to get up It's like having a big night on the beers and you've got to get up that next morning and look after them. I don't care. Definitely important as athletes go through their journey to have a distraction and do that. You know, it's just separate both. It's go home, clear the head, focus on something else. When you're at your profession, nail that, and stay away.
Yeah.
Put things in place for a smooth transition after footy, soccer, cricket, whatever it is.
Whatever you play.
I'm enjoying that, mate. We're fresh into it, so we'll get the ball. There'll be once the momentum sort of gets going and we reach out and connect with some athletes, it's going to be unreal.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of it, especially in the Premier League. I was working at a club called Leicester City from about 2011 to 2014, and we were around a lot of ex-players who'd been in the top team, and then it was like they didn't know what to do next, and it was soul-destroying to see like these guys who were Premier League superstars at the time who were probably earning £20,000-30,000 a week, but then they come to the end of the careers, and a lot of them to do with things like maybe alcohol. Some unfortunately got involved in drugs, some just lost their way a bit. And, you know, I won't name names, but there was one or two players who were superstars in that Leicester team in the early 2000s who didn't have any money post-career because they just didn't have any advice, they didn't have any guidance. And I think like what you are doing, when I first met you and Paul and you explained how you're going to do it through the power of like properties and lands and just educate that you've got to start thinking for the future, you've got to forward think a little bit. And at the time, you know, maybe you're 27, you're single, you're not even thinking of kids, you haven't got a girl or a permanent girlfriend. It's like the last thing you want to think about, but you should be thinking of the future. And it was soul-destroying to see in those early 2010 eras and decade that the amount of players who don't have the support, and even till this present day, I get a lot of stories back to me of people who've earned tens of millions of pounds in the game and are bankrupt. They don't have any money.
You just can't get your head around that, can you? You just don't understand it.
It's hard, and it's like obviously there is a disparity between NRL and the Premier League in England, but like it shows you like it's so important whether you're earning $500 a week or you're earning £50,000 a week. It's so important to forward think because you're probably going to have kids at some point in the future, and it's important to set yourself up to enjoy that second part of your life where you could be pretty relaxed. And money's not everything, but one of the things I've learned over the years, you don't have to worry about money. It's definitely a good thing not to have to worry about it. And I've found that through myself, being a single dad full-time with 2 kids, it's like not having to worry about money means I can focus on helping kids in the sport that I'm in and to try and help those kids stand on their own 2 feet. And that's my big mission, and I think it makes a hell of a difference. So what you and Paul are doing, I think is absolutely phenomenal. And you did tell me a little about Fogs as well, and like that, I just don't think people realise how important those sorts of businesses are. So hats off to you for everything you're doing, Matt.
Thank you very much, Ray. Yeah, just like you said, mate, that guidance, and as we know, it's the people you surround yourself with, right? So if you can, you get a little group here, a little group there, we're all, doing it for the better and guiding, these athletes in the right direction, and just understand it might not be Land and House package for them, but it might be something else. At least you've got those right people around you that can connect you with, what your vision is for after sport. I think here in Australia, I think we can do a lot better for our athletes and guiding them in the right way. So this is just the start, but very exciting for us. And, it's just giving back through my experiences, through Paul's experience. He's a father himself, obviously. He knows Land and House packages off the back of his hands, the right places to put people of whatever their situations are, their budgets are. It's, leaning on us for that guidance. And, I think we can do that very well.
Now, we're going to drop it all in the show notes to this episode. It's been amazing. But if anyone wants to reach out and help out with Fogs or get involved with Merit Sports, how would they do that?
Just contact me, mate. Get through to Ray, send him some information, email addresses, phone numbers, and we can go from there. So definitely here to help and guide people, and I want to share what I do full-time there at Fogs. It's such a great organisation, and keeping that connection to the past is very important in any sport, as we know. Everyone has their old boys groups and things like that, but Fogs is an organisation there to lean on. So very important, and that exciting opportunity with Merit Sports. Please reach out to Ray if you are interested. We'll get you point in the right direction. We'll catch up and have a conversation and see where you're at with life.
Yeah, amazing. So for everyone who is watching and listening in, we will drop it all in the show notes, how you can reach out to me and to Matt and to Paul. We'll also put some information in about Fogs in the website and also about Merit Sport. So, Matt, I'll be honest, it's probably one of the best podcasts I've done. I've done about 50 in the last 2 years, and it's so good to see the different crossovers. But big thank you for joining us today.
No, thank you, Ray. I enjoyed my time here, mate, and hopefully we can do one again.
Yeah, let's get one in the future.
I appreciate having me on. Thank you.
Yeah, cheers, Matt. Thanks, guys.
Hi everyone, this is Raymond Wood at the Raymond Wood Podcast. We are here. I say this every episode, but my episodes I think just keep getting better and better and better. We've got someone on who I've known for a couple of years now, a guy called Lockie. I met Lockie in one of my local gyms in Brisbane, and he's been a huge inspiration over the years, and what we're about to share with you on this podcast will absolutely blow your mind. I wanted to make sure this podcast happens, and you're probably wondering why I am not in my studio and why Lockie's in my studio. I've just flown back from Hawaii, and we got stranded in Sydney because of bad weather, so I've decided we want to make this episode happen. So, Lockie, a big welcome from me in Sydney at my makeshift studio, and you're in my studio in Brisbane. How are you?
Ray, it's so good to be on here, mate, and thanks for the kind words. I'd have to say, as I was just saying to you a moment ago, very inspirational to have seen the leaps and bounds that you've just progressed in and the impact that you're having in your space. And it's great to be on here. I can confirm these couches are as comfy as they look as well. So I'm glad I get to be here and I'm not in the airport.
Yeah, I'm just gutted not to be there just today, but the universe has a mysterious way for doing things, and for some reason, I'm a big believer in that. And the funny thing was, I bumped into a young boy and his dad today in the hotel where I am. And story short, we basically just opened up a huge opportunity in Chicago in the USA for about 200 players. So the universe has chosen me to be here today and not in Brisbane, and I think we know why.
That's amazing, mate. It is good when you can take I guess what would be a setback for most, to turn that into an opportunity and just roll with it.
Now, Lockie, obviously, for those listeners that don't know, I'm based in Brisbane. You were based in Brisbane pretty much most of your life. And what we're going to do is we're going to get a little bit of a backstory on how you're involved and how you have been involved in sports before we get into the whole reason why we brought you on today. And I think it'll bring some context into why we brought you on. But can you just give us a little bit of a 2 to 3 minute backlog of your life to date, where you grew up, what sport you played, what sport you played professionally, and what you've been doing since then?
Yeah, so I grew up in Toowoomba, so I was very lucky being out in, my parents had a bit of acreage, so I got exposed to just living outdoor from the moment that the sun came up until it went down. I was skateboarding, got into surfing, I played soccer for a while, believe it or not, rugby league, anything that I could get my hands onto or get involved in, I did, and I was very grateful for that, because at the time what I didn't realize was I was learning a lot of great small skills that would, progress and compound over time. And I was a very good track and field athlete, so I won state titles and placed second at a state title in the 800 metres and the 400 metres. And when I went to school, I got a scholarship at Toowoomba Grammar School, which, I'm very grateful I got to go there. I'd started getting a bit of peer pressure to go to the rugby sides of things because I wanted to fit in. It was a rugby school. I was a stick-thin little skateboard runner guy, but I didn't want to get picked on anymore. So I did whatever I needed to do to become a great footballer. So once again, when I wasn't at school, I was learning to catch and pass properly. I was learning to tackle. I was learning to use my feet. I just obsessed over it, and I was very fortunate. I went from the 13 C's to the B's to the A's, and I played 2 years of first 15 at Toowoomba Grammar School, which was awesome. And then I got an opportunity to go play over in France, which was the dream. I guess as a young boy, a young Australian bloke, the dream for me was to always be a professional athlete. I just idolized them. I would see them on the paper, in the news, and I just thought, what a life that would be. I believe that being a professional athlete would just transform everything. So having that opportunity, Ray, really, changed my life. I probably didn't maximize the opportunity when I had it. I had things that I know you talk a lot about and you educate people on. I didn't have my head screwed on my shoulders in regards to what I did outside of sport at that age. When you're living abroad, I partied a little bit too much and ended up coming back home, and that was the end of it. So I was done by 23, which looking back is probably one of my biggest regrets. But I used that setback to be a platform to continue building into where I am today.
Yeah, it's an amazing story and a journey. Obviously, for anyone that doesn't know, I met you in an amazing gym called Function Well in Brisbane. That's run by the amazing Darren and his family. And I remember the conversations we used to have in the gym, not just with you, but also with your partner Amy and the guys. And it was just like the amount of people in this one particular gym who were so inspirational and were basically all there for one reason. It's about trying to educate the youngsters growing up in Australia and around the world that these things are possible. Whichever route you go down, anything's possible. And I think you and Amy are an absolute testament to share that journey and make youngsters realise that you can do anything if you set your mind to it.
It's very true, and depending on what people's upbringings are or who you have, I guess, connections with or who you get to surround yourself with as a young kid, it really does either put a ceiling on or blow the roof off what you think's possible for yourself. And for me personally, once rugby was done, I didn't have access to, I probably did, but I wasn't tapped into the network around me of people who were successful in business, had great marriages, great lifestyles or great health. So I just had a limitation on what I thought was possible for me. And so as a result of that, I was thinking very small. I was acting in a way that I wouldn't say I'm proud of. But then I met my wife, and for those who don't know, my wife's a part of Shepherd, so this hit song Geronimo. And I was with her before that, but when that song took off, you got Justin Bieber's manager calling and all these huge people. And I remember thinking to myself, she's going to break up with me. I'm not a good person. I had poor self-esteem and I didn't have much going on in my life. But to her testament, she stood by me, and obviously we're married now, but watching her chase her dreams. So not every day is a good day in the entertainment industry, just like in the sporting space, you have ups and downs, but watching how passionate she is and how committed she is to that gave me that newfound energy and motivation to get back after what I wanted to pursue in life.
Yeah, it's funny that you just touched on it. We all call it the imposter syndrome, but one of the big things that really upsets me in the modern day, and especially in Australia, is it's not the kids who have imposter syndrome because they don't even know what that is. It's the parents who have an imposter syndrome. They walk around listening to fear-based messages in the media, in the news, on the television, how you should look, how you should present yourself. And people, especially parents, just live in this fear-based world. And that's what I'm trying to break down, is that, guys, trust me, I've worked in this game for over 25 years, and this is possible if you follow this set pathway and you apply yourself. Anything is possible in this life.
I couldn't agree more. And that, for me, is one of the things that I break down, especially with the line of work that I'm in now. I work with a lot of business owners and CEOs as well, who maybe have sacrificed marriages or their health in order to build their businesses, which I can understand because I did that as well. But looking at that, I remember, working in mental health and looking at why people wanted to escape. So just quickly touching, it's obviously, Men's Health Month this month with Movember. But looking at, for me, I was like, why do people want to escape from living? And I broke it down simply to the point of, if you want to escape something, it's just you don't like what's in front of you. And that can come through the relationship that you have, once again, the financial position you're in, the career that you're in. Maybe you don't have the energy or vitality. So I then thought, okay, well, prevention is always better than cure. And so if I can learn from people, even like yourself, Ray, and various other mentors within my life, there's always going to be things that I admire, and there's going to be things that maybe don't suit me or my lifestyle, which is okay, because that's where individuality comes in. But from that, it's up to me to decide, okay, for me to live my best life, what does that look like based off the experiences that I have, the people that I have within my life, and how can I piece that together to continue building on top of that? And that's where the more, even from this conversation, I promise you I'll walk away going, I'm playing small. I've become comfortable. I maybe did let the fear hold me back, and I've just accepted that I shouldn't take that risk. But then from here, I'll go, okay, actually, Ray said something that challenged a limiting belief that I had, that now I'm going to go pick up the phone, or I'm going to take that extra risk to continue building my life forward. You know, my wife and I packed up our whole life in Brisbane, where we had great careers in Australia. We had a house, we had everything. It was great. But we've packed up and moved across to Nashville, America, where we didn't know anyone. We spent a lot of money moving over there, and we're starting from scratch again. We don't have a reputation, we don't have a network, and it's daunting. But it's also knowing that when I'm 95, Ray, I want to look back on my life, one with some great stories to tell and adventures, but I also want to be sitting there going, I just gave it a red hot crack, and I did whatever I possibly could to, you know, be the best version of myself and create the best life for myself.
Yeah, you're so true, and it's funny. I just mentioned I'd just been to Hawaii for a week, and it was a work/holiday with my two daughters, and I took them to Pearl Harbor, and it was all about educating them, and more so my 10-year-old, because she didn't really know much about Pearl Harbor, and exactly what you just touched on. For me personally, I think it's about when you get to that point, if we're lucky enough to live into our 80s and 90s, to be able to share a story with our grandchildren or other people's children. And I look back, some of my most influential people in my life, one of them was my grandfather, and the stories that he used to share with us. And although it wasn't a good period of time, he was in World War II, but some of the stories he told us and the friendships he made in the war, and some of his army buddies, and I look back and think it's all about stories, about living the dream, and about just pushing your boundaries. And I think that's something that I think we all need to do. And I know for my two daughters, just having spent a week with them again on a holiday and going to places like Pearl Harbor and telling good stories, but also learning from past mistakes. Like, you know, you've spoken about some of the issues you had in your early 20s, and I was no different. I've spoken openly to you that, you know, in my 20s and 30s, it was a bit of a blur, because you just live this life and you want to go out and have a beer with your friends. Alcohol runs away with itself, and then all of a sudden you look back and you go, where's the last 20 years ago? And I'll tell you where it's gone. It's been sat in the pub every weekend, pouring it down my throat, instead of actually making the most of life.
And it blows my mind. And once again, I always catch myself saying things like, I don't understand how people can just sit in the pub and do that, but that was also me. And it's obviously a massive shift in my identity around what I find valuable and what I believe adds great experiences to my life and what I want to be doing. So when you just said that there, I'm like, man, I wasted a number of years. I believe I wasted my best years athletically because of booze, because I wanted to fit in. And then I would, you know, developed that habit, but it also became a vice when I felt uncomfortable socially. You know, I'm socially a bit of an anxious person, but I don't let that hold me back anymore. But back in the day, I'd be like, right, let's grab a beer or whiskey to just have that social lubricant. And then the social lubricant goes from one beer or one whiskey to 10, and then I'm out till, you know, 5 a.m, and I wake up going, shit, what have I done? Who do I need to apologize to? This day is wasted. And it's really hard to build positive momentum when you're always starting 3 steps behind the blocks.
Yeah, definitely. Now we're going to go to our first break, but guys, when we get back after the advertisement break, we're going to touch on a little bit about what Lockie just spoke about, and that was about playing things big and not playing things small and leaving change on the table. So guys, watch this ad, and me and Lockie will be back with you in the next 60 seconds. Would you one day like to be a professional football player? Would you like to be part of our Pro Player Pathway? What is the Pro Player Pathway? It's an opportunity for all Australian football players aged between 10 and 23 who want to join us to become the next professional football player. On the Pro Player Pathway, you get to join me and my team free of charge to an event all around Australia. When you join me, we're going to teach you the secrets of football in Europe. And one day, maybe, you could be gracing the Champions League final. Guys, over the next 12 months, we're going to be coming around all the major cities of Australia. And when we come around all the major cities, we're going to be running our free events everywhere we go. So guys, what have you got to lose? Nothing. It's a free event. It's for boys and girls aged 10 to 23. And I'm going to teach you the secrets of becoming a top European football player. Oh, and one final thing. We're going to be giving away 20 scholarships to join me on this programme of a lifetime. Hi everyone, this is Raymond Wood. We're back with our next episode. Now, we've just been speaking with Lockie in the first segment. We're back for our second segment. Hopefully you've enjoyed the advertisement. Now, Lockie, we've just spoken about playing things big, not leaving change on the table. Now, what we're about to touch on, I know for a fact there's going to be a lot of mums and dads out there, not so much the junior players who follow my podcast, but more so from the adults. They're going to not believe that this is possible. And I'm going to touch on this a little bit. So about 4 to 5 years ago, I decided to go down a journey of running. And I read a book by a guy called David Goggins. Now, if you would have said to me it was possible for me at the time to run a 10K, I would have said not a chance. Now, after reading this book called Can't Hurt Me, I then downloaded the audio book, and we'll touch on it a little bit later on, but I've just been very fortunate to be on a national tour with David Goggins, and most people on the planet know who David is now. Roll on 12, 18 months later after first reading this book, not only did I run my first 5K, then a 10K, then I was doing 70 to 80K training weeks. I then completed my first 4 to 5 marathons. I then went on to run an ultra marathon of 65 kilometers. And talk about trying to be positive when you're in the bottom of your lows. I was 61 Ks into a 65K race to be told there's a bushfire. We've now got to turn back and we've got to run 11 Ks backwards back to the last checkpoint. So I think I completed my first long ultra marathon was about 74 Ks. Now, the point I'm getting to with this is no one would have believed me that that is possible. And what I'm about to share with you with Lockie, and the reason why Lockie's coming on, because Lockie, I want you to tell everyone a little bit. Now, most people will think this is crazy, but I think it shows you how much we leave on the table and how sometimes we think too small instead of thinking big. You're about to run not 50 states, but 58 states. Can you explain what you're doing and the 58 marathons that you're about to put your body through?
Yeah, it is one of those things that is hard to explain and help people comprehend. But for me, it's just been something that I've been working on for the last sort of 12 weeks. Not to this specifically, but every year it gets a little bit bigger as I push my own limitations. So running 58 marathons in 58 days across all 50 states of America and all 8 states and territories of Australia. So we're kicking off in Alaska in winter. So all of America will be winter. So we're going to be hitting, sub-zero, minus 15 degrees and blizzards and snowstorms and all of that sort of stuff, to then crossing over the time zone where I'll be running 3 marathons in the space of about 30 hours to land in Australia, where it's obviously going to be March by then. And we're probably going to get those nice humid conditions in Darwin and in Perth and back in Brisbane as well. And hopefully not, but I'm more than likely going to hit over 30 degrees Celsius there. So we're looking at it as, I look at it as like the marathon of life, Ray. I was on a podcast with the Iron Cowboy, if anyone's familiar with him. He's a gentleman who did 50 Ironmen in 50 days across 50 states. And then just after COVID, he did 101 Ironman in 101 days. And just for context, that is 3.8 kilometers swim, 180 kilometer ride, and a marathon to finish for 100 days straight. And I asked him on the podcast, I said, James, of those, they're both ridiculous, obviously, but which did you find more challenging? And he said, Lockie, the 50 Ironman in 50 days across 50 states, because of the logistics, like trying to travel, make sure that you made it to the next state within the allocated time limit, and you're dealing with, there's so many logistical things that can go wrong. And I was sitting there and he was telling me how he raised so many funds for a charity that he was passionate about. It was also something that he wanted to do personally. And I was sitting there, Ray, in America, and I've always doubted myself. My whole life, I've sabotaged myself because of doubt. I don't believe I should be in the position that I'm in, and I've always found a way to ruin that, whether it's through alcohol, through lying, cheating, manipulating, whatever it has been. And as I've gotten older, I've become a lot more responsible. I've started to develop a better relationship with myself, and I have a really great network of people around me. So I got off that call and I said, okay, I want to do something like that, but bigger with a twist. And that's where the winter came in. That's where bringing Australia back into it to cross the time zones came in. And I turned to my brother-in-law, I was like, what do you reckon about this? He's like, I'm in, that'll be awesome. I asked my wife a couple of days later, and Amy's like, nah, no chance, that's ridiculous. And then I called up a buddy of mine, Matt Lancashire from Brisbane here, and he's like, mate, you've got to do that. I'm in. Whatever you want to do, let's do it. So I went back to my wife again. I was like, look, Amy, I've got a team building where we could do this. And she's like, all right, get it out of your system, go do it. And that sort of put the wheels in motion, and the excitement built. And for me, one of the things that I believe I'm put here to do, Ray, is I believe I'm athletically gifted. I believe I can inspire people to get more out of themselves by doing challenging things, maybe similar to David Goggins, but in my own way. And I've, raised funds for mental health and had my own mental health issues my entire life. And we've been raising funds for the last 8 years. And the biggest limiting belief that I experience right now is I've never really wanted the attention while I've done these things. So my fundraising goals, for example, have been like $10,000 or $15,000. And this time I was like, okay, I'm going to make this $100,000. We're going to get 2,000 people moving with a challenge that we have going on, a 58-day, 1% better a day challenge. And that's going to be what I believe is like a benchmark of success. So not only will I get to push myself and experience that marathon of life where the first, even now, is like that excitement zone when you set a goal or you commit to a dream where you think, oh, I could be doing something really amazing here. It's exciting. And then I'm sure I'm going to experience it probably on day 3 or 4 where the reality of it kicks in. The hard work kicks in and you go, okay, this is going to be tough. Like, am I going to choose to react and complain and not enjoy this experience? Or am I going to respond and raise my character and do whatever I can to get through this, looking after my recovery, leaning on my support team, making sure that I'm fueling myself well and just getting up day after day to complete that task. And then you obviously get that euphoric moment at the end upon completion. But for me, the people that we get to bring along with it from all around the world who are tuning in is going to be pretty exciting and pretty inspiring. And Ray, one of the cool things, I did a talk for a company on Wednesday, and they committed to knocking $100,000 out of the park for the fundraising. So now this will be the first time I've publicly said it. We're moving that fundraising goal to $1 million, which for me is very daunting. It's a lot of responsibility, but it's also, I have this opportunity to sink or swim, and I choose, I don't like sinking, so I want to swim and I want to step up and become the individual who can burden that responsibility and help impact more people with positive mental health and inspiration.
Yeah, that goal is phenomenal. It was funny when I first seen your target of $100,000, and it was funny how I've realised when I look in the mirror every day how I've changed as a person, because I seen your goal as $100,000 at first, and I'm like, why is he leaving it so small? And the first thing in my head, I've gone $10 million. So when you said $1 million, I'm like, Lockie, seriously, mate, I am telling you now, not only will you get our support, you're going to get the whole planet's support, mate. So can we go for 10 million?
Mate, this is why I love being around people like you, because you stretch people to grow. And I can tell everyone right now, my hands are sweating thinking about that, because to me it seems so far out of reach, but it also is something that I believe we could strive toward. If I want to be honest, I reckon we could do 2 million. 10 million to me scares the absolute bejeebers out of me. Absolute bejeebers out of me. But hey, anyone listening, you think we can do 10 million? Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. I mean, I'm saying it to my families, and I know some of my parents think I'm crazy, and I'm like, I want to know, when we're pulling it back into a football context, what's your big dream? And I'll get kids, and the kids will say, oh, I want to play for Real Madrid, but then the dad's like nudging them going, well, we'd like to maybe play A-League, and then we'll see where we go. And my big thing is, no. My granddad used to always have a saying. He said to me, and he used to have biscuits in his cupboard, and he was quite smart, my granddad, because he'd have the plain biscuits within reach, but the chocolate biscuits were up high, and he was 6'5", so only you could reach them. And he used to say to us, Ray, if you only ever aim for the plain digestives, the best case scenario you can get to the plain digestives.
He said, but if you work out a way to aim for the chocolate digestives in the next shelf, or you mightn't always get a chocolate digestive, but you're always going to be guaranteed a plain digestive. Where if you only ever aim for the plain digestive, you might not get that plain digestive. So Lockie, we're aiming for 10 million.
That's the goal. That makes me, makes me very uncomfortable, but I also do love a challenge.
Now, we're going to talk about your 58 states, and let's talk about like the US first. So you're kicking off in Alaska, and then you're going to move your way around. I've had a look at your map and where you're going. How are you doing that? Are you staying in hotels? Have you got a mobile home? Can you explain to our listeners how that's going to be possible?
Yeah, so we start in Alaska. So we're obviously flying to Alaska. We'll run in Anchorage, and then we'll fly back to Seattle, where we've got a motorhome. And so I've booked the motorhome to take for obviously 50 days or 51 days. And they actually called me last Thursday and they were like, Lockie, just wanted to confirm you're aware we have to winterize your van. And I said, I wasn't aware of that, but winter, that makes sense, that something has to happen. So can you please explain that? And they just said, basically, because you're in sub-zero conditions, you can't have the running shower or the running toilet because the pipes will swell and bust. So you're going to have to like find caravan parks and stuff. So we invested obviously a fair bit of money in this motorhome. And then now we've found out we've got to book caravan parks or, spots every night to be able to plug the car in and make sure it doesn't break down. So we'll be staying in homes, but essentially how it works, I'm very lucky. My brother-in-law, awesome with logistics, happy to drive. We've got a documentary crew coming. When I say crew, I've got one guy with his cameras and all of that sort of stuff, and he's using his team back here. And then I've got a buddy that I played rugby with in France who's he's a psychologist, so he'll help me and he'll run a few. And then Matt Lancashire as well is coming over with his son because he wants to inspire his son to see what it takes to achieve big things. And so every day, some days we'll be ranging drives from sort of 6 to 8 hours to the next place. Then we'll sleep and get up in the morning and go again. But I think one of the most challenging things, Ray, is going to be, obviously when you run a marathon, I'm aiming to do them all in about 4 hours a day. Now, obviously, as I get more fatigued or the cold weather stiffens the body up, I'm going to have to spend at least an hour warming up and loosening the body up. I've got leg sleeves that will be coming with me to make sure my circulation's going well and flushing the legs so that I can recover well. And then the hardest part about the whole thing that I believe is going to be eating enough food. So I eat about 2,000 calories a day. Well, I was eating about 2,000 calories a day, which is the standard, I guess, recommendation for the average male. I've got to get up to 5,000 calories. So at the moment, I'm doing about 3,700. So I've still got about 1,300 to build up to. And you don't just click the fingers and start eating that many calories. Like, you have to train your stomach to be able to do that. So it's literally, even now, I think to me personally, Ray, the hardest part is learning to eat, sleep and train. So logistically, we're going to be on the move non-stop. And people are often asked what happens, if you do get stuck in a blizzard. And if we do that, I have to rerun that state. So for example, if we're in Colorado and there's a snowstorm and we can't get to Utah, the next place, I'll have to rerun that marathon in Colorado and then, continue on. And the challenge is we've booked flights to leave San Diego back to Hawaii onto Sydney on the 11th of March. So we can't afford to push any days around or anything like that. So if I find myself in that position, I'm going to have to do a number of back-to-back marathons in specific days just to catch up time so we make sure we hit our flights. So logistically, I'm nervous because we don't have much margin for error, because in order to meet the time zones and to make it every consecutive day, we have to abide by those rules and we have to make sure that we get to every state. So that's how that's going to be happening. I am very lucky. I'll be sitting in the back on my bed, sleeping, probably listening to some podcasts or chilling out, and my awesome team will be making sure that, we're making headway. And we're very lucky as well. LSKD is a major sponsor, and they're going to be putting on events all around America for us. So they're going to have these things called activations. So, me, Ray, I love being around people, but I'm also someone that my energy gets drained a lot being around people. So it's a big effort to show up and be happy and chirpy, and obviously throw on top of that a couple of marathons. I'm going to be quite drained, and then I'm going to be rolling into Chicago or rolling into New York, for example, and there's going to be hundreds of people or however many people there that want to be part of it, want to run and do all of that sort of media stuff. And so for me, that's going to be challenging as well, but also something that I'm very grateful for because I get to meet people from all around the world. I'll get to hear people's stories while we're running. And, I also get to have that positive impact on people's mental health because I do believe if you want to feel better, you start moving better. And we get people out, we get them into communities, and that's, to me, what I'm very excited about.
Yeah, it's super exciting, and I'm just so happy to be able through our network to share this message because, again, one of the big things we're always trying to do is convince more so mums and dads that anything's possible in this world. And I think if we can inspire one family and one player, it's gonna be a big thing. And I've got no doubt, Lockie, that when you start your journey and when you finish it, I think you're gonna look back yourself and think, oh my word, how did I get through those particular days, blizzards, snowstorms? But I think the fact that you're documenting it all to show people as well that things aren't easy, things are hard, and there's always going to be hurdles. But with a good support here and a network around you, anything's possible. Now, guys, we're just going to go to our final ad break, and when we come back, we are going to be touching on a little bit about Lockie and his support crew, about some of the hurdles he's going to face, but also then about once he comes back into Australia for the last 8 marathons and what that's going to feel like. So watch this space, guys. We're just going to go to our final ad break, and we'll be back with me, Raymond Wood, and Lockie for our final part of this amazing podcast.
Hey everyone, we are coming around every major city in Australia over the next 12 months. We have got free objective football testing going on, guys. It's for boys and girls aged 10 all the way through to 18 years of age. The objective testing is quite simple. We'll put you through our 6 tests and it'll give you your results, physical, technical and tactical. And also, we're going to choose 16 winners to join us on an all expenses paid trip to Europe in 2024 and also 2025. Guys, what have you got to lose? Nothing. It's free to sign up. You get free objective testing and you'll get a free feedback, and maybe you'll be joining me at the Santiago Bernabeu in 2024 or 25.
Hi everyone, it's Raymond Wood. We are back with Lockie and for our final segment of this amazing podcast. Now, Lockie, we just spoke about the trials, tribulations, the weather that you're going to be up against. So if anyone wants to support this, obviously we'll share all the links in our show notes, but are you open to people joining you on any of the marathons, or is it a closed thing? Do you prefer your own space and just focus on you? What's the go with that if people reach out to you and want to come and run with you in one of the marathons? What's the rules around it?
So we will have it open. So on the website, you can just head to mentalawarenessfoundation.org and you'll see the 58 to 58 challenge. And so essentially we're going to open up a number of them. So we'll have those events run properly. Obviously, we'll have a number of sponsors and people will be able to come for 5, 10, 15, 20 or a full. But not everyone, because there will be, I think I've learned a lot about my body and my mind, and there will be some days where I just need to run by myself and grind it out, and I don't want to ever come across snappy or anything to people, so we sort of want to control that. But a list of which ones will be available will be open to people. So there'll be about, I'd say we'll get about 15 in America where people will be able to join, and that's obviously a lot of your major cities there, and Nashville and San Diego and Chicago, Boston, all of that sort of stuff. And then Australia, we'll be looking to do, obviously Brisbane will be the finale, but people will be joining in most of the states here in Australia. So I'd say about, probably not Canberra, just because we're in and out in 7 hours, so I won't really have time to dawdle. So that'll be the go with that one.
In relation to the marathons that you do and stuff, but more so for our avid runners, and as you know, I'm a really avid runner, are you following each state's particular marathon route that they normally do, or are you just designing your own marathon route?
I've used Strava. So Strava is very good for showing you like marathon routes and stuff like that. So I've got 3 variations for each place. What we're going to do when we get there is just check it out, because one thing that I've learned from living in America, Ray, is you can be in one neighborhood and it's extremely nice, and you cross the train line and you're in another neighborhood and you very quickly realize you shouldn't be there. So if there's any instances like that, obviously, I want to be as safe as possible as well. So we'll do our best. And once again, we'll put all of that up. We're going to have a tracker on the website so people can track where we're up to as well.
Yeah, it's going to be phenomenal. I'm so excited, and I've just myself about 4 months ago come from the decompression of my back surgery, and I'm running again. I've done a couple of 5Ks and 10Ks, and I'm hoping that I've got a bit of a surprise for you in the next couple of weeks, and I'll share it with you on one of our social posts. But hoping that if the opportunity is available to be there on your first one, the one in Hawaii, and your final one, and we've got something that we'd like to support you with, and I'm gonna reveal that in the next couple of weeks on our socials. So my vision is, I was told I'd never ever run again. I got an amazing back surgery by probably one of the best back specialists in the world, and he's actually based in Brisbane, a guy called Stephen Yang. My dream is, after being told a year ago I'm probably 6 months away from being in a wheelchair, to be able to run again. If I could run 3 more marathons before I hang up my shoes, so I'd love to join you on your first one, the one in Hawaii, and then the final one in Brisbane.
Mate, that'd be amazing. Let's make that happen.
And I think the big thing that I've realised is the cross-sharing of socials as well, which will be really useful to try and get it out there so we can get you as many sponsors. And I was speaking to a particular person who I was on tour with a couple of weeks ago, and we're going to see if we can make something pretty special happen for you as well.
Oh, mate, appreciate that. And I just want to also touch on that for you. Like, if you think about the position you were in 6 months ago, where people were saying you're down and out and you might be in a wheelchair and never running again, and the fact that you didn't take that as gospel and you went and sought other advice, and here you are looking to run 3 more marathons, I think it's a very important lesson that I hope lands with a lot of people, because there's been people that have doubted me, people who have told me that certain things could never happen. And even though I doubt myself, there's still this innate drive within that I believe I'm here for something special, and I think everyone on this planet is here for something special. And if you can tune into that, and if people tell you no, it doesn't mean that it's not possible. It's just, to them, it's not possible. You just need to find a way and also learn to prove people wrong.
It is, and that's one of the scary things. That's that exact message I want to get out to people. I mean, I was told 12 months ago by a GP that I had a condition called spinal stenosis. I had arthritis all through my lower back, and I was pretty much told that basically I've just got to make myself as comfortable as possible, and within the next 12 to 18 months, because of the severity and the pain I was in, I was heading towards that wheelchair. There was no options open to me. The only other option he said you could do is to fuse your back together. Now, if anyone who's had that operation done, that's probably an operation you don't want to get done, is fusing your back together, for many reasons. And I'm so glad I didn't listen. I went and looked at other areas of advice, and actually one of them was someone within Function Well Gym, was actually Darren, who I spoke to, because he's had similar back problems himself. And I went and seen this specialist, and he made me aware, we're all getting old, and this is what happens to your body. He said, but can you get this fixed, and can you be running again? He said, you've got about a 60% chance. He said, and if you trust in me, I'll give it a go. And roll on 16 or 15 weeks later, post-surgery, I've done 10 or 11 5K runs, and I'll be honest, I've never felt this good. And the scary thing was, if I would have took that GP's advice, I'd be basically eyeing up a wheelchair in the next 6 months, and that's where I was going. I was in that much pain. But to then go and have the decompression surgery and get it fixed is like, again, exactly what you just said. It's so important. You don't just take one person's advice. You actually seek other people's advice, and never ever give up on a dream.
It's inspirational, and that's what I love. And I think, to circle back to my point at the beginning of this, and I think another thing that people could take away from it, even just being around yourself, or people that I get to hang around, or even some people who maybe hang around with me, just being in proximity of people who are pushing the boundaries and who are doing things that you want to do, it's only going to elevate you. You're going to learn, if we look at success, it's very easy to jump on ChatGPT or Google and say, how do I get to this position? But it's not until you get around the people who are actually doing it that you learn the things that you really need to get there. Because a framework's beautiful, but if you're hanging around with Ray, he's going to tell you so many things that you won't find on the internet in order to help those 1% improvements. And the 1% is what we're looking for. Much like many of the people I work with, or the people that I have mentor me, I pick up things from them, and I'm just like, I can't believe that I never knew that. Like, that was nowhere. And you just observe how people think, act, and behave in their daily life, and they're the nuggets of wisdom that we need.
Yeah, 100%. Now, look, we could go on. I could sit here for 2-3 hours talking about this, but we've got about 5 minutes to go. But one of the things I wanted to ask you as well for our listeners, Lockie, is have you actually researched, has anyone ever done this before? Has anyone ever done 58 marathons in 58 states?
Not in 58 states, no. So I'll be the first person to do it, and I think I'm also the first person to do just the 50 states of America in winter. So there has been, I think we're up to, and also in consecutive days, I think there's 4 people who have ever done the 50 states of America in 50 days consecutively. No one's ever done it in winter, and no one's ever done 58 states in 58 consecutive days across 2 countries. So that'll be a world first. Unless if there is anyone out there who has that isn't on the internet that I could find anywhere, please let me know. But as far as I'm aware, no.
I love the point you made before about Amy saying, look, if you're going to do it, just get it out your system now and do it. But I've got a sneaky feeling now in you, and exactly what Amy's probably thinking. She's probably thinking, have I started something here? Because what's going to be next? Every country in Europe.
Mate, well, isn't it just a great way to see the world, though, right? I just think,
yeah.
And it's funny because I think 2 nights ago I was laying there with Amy, and I was like, so think about this for the next one. If we have like kids, we'll be able to get a motorhome and they'll get to see America. She's like, Lockie, no, you said this was the last one. I was like, okay, we'll discuss that in a couple of years then.
I think she started something there by agreeing, so I think she's going to be in trouble.
I agree.
So just to finish off, Lockie, obviously we will share it in the show notes, but if anyone wants to jump on and donate or wants to apply to see if they can come and run with you, where do they go to and how do they get all this information?
So you can just head to the Mental Awareness Foundation, which is the charity that we're raising funds for. So mentalawarenessfoundation.org/58258, all numbers, or you can just head to the manthatcanproject.com and there's a link to that as well, or just my Instagram, which I'm most active on, which is Lachlan Stewart.
Yeah, that's amazing. And look, obviously, I know you're going to be very busy over the next few months, but one of the things we'd love to do is once you've completed your challenge, is to get you back on for another podcast, and also not just to talk about the challenge that you've just done, but also to talk about your Man That Can project as well, which I follow you avidly. You know, you're a big inspiration to me, but also not just to me as well. It's funny that it's aimed around males, but even like my 2 girls, like they're always looking out to see what posts you've got on. And Livy, my eldest, is always saying, Dad, Lockie's done this and he's seen this, and she keeps an avid eye on the social. So a big thank you, mate. You do inspire me and the 2 girls so much.
I appreciate that, Matt, and it's always great to hear when it has an impact on people outside of the people that I think I'm talking to, because at the end of the day, I think a lot of the principles that make us better men make people better people in general as well.
Yeah, a big thank you, Lockie. So look, from me at the Rainbow Podcast, everyone at Euro Football Star and Professional Player Pathway, we wish you the best of luck. Obviously, I'll be in touch and we will catch up when I finally get back to Brisbane.
Yeah, when you make it back.
And if I can get a plane to get me back home safely, and then we'll be in touch, mate. And as I say, I'm going to be in touch with a special announcement on socials, and if you'll have me for a few of your marathons, the plan is to come and spend a bit of time with you.
That'd be amazing, and thanks again for having me on, mate. As I said, you're an inspiration to me. You're impacting thousands of people's life, and you're on this incredible trajectory. And for me, it's just always inspiring to know that I've seen the hard work that you've done. You've put yourself out there, and it's paying off, and you're a true testament to what you're trying to teach your players and the people that come within your life.
Thanks, Lockie. Thanks, mate. So, guys, that's me over and out from the Rainbow Podcast. A big thank you to Lockie for joining us in my studio while I'm here in Sydney. And the best of luck with everything, Lockie, and no doubt we'll be hearing more about you kicking more goals over the next couple of weeks.
Cheers, mate. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, team. Have a great week.
Hi everyone, this is Raymond Wood at the Raymond Wood Podcast. We haven't done an episode for a couple of weeks, but we're glad to be back in the studio recording here in Brisbane. we're so excited. We've got Connor Wallace back with us again. You've probably seen Connor before, maybe over 12 months ago. Connor is originally from Ireland. He's a boxer and he's pushing through the ranks and he's going up into the tables to be that #1 contender. How are you, Connor?
Yeah, really good. Thank you very much for having me on.
No, thanks for joining us, Connor. So obviously we wanted to touch base. Obviously we first had you on probably about 12, 18 months ago, just as you were starting your journey again, going through your fights and stuff and that. And since then, obviously you've been through an injury and we'll talk about that. And then you got back into your boxing again, but how's everything been going?
Yeah, it's been going well. Obviously, you know, it can't be being in that ring and under the bright lights, you know what I mean? You can do all the training you want, but there's nothing like fight night. So it's good to be back in, healthy, fit, and both hands are 100% after the surgeries and stuff. So going well, yeah.
That's amazing. Now, we first met a couple of years ago over at Function Well, the gym. We'll give them a little bit of a pump. I know those guys help you out over there as well. Amazing gym facility. And we got chatting, and obviously we heard each other's accents and knew I was from Liverpool, you were from Ireland, and then obviously I discovered pretty quickly you were a boxer. It was great to really first meet you, and obviously I've seen you over the past couple of years, and being in elite sports myself and seeing you rise and how you go, and it's been such a good journey so far, hasn't it, for you?
Yeah, it has. You know yourself, like being in that, it's all part of the journey, you know, and people you meet along the way and stuff. It's good. I think that's one thing about me. And yourself, I'd talk to anyone, I think, from seeing you in Function Well or whatever, you know. We're always, even if it's not just me or you, we're always talking to someone, so it's good, the people you meet along the way, and that's all part of the journey.
Now, one of the big things I wanted to speak to you about, and we've got a lot of athletes and players on our programme, and unfortunately players suffer injuries, and whether they're out for a month or 12 months, and we've got a lot of younger players under the age of 16, and the trials and tribulations of getting over injuries. Now, I remember, I think it was over 12 months ago, you had quite a bad injury to your hand. Could you talk to our listeners a little bit about that, what the injury was? But also, like, from your point of view, did you stay down in the doldrums and feel sorry for yourself, or did you stay laser focused, and how did you sort of come over that injury?
Yeah, well, to be honest, that was my second bad injury that you see me with 12 months ago. Before that, just during COVID, I actually broke my left hand first, and it was a very bad injury. I had massive surgery on it. It was meant to be career-ending, that injury, but great hand surgeon, Dr. Stephen Fredrickson, he looked after both my hands and got the left one sorted, and then I was back in the ring and a couple of fights, and then I lost my first fight back after my hand surgery, so that was a bit of a bump in the road, but it was good, you know, made me realise to go back to the drawing board. Yeah. Obviously, I was unbeaten until then, you know, so just goes to show you when things don't go your way, you got to change something, and made me hungrier, you know. I wasn't this unbeaten prospect anymore.
Yeah.
And I really got stuck in and back to the drawing board, seeing where I went wrong, and built from that, you know. And I think it was the best thing that ever could have happened to me, you know, that first loss, and undefeated, went from strength to strength since that, you know. And obviously the one you see me with was the right hand. I broke it during a fight in the rematch with the guy that I lost to, so that was my first loss, and then I wanted to, I'm that type of person, you know, when I lose, I want to get him back, you know. It was always in my head, so I had a couple of fights, and I went back for him. They offered me the rematch, and 100% I took it. So in that fight, I broke my hand in the second round, and I ended up knocking him out in the sixth, so basically fought for 4 rounds with a broken hand. But it is all, as I say, as you talked about a minute ago, the journey, you know, it's all part of the journey. So I ended up getting 6 screws and some bone from my hip in this right hand. So, you know, but like, I never ever got sidetracked. You know, I came through a lot in my career, and, you know, there's always going to be injuries and stuff, but you have to really, that's my job, you know what I mean? Yeah. The main thing for me was getting it right. There was just heaps of stuff I could do. Even whenever I was that injured, you know, shadow boxing, lots of running. Now, because with now and you know yourself, for the surgery these days, you can get, well, you're not in the cast anymore as such, yeah. You know, you're in that like little plastic thing. So yeah. As long as I can still run, there's heaps of stuff I can still do, you know. And
so that's like one of the key bits of advice I think you're giving to our athletes, is that even if you've got a setback, let's say it's your right leg, yeah. Obviously you've still got a left leg. Yeah. You've still got your arms, you can still get in a swimming pool, or you can still do something. Is that your message to them?
100%, yeah. Like that's only it's only a minor thing, you know. There's lots of other stuff you can do. It's not just one part of the game, you know. I know it is punching, but you know, your fitness, your cardio, your strength, core, everything is, obviously for the head as well. It's good to be doing something, you know.
Is there like one bit of advice for like youngsters out there? Because we've had a young boy who's only 11 on the programme. He's just broke his leg for the second time in 12 months, and he's very, very obviously upset at the moment and frustrated. Is there one little bit of advice you could give someone who's in that position? Like, what would you say to him or say to her?
Yeah, you know, it's obviously it's a couple of sayings that I like. You know, tough times don't last, tough people do. You know, so that's one thing that always really stuck in my mind. And even in my little gym I had back home in Ireland, I had my quote underneath it was "Don't count the days, make the days count." You know, so stuff like that always like sits in my mind because people who are older than me, I heard these along the way and stuff, and just being around more experienced people and stuff, you pick up little things, you know.
Yeah.
And that's a big thing for me. So, you know, it makes you realize how much you actually want it whenever stuff like this happens. And I think it's a test of character and stuff like that, you know. So
that's one of the things that we do with our parents, and sometimes they say we can be a little bit harsh, like, because we just say to the parents that you need to just get the kids over the line with this stuff and support them with it. And a lot of them do pull away a little bit, and I'm guilty of it as well. I've got 2 daughters. I know you've got a daughter, and we'll talk about it in a moment, but you do sometimes mollycoddle and protect them, but I think sometimes you got to really toughen them up. And I'm just saying off air before, like, we've just been on a tour with David Goggins, and anyone knows who David Goggins is. He's an ex-Navy SEAL. He's run like the Moab, which is a 250-mile race with a broken leg.
Yeah.
Like, and you know, you're just saying, you know, you've gone 4 rounds in a boxing match with a broken hand, and you've still managed to win the fight. So when you think you're down and out, you're not.
Yeah.
You can still keep pushing through.
Yeah, definitely. And like even in that fight, you know, my coach was like, he goes, "Why are you not jabbing?" I was like, "I can't jab my hand. My hand is broke." You know what I mean? And he was like, "Oh
no."
He was like, "Jai Obitaya fought with a broken jaw.
Yeah.
Do you want this?" I was like, "Yeah, 100%." He goes, "Do you want to quit?" I was like, "No, definitely not." I went out, and if you watch the fight back, you can see me. I was like just touching him with my right, and then like punching him with the left. Yeah. So, but I actually did catch him with like a hook, and with these bottom 2 knuckles, and because it was the top 2 where the damage was done, you can see the scar on my hand. But I ended up catching him with a hook. But then when I got him in the corner, I was like throwing 4 lefts for every 1 right, you know. But obviously with the adrenaline and stuff, when you're in there, you don't really feel the pain as bad. But tell you, I was in pain the next couple of days, and they couldn't even do the surgery because of the swelling. You have to wait a little bit, you know.
Yeah, to let that swelling settle down.
Oh, the hand was like a balloon.
Now, being obviously me and my 2 girls, we love coming and watching you fight. We're always on the socials. My eldest girl follows you, sees every post. She'll come running in and go, "Dad, Connor's being on the news today," and like, it's really exciting for us to see someone in a different sport and see you rise. And it's so nice to hear that, you know, you talk about you had a loss, but then you just went, right, I'm going to get back in there and go again. And you didn't see it as a bad thing, you seen it as a positive. I think that's one of the things that we're trying to impress on all of our players on our programme, that there is going to be upsets along the way. You are going to fail at things, but it's how you respond to that, isn't it? And I think you're a testament to that.
Yeah, definitely, you know what I mean. And obviously, I'm a very competitive person, don't get me wrong. You know, the loss did really annoy me, but you can either sit down and let it get the better of you, or else stand up and really come back stronger. And I think that's what it did. I think I went from strength to strength, and it probably took a lot of pressure off me as well, because I wasn't that undefeated prospect anymore, you know, with all these amateur fights, and he's undefeated, and a few more people started to want to fight me, you know what I mean, and it was better. It probably worked out better for me in the long run, and look where I am now, number 2 in the world. So and we're still climbing, you know, we're getting better with every fight, and that's what we want to do. We want to keep raising that bar, you know, starting every camp fitter, stronger, faster, because if you don't, you're going to be left behind, you know.
So anyone who doesn't follow boxing, what weight division do you fight in?
So I fight in light heavyweight. That's
heavyweight.
two below heavyweight. It's 79.3 kilos. Yeah, that's the limit.
That's about 30 kilos lighter than me. I was that weight.
Maybe not 79 at the minute, but give me a couple of weeks, so it'll be all right.
So fatherhood, obviously, I've seen you. Obviously, you and your partner, and obviously you've got your lovely daughter, and we're just talking off here. Like, she's 7 months. I just can't believe it. One of the key ones in football, there's a player who plays for Liverpool, and he's called Curtis Jones. And what's been really interesting, we've done studies in the past on how when you become a father or a mother, how it can sometimes change you for the better or sometimes for the worse. And Curtis Jones, I'll be honest, the Liverpool player, he's always been one of them. He's from Liverpool, he's always been a good player, but he's never ever really gone above and beyond and really looked like he fitted. He became a father 3 months ago, and since being a father, he's man of the match every game for Liverpool. He's now getting his debut for England.
has it changed you being a father and in any way, for the better, for the worse? Like, how does it affect your training and all that?
Yeah, definitely. Like, I definitely think it changes your whole outlook and perspective on life. You know what I mean? Obviously, because people say like it's the best thing that'll ever happen to you, having a child. But people say that to you all the time, and but until it actually happens, you're like, holy shit, she's actually mine, she's my daughter, and then it makes me hungry. You know what I mean? It gets me up out of bed in the morning because I know it's not just myself and my partner that I'm supporting anymore. I'm doing it for her, and what I do now, the hard work I put in, and the sacrifices I make, it's all to give my daughter the best life she possibly can. You know what I mean? And provide and stuff. Yeah. And that being the man of the house. That's a given anyway. You know what I mean? If it's in work or if it's in any aspect of life, but it definitely has. Obviously I have her name on my shorts and stuff, my fight shorts, and we had her in the ring and stuff, and it's been unbelievable. I take her everywhere with me. You know what I mean? She came into our life. You know what I mean? It wasn't like we changed everything to suit her. And it's been unbelievable. She's in the gym. Everyone loves her. It's unreal.
Now, obviously, my girls, they're 16 and 10, and I've got a big baseball bat behind the door for the boyfriends. Obviously, you won't have that problem. You got your two hands, but good luck anyone who comes knocking on the door to take her on a date.
I think the temper she has, I don't know. I think she'll be
fine. Now, we talk a little bit about like balance and everything in life, and obviously, have you found like since you've got the little one now, the balance and training, do you have to be a little bit more organised with your time, or is it just the case of like what you said, you just whip it up and she comes with you everywhere where you can?
Oh, well, yes and no, a little bit of both, obviously. My partner's great as well, and we got her in a good routine from the start. She's been sleeping well, eating well, but we sort of keep her in that routine. But she comes into the gym and stuff and everything with me, and it's good. My partner, she does a bit of training and stuff as well, and it's good. Everything works well, but I think the main thing is routine, and I'm a big person. But anyone that knows me knows what I'm like. There's not too much I change in a weekday. I always do the same sort of thing on a weekly basis. Train in the morning, get breakfast, get it into function well for a bit of recovery. Between sessions, then I go home and spend a bit of time with my daughter and stuff, and then back in for my evening session, and obviously with the help of my sponsors and stuff, I'm able to do that. I'm a full-time athlete, and without the help of my sponsors and stuff, I wouldn't be able to do what I do.
Just in regards to sponsors, obviously we'd love to give your sponsors a little bit of a pump on area with some of the key ones that have really helped you over the years, Connor.
I have a couple of major sponsors now, that GLB Equipment, they've been very helpful, been with me a long time, and Zenko Mining Services. We've got Mazda Aspley, the driving a top of the range car,
Amazing.
We got ADI Auto Group, we got
what we can do is as well for you, we'll share all the sponsors on
100%.
on the program.
I've got them all on the back of my t-shirt anyway, which is good. I put them on my fight shorts and everything. They've been around a while, the 2B Limitless and stuff. But without the likes of these people, I cannot do what I do, and that's why I'm very grateful, and I'll never forget where I come from. You know what I mean? And where I started.
That's fantastic. Now we'll talk about it now before we go to our first ad break, but we've got the big fight coming up on December 11th. So do you want to talk a little bit about who you're fighting and a little bit about this fighter's background? Has he got any losses on his record, and what are you feeling for the fight coming up?
This will be my fourth fight within 12 months, which is good, Look, very excited to get another one in before the end of the year, and to be headlining again on DAZN. It's huge, Coming off a massive win, probably the biggest win of my career, my last fight. You can't get sidetracked, you know what I mean? The main goal is to win that world title. So any slip off from here on in, I slip back down the rankings. So a win here is very important for me. Like, every fight's a world title fight from now on in. You don't want to be losing or slipping down the rankings, or else all your hard work's nearly undone. That's the cruel thing about boxing. But that's why we love it so much. So I'm fighting a South African guy, an undefeated South African.
Wow.
Ashmere Wellham is his name. I think that's how I pronounce it, but I don't really mind. So, I'm looking forward to it a bit. It's the Fortitude Music Hall on the 11th. We've been watching and studying him. He looks like a pretty slick boxer and stuff. Unlike the last few opponents that have been like aggressive, sort of come forward fighters, you know what I mean? Big punchers. So he's a bit more of it. So it'll be good to test my skills against someone who boxes a little bit more, if you know what I mean. So you need to be able to beat all these boys.
We do on our program with our players match analysis, and it's really, really important, this match analysis, that we go into like a real individualized match analysis to help our players. Now, obviously, yours is an individualized sport. How much time do you spend on analysing the other player, and do you focus more on being sort of proactive and just believe in your strengths and go out with your plan, or are you a little bit reactive as well into how they box and fight? Does that determine how you fight?
Well, we sort of sit down as a team. Obviously, my coach Greg Eadie's the best, one of the best coaches in the game, or if not the best. I believe he's the best. But just the way he breaks down to beat someone in the most simplest way, you know, no fancy business. We've never done any of that fancy stuff, you know, the fancy pad work. He'll just tell you the simplest and easiest way to beat someone.
Yeah.
And that's why I have full belief in him. And I think it's shown in the last few fights where I might have been an underdog in some of the fights, and come out on top, you know what I mean, and that's purely down to him, you know what I mean. I do the boxing, obviously, I put in the work and stuff, but without the likes of a great coach and Greg Eadie, you know, I wouldn't be where I am, you know what I mean. So there's a lot of people make up the team. I've got my strength and conditioning coach Phil, obviously my manager Steve, and Tasman Fighters, my promoter. But like, it's me and Greg put the work in every day, and obviously with my strength coach Phil, being with him 3 or 4 mornings a week as well. So it's not just, I know it might be an individual sport, but again,
there's
like
a huge team around you.
100%.
That's one of the things I noticed with my eldest girl, Liv, like being a tennis player. Like, she's got 2 or 3 coaches around her, strength and conditioning coach. It's important you have a lot of people around you to support you, because it is lonely, isn't it, when you're in that ring and you're on your own?
Oh, it is 100%. But like, you know, if you put the work in, it's the fighting's the fun part for me. You know what I mean? I don't train just to train. Like I train to fight. You know what I mean? And that's why I think that's why I love it so much, and I think you can see from coming in my fights how much I love the fight night and stuff. You know, that's what it's all about. You know, I live for the big nights, the bright lights, and all. So that's what drives me and gets me up. In the sessions, I know it's a lonely sport. In the sessions, you don't feel like doing, but then you just think about that feeling like getting your hand raised and everyone there, and maybe getting across to Finn McCool's after for a pint with all the boys and everyone that came to support you. It's unbelievable, you know. So that's what it's all about. You know, I think. Anyone that hasn't watched me, you know, I think if you tune in and watch, you'll see what it's all about, you know, what the Irish is like. And I have a big Australian fan base here as well now, you know, it's growing and growing with every fight.
Yeah. So you obviously do fight under Australia or Ireland, because I get so confused because I see so many Irish flags when we go to the fights, but obviously you live in Australia, I take it you're a resident, are you a citizen?
Yeah, well, I actually have both flags on my... even though I come out like I'm green, white, and orange, the kit, but I still everyone knows I'm Irish and stuff. You know, if I'm Irish.
The accent is the giveaway.
But then if the people back in Ireland hear me talking, they're like, "Oh, he's got an Aussie accent now," you know. But I can't. I don't even realise it now myself. I've been here that long, but yeah, I've got the Irish flag and the Australian flag. You know,
brilliant.
A lot of good Aussie people and sponsors and stuff around me, and you need that, you know.
Yeah. Guys, we could keep chatting, but we're just going to go to our first ad break, and when we come back, we're going to be carrying on with Conor Wallace.
Would you one day like to be a professional football player? Would you like to be part of our pro player pathway? What is the pro player pathway? It's an opportunity for all Australian football players aged between 10 and 23 who want to join us to become the next professional football player. On the pro player pathway, you get to join me and my team free of charge to an event all around Australia. When you join me, we're going to teach you the secrets of football in Europe. And one day, maybe, you could be gracing the Champions League final. Guys, over the next 12 months, we're going to be coming around all the major cities in Australia. And when we come around all the major cities, we're going to be running our free events everywhere we go. So guys, what have you got to lose? Nothing. It's a free event. It's for boys and girls aged 10 to 23. And I'm going to teach you the secrets of becoming a top European football player. Oh, and one final thing. We're going to be giving away 20 scholarships to join me on this programme of a lifetime.
Hi everyone, it's Raymond Wood. We're back for part 2 with Conor Wallace. Now, Conor, we were talking about your big fight coming up on the 11th of December. We're talking about family and children. One of the big things, we get some questions in from our athletes, and one of the big questions we got from one of our players was, what sort of like training regimen are you on at the moment, and how does it change on the run-up to your fight night?
Yeah. So obviously we've got boxing every day. That's a given. You know what I mean? 5 o'clock every day I do my boxing, and then in the morning times I have 3 mornings a week I do my strength and conditioning, and 3 mornings a week I do my run.
Yeah.
So depending on where you are in camp, obviously you're doing all the hard stuff. The start of the camp, the long Ks, the heavy strength stuff, and as I get closer to the fight and as the sparring all starts, like sparring takes priority, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, it's fight now we're doing. So you can do all the running, all the strength and all you want, but you have to get in that ring and fight, you know? So that's a big thing, and I think a lot of fighters do get carried away with, oh, you gotta do this weight session, gotta do this. That's not gonna help you whenever you're in sparring and somebody's punching the head off you, you know what I mean? It's fight, we have to fight, you know what I mean? So obviously, as you put the hard work in, but I like to, whenever I'm sparring and stuff, it takes priority, and you want to be sparring fresh, because obviously if you're not sparring well, that plays in your head as such, do you know what I mean? Some people don't spar that well. Like I don't spar the best anyway, but then on fight night I rise sort of, like I fight better than what I spar.
Yeah.
Just purely because of you rise for the occasion, you know what I mean? But I know some people who are the complete opposite, spar unbelievable, but then when they're under the bright lights, no good. Yeah, you know, just they don't perform
Exactly
at all.
the same in football. There's been a lot of footballers over the years who've had it thrown at them, and I've seen it on training grounds in the Premier League. Like, you've got some of the most amazing trainers, but then when you get on a pitch, they just can't put it together.
Yeah.
And then there's a lot of players who are the other way around, and it must be tricky to balance that one.
It is, and that's why, like, sometimes you can't, like, now my coaches and stuff and my manager and that, they know me so well, they don't panic whenever I don't spar that well, because they know I fight, like, and that's when you want to be doing it, you know what I mean? So
You don't want it the other way around.
there's no world titles won in sparring. Yeah, so, like, obviously, as I said, the main thing is the sparring, getting ready for the fight, and lots of punching, lots of pad work, and all that, working on your technique, and all that is a given. But just S&C and the running and that's just a part of the puzzle.
Yeah.
But the majority is the boxing.
It's actually getting in and practicing.
100%. There's nothing like, as you know yourself, like.
One of the big things that our players go through, and you obviously go through a lot, because not only like have you got hundreds of thousands of people in the room, but you're on the cameras, people are watching this worldwide. When you're walking into that ring, I mean, I love your walk-ins, I love the music, but I actually get nervous for you as well, and I'm like, bloody hell, like I'm sitting here getting nervous for him, thinking God knows what Conor feels like. Have you got a way of channeling that? Do you get nervous? Is it a good nervous energy? Are you able to turn it into a positive energy? How do you deal with it?
Yeah, I believe it turning into a positive energy, because, like, the fighting is the fun part for me. Like, I love the fight nights. Like, the training, it's all right. I know you have to do it, but, like, I definitely much prefer fighting than training, you know? So, like, getting to the fight night, like, knowing, whenever I get to the fight night, like, knowing I've put in the work, you know, and that's where I get my confidence from, because I know I do train hard, you know, I know I put in the work, and that's where a lot of the confidence comes from. But just knowing that, right, we're here now, no injuries, no colds, no flus, you know, all the hours and sacrifice that I've done comes down to this. And that's why you see me when I'm coming out, I'm laughing, I'm like buzzing, I'm dancing, I'm singing to the music and getting the crowd and everything going. That's what it's all about, you know?
Yeah.
And I do love that. It definitely turned into a positive, and I think that's why I perform on the night as such, because, like, I'm not nervous. I'm not like, oh, well, what I know the work I've done, and I believe in my ability. And if I didn't think I'd beat the boy, I wouldn't be in the ring.
Yeah.
And that's just how it is.
Now, your ring walkout, I want you to tell everyone the song that you come out to, and also why you chose that song.
Yeah, well, I've had a few different ones. I came out to Working Class Man at the start. I think it was my coach. He used to walk out. I came out to a few Irish songs, and then obviously I was headlining on St. Patrick's Day, that one that you were at. I came out to a bit of an Irish song at the start, and then it burst into Run This Town, because it really got the crowd going.
Yeah.
And I've kept that since, just because in Sydney the last time, there's a big Irish crowd in Sydney as well, and obviously I'm very proud to be Irish, and I'll never change, you know what I mean? So it's good. And I got to play on that Irish theme because everyone knows I fight in Irish, and everyone knows the Irish love a scrap, they love a beer. So, so I'll keep it going. But no, I'm looking forward to getting back. I love the Fortitude Music Hall where I'm fighting next. It is my favourite venue.
Yeah.
I've made it a bit of a home for myself now, and obviously with Finn McCool's, they're one of my sponsors as well, right across the road.
Yeah.
Everyone goes there before the fight.
Yeah.
We have the fight and then go there after. That's where I have my after party. So it's unreal, and it's building and building all the time, and I'm sure you've seen on St. Patrick's Day what it was like. It was unbelievable.
I couldn't believe it that day. It was such a good day, like, to bring my 2 daughters out, and I've told them about many of the drunken St. Patrick days we were part of as kids growing up with my dad and my uncle and my granddad. And I've told you, like, my nan was from Ireland, from the south of Ireland, from a place called Kildare in Dublin. We've got a lot of Irish roots, and just for my girls to be part of that and put the green on and wear your colour and and it was such a good day and night. And then, you know, even going back in the pub in the evening, just for the atmosphere alone, like, it was phenomenal. Like, you just can't beat it.
Yeah, unbelievable. And again, I was supposed to fight last St. Patrick's Day, not the one just gone.
Yeah.
But the hand surgery ruled me out of it,
Yeah.
so I broke my hand that November and got the 7 screws and the bone from my hip,
Yeah.
and that was a setback. You know, I was so looking forward to fighting on St. Patrick's Day, and then it was pushed back until July just to give me a little bit of time.
Yeah.
And then I wasn't for missing. I wasn't for missing the one just gone. It was an unbelievable fight too, and because it was a bit of a war, and I ended up knocking the guy out in the 6th round again. So, but I think if I hadn't really stopped the boy earlier in the first round, it wouldn't have been as good an event. You know, the fight made it as well because it was a war and the crowd was so involved. It was good, you know, and then getting the knockout put the icing on the cake, you know. So it was good.
It was so good. Now, we speak to our athletes about sort of like pre-game rituals. We spoke to them about last year about, like, as an example, Rafa Nadal in tennis. Everyone who's seen him, they think he's ADHD in a sense of the way, like, he turns his bottles and he twists his lids a certain way. But I know from my background, he's actually, what he's doing is he's focusing on processes and outcomes, and he's trying to put the outcome of the match away and just focus on one process at a time. And that's actual a visual reminder for him. It's like a trigger. Do you have any, like, pre-fight rituals to help you with any of that stuff, or anything maybe you're superstitious about, or for our athletes you could tell or share with?
Yeah, definitely. I am a very superstitious person, to be honest. I don't like to change much. I like to keep the same routine, as I said earlier in the podcast. But, like, so after I have the weigh-in and stuff, I start to refuel and rehydrate. I always go to an Italian restaurant.
Yeah.
Then the night before the fight, just like to carb up and pasta and stuff, and that's one thing I always do, but go to the same one all the time. Marinara at Clayfield, you probably know it.
Lovely.
Yeah, I go there, and then I get up. So on the day of the fight, I don't like lying about, you know, and the day drags, you're just sitting thinking about the fight, so I like to surround myself with, get out and go for a coffee and be around my mates, be around my missus, you know, and it takes your mind off the fight as such.
Yeah.
Because on a normal day, or if I'm sparring, I never lie in bed all day or rest, or your mind's just doing overtime. So I like to, it's just another day, you know, and then I'll go to the pool, jump in the pool, have a bit of a swim, bit of a stretch.
Yeah.
Feel good, and then actually train the day of the fight as well, because it just helps you settle the food, and I train twice a day anyway. I don't do a mad session where I'm absolutely gassed, but I do a good blowout. You just feel better, you know what you feel like after getting the body moving and stuff. And then I'll go home and have a bit of a feed, follow my plans from my dietitian and stuff, and then I head to the fight. But obviously I like to wear the same boxers and stuff at fighting. Just stuff like that, you know. It's just a real common thing, and same little prayer that I've always said since I was 11. Just at what my first boxing coach, he done this little prayer verse, and I've always said it before every fight, you know. Just simple stuff like that, but
just keeping to that routine again.
Keeping to that routine. Get my training session all in, feel good, the food that I ate. Know what works well for me, what doesn't work well for me. So I've been around the game a long time. I've been boxing for almost 20 years and stuff, and you pick up things along the journey, along the way, and I got to use them to my advantage.
Now, roll on this fight, and let's imagine you get over the line with that fight and you put that one away. What's the next plans? Because you've already said you're ranked number 2 in the world. who's in your sights? Who is it? Who do you want to fight, and where do you want to fight, and what's your dream?
Yeah, so like I've dreamt about being a world champion since I was a young boy, you know, and like been boxing for 20 years, as I say, this just didn't happen overnight. I have had a lot of ups and downs, you know, injuries and whatnot. So this fight in December, I'm definitely not overlooking my opponent. You know, you can't at this level. Anything can happen. It's a fight game, so it's very important for me. This can be a banana skin. You know what I mean? If I lose, it undoes all my good work. So a lot of pressure on every fight now. Every fight's like a world title fight, as I say. So I'm looking forward to getting in there and doing a good job. And I like the pressure. I like having that pressure on me, and it pushes me hard in training, because I know if I lose here, I slip up. So the main thing is to get a good win, and from then I'm looking forward to setting myself up for a huge year next year. Obviously we're coming for that. We're not too far away from a world title shot. So
do you think if you get this fight over the line, is the next fight a potential world title fight or not?
Potentially it could be, you know, depending on what happens with the belts and stuff. I think it's a little bit up in the air what's going to happen with if the boys are rematching or not. I think Bivol and Better BF might be rematching in March, but again, I leave that up to my management and promoters. That is their job, but they've got my best interests at heart, and they know we're all pulling together the one way to get that world title shot. So the main thing is for me to keep winning, and if the next fight after this one is not a world title shot or whatever, and I just need to be fighting. Do you know what I mean? As such, I don't want to not fight from now until maybe next November or next October. It's pointless, you know. Main thing is you get a good win, and then take it from there and see what's next. But that's the beauty of having a good team around you, you know.
As a young boy growing up, is there one venue or one sort of like hotel or one stadium where you'd absolutely love to fight in?
I think with my experience of being with McGregor, you know, in Vegas, that T-Mobile Arena, it's a special stadium. The walkout and stuff. I know the UFC events are mad and the fans are fanatics, you know, but I'll never forget walking out with him. Obviously I got to do his corner for the fight, or in the cage, and walking out, I'm not joking you, Ray, the ground was like vibrating. I've never experienced that before in my life, but it was just never the woman, she was like 3, 2, 1, walk, and like we start on the floor. I'm not messing. I've never ever in all my time, like I've been to some of the biggest boxing events ever, and I've never ever experienced anything like that. Conor McGregor.
What would that T-Mobile Arena hold in Vegas? Is it?
I'm not too sure, but even just the full week, the buzz, the fight week and all. But I thought that was unbelievable, right? And then, but just that walk, I'll never forget her counting in and us walking out, and I was just like, wow, this is not wise.
So obviously I've seen on your posting, I've heard you speak about Conor McGregor before. So have you actually got in the ring with him and sparred with him, or have you done anything with him in the past?
Yeah, I have. I was actually his main sparring partner for the Nate Diaz fight. As you know, I'm a tall southpaw. Left-handed, obviously that's the same as Diaz. So whenever he had the first loss, like he was just sparring people in the gym and whatever. But until you don't change anything until you have a loss, or if it's not broke, don't fix it. You know what I mean? So he obviously had that loss, and similar to myself, he wanted to get the win back. So he put a plan in place, new strength coach, new conditioning coach, and brought in sparring partners specific and similar to Diaz. And I was obviously one of them.
That's smart.
The fight was like a boxing fight, you know. Stand up, I'm tall, lanky, the same as Diaz, and that's what it was like. So he brought me into Dublin to spar him, and then I sparred him once in Dublin, and then he ended up taking me to Vegas for the full 6 or 8 week camp, whatever it was. Lived in Vegas with him for the full camp, and it was unbelievable. You know, the people
that hell of a time.
Oh, it was unreal. You know, the people that we met along the way. It was, but it made me hungry. You know, and
you want that.
That's where I want to be. You know, and that's whenever I knew, like, McGregor started from nothing. You know, and just with hard work and sacrifice, and he had plenty of ups and downs, and the main thing is the hard work and dedication he put in got him to where he was 100%, you know. And like we met Kanye West, Cristiano Ronaldo, we met everyone, you know. It was crazy.
Amazing. I remember growing up as a kid, and always avidly loved. I always loved football, but boxing was always one that we were, you know, the Mike Tyson fights, the Frank Bruno fights. I remember seeing those big fights in Vegas. Going, it'd be amazing to go to Vegas and watch a fight, but it's changed a bit now. The boxing world, a lot of it's going to Saudi. There's a lot more money coming from that. So would that be something that you'd still be keen on as well if there was an opportunity to go into Saudi? And
oh, for sure, yeah. Well, I just got back from Saudi. I was over there at the Bivol and Bitter Beef fight, and obviously Jai Obataia was fighting, Sky Nicholson was fighting, 2 Aussies. So it's good to go along and support them and see what it's like. That was my first time in Saudi Arabia, but again, you know, it was good to get over there. People seeing the rankings and stuff, but it's good to get over there and do a bit of networking and meet some people that did heaps of media and stuff. But get over there, and it's about the relationship you have with them people, and that's how you get on them big shows and stuff, you know, as well.
Yeah.
You know, you can keep winning and stuff, but if they don't sort of have that relationship with you, or
I think it's good for people to put your face to your name as well, isn't
exactly,
it?
exactly. That's what it's all about. And again, networking and seeing people, and I'm a bit like yourself, you know.
Yeah.
I love talking and meeting new people, and I think that's how we sort of get on, you know. And it was great. It was great to be there and be part of it, and again, that makes you hungrier to want to get there.
So thanks to you, you're not aware of this, but since we come to your last fight, and obviously I brought my youngest one, Paloma, we've watched Rocky 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 about 5 times over. She just does not shut up about it. Like she's like, it's like Connor's fights, look, Dad, and then she was devastated when she watched Rocky 3 when he lost to Mr. T.
I must actually watch them back. I haven't watched them in a while yet. But whenever you do start getting into them, you want to just watch them all, isn't it?
But I'm using it as a bit of a psychology with it because she's done a lot of different sports over the years, where my eldest has just solely been tennis, and I'm trying to get into running a little bit just for a bit of fitness and just for health reasons. And it's funny that the night before, if she's watched Rocky, she'll get up and do a run the next day, no problem.
Yeah, just gives you the motivation.
The motivation.
Yeah.
Guys, we're just going to go to our third and final ad break, but we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Hey everyone, we are coming around every major city in Australia over the next 12 months. We have got free objective football testing going on, guys. It's for boys and girls aged 10 all the way through to 18 years of age. The objective testing is quite simple. We'll put you through our 6 tests and it'll give you your results: physical, technical and tactical. And also, we're going to choose 16 winners to join us on an all expenses paid trip to Europe in 2024 and also 2025. Guys, what have you got to lose? Nothing. It's free to sign up. You get free objective testing and you'll get a free feedback, and maybe you'll be joining me at the Santiago Bernabeu in 2024 or 25.
Hey everyone, this is Raymond Woods at the Raymond Wood Podcast. We're back for our little final section with Connor Wallace. Now, Connor, we've been speaking about Saudi, Vegas, big fights, pre-fight rituals, your support system and your network. Obviously, forecasting a little bit further ahead. I know you're still only young and you're still in your career, but do you ever have any thoughts about like when it's all over and you finish boxing? One of the big things I'm saying this is that one of the things we discovered in football, and more so in men, it was really, really hard that men go through this lifestyle of living this, people see it as a luxurious life, and I know it's not. There's a lot of hard work that goes into being an athlete in any sport, but once that stops, sometimes unfortunately there's a lot of men who go into like depression and breakdowns and stuff. And what we discovered was in the football world is they don't really future plan ahead. Have you got anything in your head where you think, you know, are you just going to go complete family? Would you like to be a coach in boxing? Would you come out of boxing? Do you ever think about that stuff post-career?
Yeah, definitely. You know, obviously, boxing's been a massive part of my life, and even whenever I'm not boxing, I do enjoy a little bit of coaching and some of the charity programs, and I'm sure you've heard about the Fight for a Cause, or, you know, the train for 10 weeks and fight at the end for those people for a good charity. You know, I get a lot out of that, and I do a little bit of PTing and stuff here and there. Not so much now, obviously, when I've got the big fights and that coming up, but a lot of work with the NDIS and stuff, you know, the kids with learning disabilities. And whenever I first came to Australia, I was PTing and, you know, working as well whenever I wasn't training, because that's like taking classes and stuff, and that's how I built up a lot of my my relationships and sponsors and how people got to know me. Obviously my fighting as well, but like you have to start somewhere, you know what I mean? Like I just didn't jump straight into the big fights because you obviously have to work your way up, you know. And even still now, like I still take the Wednesday morning class in Fortitude boxing, and that's purely because, like, I'll never forget where I come from. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm never too good to give 45 minutes of my time.
Yeah.
To that, like I met a couple of my major sponsors through that class. You know what I mean? Or through them early morning class. And how hard is it to give 45 minutes of your time each week?
It's networking again, isn't it? Relationships.
100%,
We were literally talking about this. I was in the gym yesterday and I was sat in the sauna, and this guy literally got chatting, asked me what I'd done, and then all of a sudden there was a synergy between us and his business, and then we were on a call this morning, like connecting, and it's all
Definitely.
around helping kids and doing a good cause.
Like you'll never know who you're going to meet, or you know what I mean, or who can come into the class and stuff, you know. And like I'll never forget where I come from, you know what I mean. And that's one thing I think a lot of people who know me and from talking to me, I'm pretty sort of a humble sort of person. I don't like that shit talking or talking shit before a fight or disrespect. Like that's not the way I was reared, you know what I mean. And I've got a great relationship with all my sponsors. Like people just don't throw me money or whatever and say, oh yeah, that's good now. Yeah. Not take. That's not how I operate and how I work, you know. I've got a great relationship with all my sponsors and stuff, and I think that's very important as well. You know, like people would get sick of you know, if it's take, you know. Yeah. How easy is I think it's easier to be nice to people than to not be nice, you know?
It is. It's huge. And that's one of the things I wanted to finish on. Obviously, talk a little bit about your background. Obviously, we both grew up probably not too far away from each other, probably 15 minutes on a plane. Where did you grow up? I know where you're from, but just for our listeners listening, and what was your upbringing? You know, mum, dad, siblings, friends, family.
Yeah. Well, I was born in Newry, and just right on the border between the north and south of Ireland. So an hour from Dublin and 45 from Belfast on the northern side. My mother and father, Brian and Serena, and my sister. I've got a brother and sister, one older sister and one younger brother, Neve, Ellen and Guy.
Yeah.
My brother, they're actually all here as well. It's just my mum and dad are back at home. So now got a great life coming up, and obviously in primary school I went to St. Coleman's College then, but I've been boxing. I actually started boxing because I was getting bullied in primary school. That's why I started, and
wow,
I didn't think I'd be here today.
Yeah.
You know, boxing. So, it is what it is. You know, again, it's the sacrifices and stuff you make, and I'm a very competitive person. When you start winning, you get hungrier and hungrier. You know, and that's where it led me to. But I've had a great life, you know, and I think the backing of the parents is massive as well. You know, my parents wasn't taking me or pushing me on, I probably wouldn't be here today. So I owe a lot to them as well, and hopefully one day they'll be able to retire or whatever, and I'll be able to support them, or maybe they'll come out here, and it's good, you know. So again, all the work that we've put in comes down to this next fight. So
just one fight at a time.
One fight at a time. You know, you're only as good as your last performance, and that's why I never get too carried away. And like we just talked about, and doing the class and stuff in the gym, I'll never change, you know. And some people say, oh, you don't need to be doing them class, or you don't need to be taking. I was like, nah. That's just me, you know what I mean? And
it's funny, like, to finish on, like, you know, they say it's a very stereotypical answer that a lot of football players get asked. Like Liverpool at the moment, my team, you know, they're top of the Premier League, top of the Champions League, and, you know, they're asking the players, you know, you're going to win the league this year, you're going to win the Champions League, but the players are grounded, and the coaching staff are grounded. Like, look, we're only a third of the season the way through. It's one game at a time, one training session at a time, and people think they're just saying that, and secretly in the background they're jumping around celebrating, but I know they're not. And it's like with you can't afford to do that. You can't think 2 fights ahead. You've got to think about just the next training session in front of you, which is going to get you to that fight.
100%, you know, and it's a combat sport, or it's a fight game we're in, you know, anything can happen. You caught or break your hand, and I know that myself, you know. Everything can be going well, and then bang, with a flick of a switch again. So you got to be ready for all that. So
we'll wish you the best of luck, mate. We're going to be there. We've got our staff Christmas party's going to be at the fight, and we're so excited to come and support you. And it's going to be super exciting. So it's at the Fortitude Music Hall in Brisbane, 11th December. What time's it kick off?
Yeah, it kicks off about 6 or 6:30, I would say.
6:30.
My fight's the main event, so it'll be the last fight. But it's a great. It's a stacked undercard as well. So every fight's going to be a great fight, and obviously for those that can make it, jump on my Instagram or whatever, and the link for the tickets is in my bio. And if you can't make it, tune in live on DAZN all over the world. So
yeah, we'll share it in the show link. So a big thank you, Conor, for joining us again.
No worries.
And hopefully the next time we have you on, we may be getting closer to that world title fight. Fingers crossed.
Yes, fingers crossed. That's what we want. But as we said, one fight at a time, and we got a job to do on the 11th of December, and we'll take it from there.
Yep, amazing. Everyone, a big thank you for joining me at the Raymond Wood podcast. We're going to be back pretty quick. We've got 2 more podcasts coming up in the next 7 to 10 days. So big thank you for joining me and Conor, and I think everyone will be wishing Conor the best of luck. Again, in the show notes below, we'll put the link in if you're interested in coming out to Brisbane and supporting Conor, who's an Irish/Aussie, and we hope him all the best with his boxing. Thanks, everyone.
Welcome to the Raymond Wood podcast. My name's Nick Robinson. I'm the producer of the show. My business is Clearshot Digital. If you want to chat about podcasts, I'm your guy. However, today I thought we'd sit down with Ray because he's been talking to a lot of people and getting their story, but I wanted to take the opportunity to sit down because you've been very busy. There's a lot going on, and I wanted to take the opportunity to speak to you a little bit about the academy that you've got coming up. We've had a lot of comments and messages come through the socials and the website about what's going on. So, Ray, could you give us a bit of insight as to the academy and where we're up to in the process?
Yeah, so obviously it come from listening to the complaints departments of parents in Australia. Obviously, any sport you play is very expensive in Australia. As we all know, if you play football in Europe, where I'm from, football's free. You don't pay for it. So it's always been my vision through the business to try and raise enough money and revenues to try and get to a point where we can help people of Brisbane and of Australia to run a free academy. We're at that point now where we've got trials coming up in January for Brisbane, and they're going to be in December, I believe. And the idea is we are going to start Australia's first full free football academy in week 2 of term 1 in 2025. So we're going through the process of trying to get it out there. It's not just for the so-called elite players within their age group. It's for the whole host of players. It's for boys and girls. We've got 60 places for girls, 60 places for boys, and it's open to all levels and all ability levels. It's aimed at players between 8 and 16 years of age, and that's what we're trying to attract in, and we're offering roughly 10 players for boys and girls at each age group as we go through.
Is this the first time you've done something like this?
Well, we do a lot of our stuff like our objective testing, the pro player pathway, the football forum. It's all free to come. It doesn't cost anything. You can literally come and join us for any of our events, and you can leave at the end of the day and you don't have to spend $1. And that's always my way I like to operate. I like to showcase what we've got to offer. Obviously, with some of our programs, there is a cost involved if you want to work with me and with our team. But yeah, it's the first we've ever done a free academy that's going to be running full time.
And let's talk about the timing of this event, right? So you're looking at running something that starts in term 1 of the school year next year?
Yeah.
And how do people get involved?
So you can go to our website. We've got our links on socials, and you can even drop us an email to service@eurofootballstar.com. We'll send you an application. You can complete the application. Everyone is going to be welcome to come and trial with us. We do a series of tests and interviews to see if you're a fit for the academy, because also what we don't want is we don't want families signing up to it, coming along because it is free, and then not committing to it. We want to make sure the families who are coming with us are really committed to improving in the football and maybe want to kick on to that next level as well, and we want to help you with that.
Yeah, can you tell us a bit about what you hope that experience is going to be like for kids and parents?
Yeah, one of the big things that we've been conscious of, unfortunately, football and sports in general tends to be very political in the landscape in Australia. Schools don't talk to academies don't talk to clubs, and the communication's really poor. We're trying to open up that communication. So what we're saying is, if you're part of a club, if you're part of another private academy, if you're part of a school, we embrace that. We want this to be a bolt-on top of everything you're doing. If you want to be successful in any sport and anything in life, you need to practice lots and lots. So as a player, if you're 10 years of age, you should be doing about 11 hours a week of sport, of which 7 or 8 should be football. So for most players, they might play at a club, let's say, as an example, in Brisbane, you've got, say, Brisbane City, you could be part of their academy and you train them 3 nights a week and you're playing a game of a weekend. Now, for any boys and girls and families who've got aspirations of the son or daughter, maybe playing A-League or W League or Premier League one day or in Europe, you need to do more. You cannot do 3 sessions a week and 1 game of a weekend and aspire to make it. So what we've done is we've added this on so players can come and join us. We're going to have 2 opportunities of a morning, 2 different mornings, 2 different afternoon sessions, and we're looking for a commitment of a player to commit to at least 2 sessions a week, 1 morning and 1 afternoon. It's going to top up those vital hours that they're not getting to make it potentially as a pro, and also to get a different perspective and coaching, because the curriculum that we're going to follow is the same curriculum that I worked on for many years in the Premier League, where we developed superstars like Jude Bellingham, Phil Foden, Lauren James, Trent Alexander-Arnold. There's many players I've worked with over the years, so it's going to give them that little bit of European flavour. And again, it's not to go against the clubs or current academies they're with, it's to complement what they're currently doing.
Yeah, that's really interesting here, because you've, throughout the other episodes that we've had and the presentations that we watched, one of the things you talk about often is the amount of football that kids should be playing. So essentially, are you talking about extra training? Are we talking about extra competition? Are we talking about extra touches? What do you, like, everything?
Yeah, it's extra training and extra touches. So one of the big things we learned when I worked in the Premier League, and I worked on a big, huge Premier League review back in 2010 all the way through to 2014, was the kids in England at the time weren't touching the ball enough, and the more repetition and the more consistent you get with your touches and the more you're on the ball, the better you get. Also, what we do is we do very heavily individualised sessions. So even though they're in a group setting with maybe 10 players in the squad, they will touch the ball 5,000 to 6,000 times within an hour or 90 minutes. And that's what we're looking to do, is increase all those individual touches of the ball. Once players are able to manipulate the ball and the more they touch it, naturally agility, balance, and that will all sort of come together, the coordination and then speed. So we call that the ABCs in England.
Can you help me understand a bit about the academy system in the UK? Are you trying to replicate it, or are you just trying to add to what Australia has to offer?
Yeah, I think to try and go to a full model like we've got in England, where you're an academy player at, say, Liverpool Football Club, and you're training 5 nights a week, 5 mornings, and you're playing a game of a week, and that's going to be very hard to replicate. So we understand that as a paid model in Australia, and I get that. But what we're trying to do is, for all those families who are paying at clubs and other private academies, we want to try and offer something for free. So those guys who want to make it as a pro and kick on with the football, whether they be a girl or a boy, there's an opportunity to get this extra academy training for free, and they're going to be with the highest qualified coaches and arguably the best curriculum on the planet, because this curriculum is the same curriculum that produces Premier League stars every year.
Why are we going to the trouble? Like, you've created a successful program. We're putting players into Europe. Why are you going to the trouble of putting this together?
I'm trying to set an example. Like, one of the big things is that it really frustrates me that I've been here 18 years and you've got, Football Federation Australia can quite easily, if I can do this as a one-man band and I'm able to set this academy up for free, I'm trying to set an example and try and put a stone in the water, so to speak, to create some waves, because I just find that, unfortunately, sometimes there's too many blockers or excuses. So I think by me setting an example as a one-man band who set the business up, Euro Football Star, we're now at the point where we're nearly at 20 members of staff, and we're now able to offer this free academy. If I can do it, then surely the federation or the state federations can start to look to do this. And I'm just trying to showcase and give them an example that it's possible. And I think my vision and my dream is, by the time I come to retire when I'm 65, 70, 75, I'm hoping that we don't have this problem anymore, that there is an opportunity, no matter your age or your financial situation, your son and daughter can go and play football. And for the ones who are talented and the ones who've worked at it to become talented, they shouldn't be paying $3,000, $4,000, $6,000 a year. It should be free. It should be free, and it shouldn't stop you joining the sport. Finances shouldn't come into it.
Can I get a bit more information on the type of training you want to put forward? You mentioned you're going to follow the UK system, but what does that actually mean?
So one of the big things that we changed within England, we realised that we needed to follow a bit more of a plan and have a strategy. So we went right back down to the grassroots, and we identified there was what's called the 4-corner model. So it's identifying physical, technical, tactical, and social elements of training. So you need to make sure you encompass those four corners into your session, into your game, or whatever it is you're preparing. Also, one of the big things that we've done in the UK, we created a course for coaches called the Youth Award modules. And it's actually recognising that players aged 8 to 11 need something different than players aged 12 to 15. So it's going through what we call a youth phase, which is players aged 8 all the way through to 18. So it's identifying that players are at different parts of growth and going through adolescence, and also they require different teachings, and the level and the sort of the technical aspect of it, what we're going to showcase and educate the kids with is just going to be second to none.
For those that have followed you in the pro player pathway, do you need to be part of this program, or are you going to force people to be part of this program?
Not necessarily, no. Like we've said to our families on the pro player pathway, look, if you're based in and around Brisbane, by all means come and apply. Obviously, because they're following a lot of our protocols and our pillars to our program, they definitely are going to have an advantage, but we are definitely not saying you need to be on our pro player pathway and paying us for that program to get the free academy. We will choose players based on ability levels, desire to be in the game, and basically the main thing is committing to the program. We don't want players coming, and this is the big thing, we are going to be charting, so it's going to be a minimum of 2 and a max of 4 sessions a week. Anyone who misses more than 2 sessions in a term will be pulled in for a meeting, and they will be removed from the program. Now, obviously, if people are sick or ill, we'll consider that. But yeah, we definitely don't want people who are signing up and then not turning up to it.
How will being on a...
Well, it's the shortage in the hours. So there is a lot of players around the country who do club and private academy. But even then, sometimes it's still not enough hours. The theory that we discovered when we done the research in the Premier League, it's called +1, your age. So if you are 12 years of age, you should be doing 13 hours. If you're 16, you should be doing 17. It does peter out at 16, so 17 hours a week would be your max. But of that amount of hours you're meant to do based on your age +1, 70% is specific to your sport. So football, so if you're 9, you should be doing 10 hours a week. 7 hours of football, 3 hours are non-specific to the game, which will be running, swimming, bike, recovery walks, walking the dog. That's how you would manage your hours. And players are basically, and families are sort of uneducated to the point where they don't, they think by paying $4,000 a year in fees to the NPL or SAP that the son or daughter is going to be good enough, and they get a rude awakening when they go to Europe and they have an opportunity. So it's to fill that gap of missing hours.
So can you give me some specifics on the type of training and who will be running it, who will be taking care of the actual sessions?
Yeah, so that I'll go back a level. What we discovered in the Premier League was it wasn't necessarily about the level of the coach or the qualification the coach holds. It was more around the curriculum and the format of the session and setting the environment. Unfortunately, in Australia, we get a little bit carried away that, you know, I've heard parents say, oh, my son's coach is an A-licensed coach. Doesn't always mean your son's getting developed the best, and that's not a go at that particular coach. But what we discovered in England was setting the environment right and following a particular curriculum to guarantee success. You could have what we would consider as maybe a non-licensed coach who could deliver it because they've got the personality to connect with the kids and deliver that session. So the curriculum that we're going to follow is designed by me. I've worked on the world's biggest football project where the Premier League spent £1.6 billion, so just over $3 million. I'm going to design and fully set up the curriculum. The programme is going to be run by our head of football, but our coaches, again, are going to be more brought in based on things like personality and how they're going to connect with the players. And they're basically there to facilitate the session, not to necessarily give them words of wisdom like a Jose Mourinho or an Alex Ferguson. We want our curriculum to be followed, and if the players are consistent and they come in and follow our curriculum, they will 100% get better.
There's a lot in what you've described. How intense, how serious is it going to be? We're still talking about kids, right?
Yeah, so again, like we've got players coming in from the ages of about 9 and 10 upwards to 16. Obviously, we want it to be fun for them, but also there is a level of seriousness as well, because these are boys and girls who are already doing so much football and really want to push on and kick on with the football. So it's that balance again, and that's where the curriculum, the way we've designed it, it will give us that balance of fun, but also it's got to be serious as well. And what we mean by that is, as well as turning up on time, not being late. It's no different than in England. If you're at a Premier League club and you're in an academy at, say, Manchester City, if your son or daughter's late once or twice within a couple of weeks and then you're missing too many sessions, you will be pulled in the office and you will be told there's another 1,000.
There's a fair bit in that, Ray. What are you hoping to? Where do you want to take this program? What's the plan?
The plan is hopefully we open up one of these in every major state of the country. So the idea is Brisbane for January 2025. Then the following January we're looking for Sydney, and then we're going to look for Melbourne and then also Perth as well. I mean, in an ideal world, maybe we could roll 2 a year, but we've got to just go in small steps. Then, you know, again, we're open to the likes of the Football Federation Australia, any of the state federations. If they want to come and have a look, they want to come and speak to us to see how we're doing it and how we're providing the funding for it. I'd love to share it all, because I would love more venues and more academies to be offering this as well.
Thanks for your time, mate. I think that there's a bunch of info in there for everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's still there, just about, you know. Getting old these days, so the memory, you know, to remember what's there.
The only one I ever learned was Mum and Dad used to take us every year to Spain religiously. That was our holiday every year.
Was a lot.
It was Cuatro Cerveza, por favor. That's all I ever remembered learning, and I remember walking around saying that lots, and then someone saying to me, do you know you ordered them 4 beers every time?
Yeah, I was going to say, so your mum and dad took you there on holiday, but you're ordering 4 beers. Dad must have liked a beer.
He loved a few beers. So yeah, so it must have been a you know, a great upbringing, having that opportunity to travel and to get into Spain and to get into France and to be part of that, because that's like one of the things that we've spoke about off air a little bit. But with our program, what we do is we've got this real niche program called the Pro Player Pathway, and I discovered the gap really that was missing, that you've got like kids who are lucky enough to be at academies. So like you know, you said you got your opportunity to go to Southampton, but unfortunately you got injured and that was the end of that.
Yeah, I don't think it was going too far anyway, but anyway.
Then you've got the other side is, you know, the kids who are in the academies then get picked up by agents and so on. But what about the kids who really want to make it and just don't know what to do to get there? And that's what we've done with this book and this program. And it's been game-changing, because one of my biggest 2 things that I've loved to do in life is I was never good enough to make it as a pro. And I always knew at 15 and 16 I was a million miles away, a few of my mates. I mean, I'm growing up with like Stephen Gerrard, Carragher, all these boys who you knew were training 8-9 times a week, and I was training once a week, because Mum and Dad were doing 70-hour week jobs, you know, minimum wage. They just couldn't get me to football.
Yeah. So
I devised the program to give kids an opportunity to teach them what it is you need to do to make it, the foundations, because we discovered that 70% of what you do outside the club actually makes up whether you're going to make it or not as a pro.
Right.
And we've done a lot of research at the Premier League into players like Beckham and why he was so good and why he made it, and it was a lot of the stuff they were doing externally from the clubs.
Yep.
And then the big thing, the passion of man is like yourself, is travel. And this is one of the things that we've done with this program, is that for the players that go on and make it, they get to travel into Europe and the UK, which is a great thing for an Aussie or an American. But also, we also then have a plan B and a plan C. So if football doesn't work out, they could get a job in football with us and through us, whether it's a physio, a sports scientist or something like that, or they can just do normal academics and go down a normal route. So that's a little bit about my passion and the reason.
Yeah, I think that's incredible. I mean, the chance for any kid to go and experience a different culture, go and live in a different country is unrivaled. I mean, I think that's probably the best thing you could ever offer a kid.
Yeah.
And in that same vein, my wife and I are looking at moving to Spain potentially for a year before my daughter gets too old, because we'd like her to experience a different culture. And yeah, as I said, we were there recently, and she was, you know, chatting to the waitresses and waiters, and it's just phenomenal to see. It just brings, you know, incredible joy to myself to see my daughter practicing Spanish in a restaurant. You know? And you know, we're doing a little bit of Spanish coaching with some of her classmates at the moment, and it's phenomenal. It's great to see, and it's so, you know, to your credit, to give children the opportunity to go overseas, it's something that I would encourage every parent to look at, and you know, great if the football works out, fantastic. But worst case scenario, they've had, you know, a bit of a cultural difference and the chance to go and see a different country and
How
see
old are
other
your little
countries.
ones?
Oh, I've only got one.
Just one?
Not crazy
How
enough to
old
go
is
for
she?
two. She's 7, going on 17.
Yeah, I've got one of them.
But yeah, she'll be 8 in October. So growing up far too fast.
Yeah. We very, very lucky ourselves through the job and through work. My eldest girl's a tennis player. She's 15 now. She goes to Spain probably 5 to 6 weeks every year, and we always go with her. And I love it. I love Spain, and it's definitely a place I think I could definitely set up for 3-4 months of the year and just to embrace the language and not order 4 beers every time we go to the bar. Guys, we're just going to go to our next ad break before we come into our final section. Just enjoy this next ad break, and we'll be back with you in a few minutes.
Would you like to make it as a professional footballer? My friend Ray Wood has written this amazing book, The Pro Player Pathway, that gives you the secret to becoming a professional.
Hey everyone, this is Raymond Woods. We're just back for the final part with George. So we've been chatting a little bit about passion, we've been chatting about sport, we speak a little bit about George's backgrounds as well and growing up in England. And this all culminates to about opportunities for children, but also about fundraising and charities. So one of the big things that we've done for you, George, for the Barmies, we've recently just been on a tour to the USA, and we've got a signed John Barnes jersey. So not many of the younger ones will know who John Barnes is, but I'll hand that over to you.
Absolutely phenomenal. Thank you very much indeed. I can't thank you enough for that. I have to make a cheeky personal bid on that one, John. John Barnes was an absolute idol growing up.
Yeah, he was. We just done about 2 weeks in the USA, and John supported us. We had events in New York, Toronto, Chicago, Houston, and LA, and he was amazing. He was my idol growing up, as probably many other people's idols, but I grew up in Anfield. I grew up on a street called Priory Road. My mum owned the bottle shop there, and him and John Aldridge used to come in every day and used to purchase a bottle. It's so funny now when I think about it, a bottle of Perrier water, because they thought sparkling water was healthy in the 80s. So, yeah. And when he first moved to Liverpool, he ironically lived above a dentist in like in a private apartment. And no one was meant to know, but obviously in Liverpool within 24 hours, everyone knew John Barnes lived at this. So we used to just be sat there every afternoon, every night, and then roll on 25 years later, he's on a tour with me through the US.
That's unbelievably cool. Yeah.
Amazing guy, and we asked him to do a jersey for you, and I'm going to be catching up with him again in September, and he said genuinely from his heart as well, anything for the Brisbane Barmies, give us a yell, and if you need a video, a jersey, anything you need, let us know.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much. On behalf of all of us, we're very, very grateful. That's
so hopefully, we'll only raise, maybe a few $100, but it all helps, I suppose. And as I said, we'll be in contact next week, because we want to really try and see if we can kick off the way you have a golf day. We want to see if we can do a football/soccer day and get all that pumping for you and get you.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, I'm ready to lace the boots up.
That'd be awesome. So for the rest of this year, just before we cap off and finish from this episode, what have you got on from a personal point of view, and also what have you got on from a Brisbane Barmy point of view? And you must be doing a lot of build-up work for next year.
Yeah, well, obviously next year will be massive. So on the Barmies point of view, yeah, next year will be probably our biggest year yet. 2025, Ashes year. As I mentioned earlier, there'll be huge demand for Ashes tickets. We'll be doing our best to try and negotiate as big a portion as they'll give us. Cricket Australia don't love us. I mean, they do love us externally, but they don't love us in the sense that they don't want us all congregated together, because obviously the noise and the support, makes it feel like an away game even for the Aussies. So they tend to try and split us up, but I'll be pushing for as large a section as we can get our hands on. And in terms of charity, obviously every year we say that it's going to be bigger and better, and we'll be doing all we can to raise as much money for whichever charity we choose. And on a personal front, well, it's it's fairly personal, I guess. I've just gone through a cancer battle in the last 12 months, and just been given the all clear recently, actually, in the last couple of weeks. So that's great for me and my family.
News.
So I guess, thank you. Yeah. So I guess from a personal perspective, it's just back to work, because I've been a bit of a lazy bugger for the last 12 months. I have to confess that I've probably down tools a little bit. So yeah, we'll be back to work and just trying to earn us a bit of money for the next 12 months before we decide what our next venture might look like. But so that's the next 12 months for us.
So from an exercise point of view, George, you do much exercise-wise? You run
you can probably tell for those that can see. We play five-a-side football on a Monday night, just down at Nathan. There's some artificial pitches down there, So we just rent a pitch on a Monday night. It's just 10 to 12 guys. We're all John Barnes wannabes. We're probably all from the John Barnes era. Every now and then we get a 19-year-old hotshot who turns up and dances around us. But it's really great actually, because the level's quite good. We've got a couple of ex-pros play. There's a guy from Scotland who played in the Scottish First Division, and there's a couple of really decent players. But we're all, as I say, we're all just old and wannabe Messies. And we just did that on a Monday night for an hour.
Yeah.
And actually, it's really good fun. No ref.
Yeah.
Often don't need a ref really. We're all a group of mates, and it's just a bit of fun. So we do that on a Monday night, and that's about it. And the rest of the time, I'm kept busy coaching my daughter. My daughter plays in a under-7s girls football team, which is a challenge, as you might be able to relate to. Trying to keep 4 players on the pitch at one time is a challenge. They're all plaiting each other's hair,
does she play at?
Seeing their cousins across the park and running off in the middle of the match. Having a 7-8-year-old daughter, that keeps me definitely busy.
Keeps you fit.
Keeps me fit. I do a lot of coaching at the local school. The school that my daughter goes to, I coach on a Thursday and Friday morning. We do a sports program for the kids at New Farm State School, which is
amazing.
Which is good fun, and that keeps me fit as well, because I tend to throw myself in and end up playing rather than reffing. So it's always good fun.
One question I've got to ask you before we finish, actually. A mate of mine last week, we were chatting, and I said, I've got you coming on. And he wants to know, and I couldn't tell him, but he said, who is it who wears the Queen Elizabeth mask at the Barmies? And then obviously it's now King Charles, I take it.
Yeah, so that
is it the same person? Or?
Yeah, it's the same person. Yeah, it's the same person. Yeah, so that is Andrew Hale, one of our main men. Slightly funny because he's I don't know, Andrew. I'm sorry that I get this wrong. He's got to be 6'6".
He's huge. I remember him at the Ashes.
So he's a 6'6", masculine, massive bloke. He looks great in a dress.
Yeah.
With his handbag and his corgi. The Prince Charles, or the King Charles, I should say, the King Charles outfit is maybe, it's a little more subdued, because obviously it's not a 6'6" bloke in a dress. But he's been great fun. One of my greatest memories is the tradition is that every time the national anthem plays, he will go out and sort of salute the crowd. Yeah. And during the last Ashes, I was actually sat next to Evan, our fantastic trumpeter, and for about 4 or 5 minutes, I had him playing the national anthem non-stop. So the Queen had to keep going down, saluting everyone in 40 degrees, wearing a mask. He took the mask off and he just went, "Stop playing that." He was just, but it was great fun. It had hoots of laughter. The whole crowd was in hysterics watching that. So Andy's a great bloke, and he does a great job as the Queen, and he'll do a great job as the King for sure.
Fantastic. It's awesome. Thank you so much, George, for
My
joining
pleasure.
us.
Thanks very much.
We'd love to get you back on again in the future, just to see how everything's going with the Barmies, and see how fundraising's going. And obviously we'll be in touch off here as well to see. We'd love to help you, and you'd be one of our main beneficiaries, and help you raise
thanks
some
very
money.
much. Thanks again for the John Barnes shirt, and thanks for everything. That's really appreciated.
Cheers, George.
Cheers.
So guys, a big thank you for joining me and George. As I said, we'll be back again with another episode, probably closer to the Ashes next year with George, and we'll get some great updates. If anyone's interested to donate into that amazing charity that they're raising funds for, it's all in the show notes below. A big thank you from me at the Rainwood Podcast, and we'll see you on our next episode.
Hi everyone, this is Raymond Wood on the Raymond Wood Podcast. Now we're very, very excited to bring another episode, but also we're super excited to bring one of our players, Nathan Long, who's on our professional player pathway program with us. I believe, Nathan, you are with us. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all good.
Now, where are we speaking to you from, Nathan, for all of our listeners watching or listening?
Perth, Australia.
Here from Australia. Now, I believe you joined us on our program, was it around about April this year? Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you joined us on our professional player pathway. So what we're going to do is, for the next 15, 20 minutes, we're going to walk through our listeners and mums and dads out there who are maybe already on the program or who are considering joining the program. And we're going to walk through some of the pillars of the program and see some of the best bits that you're enjoying, maybe some of the bits you're not enjoying, all the extra effort you're having to put in. So Nathan, you joined us in Perth. You come along to our professional player pathway event, and you signed up and registered as one of our new players. You got a scholarship to join us. What was the best bit for you about the event when you come out and first seen it? And what was the one thing that really excited you about the program?
Well, I really enjoyed the objective testing. Like, it was like a good breakdown, and with the event, we actually got recommended by Liam Williams, and he's doing well now overseas. So, like, they recommended it to our family, and then they're like, yeah, definitely, like, sign up. Like, it's worth a shot. So,
yeah, it's a really good one, and I'm glad that you've actually mentioned Liam Williams. So Liam Williams is a player we found just over a year ago from Perth. Since being with us on our pro player pathway, Liam's now successfully moved across to the UK, and he signs with a professional club called Bolton Wanderers Football Club. So it's pretty cool. So you guys were obviously friends in Perth and you were playing together?
yeah, and like family friends as well, like go to events and that, whatever.
Now, obviously, we know Liam's a big Everton fan and he supports the blue side of Liverpool. I'm looking at your jersey, you're a little bit more south. You support Arsenal, eh?
Yeah.
So who's your favourite player at Arsenal?
Odegaard.
Odegaard, very good. So we had a good summer this year with his national team.
We are super excited. The Professional Player Pathway book is finally here. It's just launched. You can now purchase this book. If you want to learn what it takes to make it as a professional football player, if you've got a son or daughter who's aged between 7 and 8 all the way up to 23, this has got the 7 pillars and the 7 secrets on how to make it in the Premier League, in La Liga, in the top leagues around Europe. The project that I worked on, the Premier League and the FA spent £1.6 billion to date on this project. It produced players like Lauren James of Chelsea, Jude Bellingham of Real Madrid, Trent Alexander-Arnold of Liverpool, and many, many more. Guys, if you want to make it as a pro, the Professional Player Pathway book is the book for you.
Now, in regards to the Professional Player Pathway, you come along, you've signed up. Now we got you on a part scholarship to join us on the programme. Now, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the pillars of the programme. Now, one of the pillars that we do is something called our intolerance testing and DNA testing. Have you had your test done?
Yeah.
And what was, just to explain to the mums and dads out there and anyone who's listening, so our intolerance DNA test, we actually take a hair sample from our players, send it off to a laboratory, and it's the world's first individualised intolerance test. So it flags up any foods, drinks, products, home products that might be causing intolerances in your body, and it might create things like inflammation. So they're things that we want to ward against as a professional football player. What was your results like? What were some of the red things that come up, Nathan, on your test?
It was most like dairy products, and then Weetabix, which I used to have every morning. So we never replaced that with porridge, and then chicken was a big one as well. So it's more like other meats now.
Wow, so you had to get rid of dairy products pretty much. I was the same when I had my test done, and it's not surprising that 80% of our people who get tested actually flag up not to have milk or dairy anymore, because it does actually cause an inflammation, not only in many parts of the body, but we've discovered it causes inflammation in the throat as well, which can affect your breathing, which is a big thing, actually. So was that a big shock for you, Nathan, having to get rid of dairy products, or was you not really into dairy products?
Oh, no, it's probably one of my favourite foods, like, definitely.
Now, the good thing is you can get retested again 6 or 12 months later, and some of those foods that you've removed out your diet, when you re-add them back in, it might actually go off your list. So the good news is we've actually seen players, especially, we've had chicken flag up, which is a really interesting one. About 60% of people get chicken. Now, what we've discovered is with chicken, and it might be good news for you, because do you actually like to eat chicken?
Yeah.
Yeah. What we've discovered is there's a lot of chickens that are not organic that get a lot of hormones and salts and water pumped into them, obviously for the size and the weight, so they can sell them on and make more money on them. What we've discovered is in some of our players and athletes, they've actually started eating organic chicken again, but they've got retested. Chicken was gone off the list. They've re-added it in, and it's been fine. So that's something that we can look at doing. Once you've been with us for about 12 months, if you want to get retested again, we can get that arranged for you and get it booked in, and then we can have a look, and maybe Chicken might come back onto your blacklist.
Yeah.
Now, was there anything on there that you was happy that you don't normally eat anyway, but it was on there that you can think of, or anything that you drink or don't drink?
More like nuts and stuff I don't really eat anyway, but yeah.
They come up on your results as well. Now, since you've got those test results, being really honest to all of our listeners, have you pretty much stuck to it, or is there certain things that you're still eating that you shouldn't, or?
No, not like most of it, yeah, definitely. Like switch fully off all the red stuff.
Have you noticed any differences since you've done that, like anything to do with like sleep or recovery or skin or hair?
Yeah, like, well, skin's big one, I reckon, because my skin wasn't that great like a few months ago. And then sleeping as well, yeah. And then I feel like more energy maybe.
Yeah, like, I mean, I'm looking at you and your skin looks phenomenal, and it's funny that I've been the same. I even I'm in my 40s, but I did have a lot of problems with like acne and that still.
Yeah.
And since I've done my test, I've removed everything. I was blown away of how good it was, and I wanted to get it done just purely to give it a go and get it tested to see what it was like, but it's been a game changer. Now, one of the other pillars on the program is match analysis. Now, have you had your match analysis done?
Yeah, just a few weeks ago.
So again, for the mums and dads who are watching and listening in, and the other players who are maybe interested in joining the program, we do a match analysis. We get your game recorded, we send it off to Portugal, it gets analysed, it comes back. We then assign you a coach from England. Then they do a Zoom call with you for 1 hour, so very similar to what we're doing now. And then we draw out your objectives and the bits that we need to work on. So firstly, when you've done your match analysis, if you don't mind sharing it, who did you do it with?
It was the Tranmere Rovers, Matt Hunter.
Obviously, you did it with Matt Hunter from Tranmere Rovers, amazing. So for anyone who's watching in, Matt Hunter is not only a coach at Tranmere Rovers, which is a professional team from on the outskirts of Liverpool, but also Matt's a FA educated as well and coach educator. So talk to me when you've done your match analysis. What was your first thoughts of it? Do you think it was valuable? Was it not valuable?
Yeah, no, it's definitely valuable, yeah.
So can you remember when you'd done your match analysis with Matt and you went through your objectives? What was the 1 or 2 objectives that you had to start working on straight away? What was flagged up in your game?
Gain, not as much, but you just had to start gaining anyway, just get the foundation. But that wasn't a big concern though. But
what's the one area of your game that you think's got better since you've been doing your objectives? Is the one area that you think I've really got better at in the past couple of months since you started it?
Probably more so body positioning. Because normally I just go to my left because I play on the right. So, but checking both ways now instead.
That's good. And then within our system, for anyone again who's watching and listening who doesn't understand our 7 pillars, the match objectives that get drawn out from the match analysis, we input them to our football plan, which is our web-based portal. So are you still on your first objective at the moment, Nathan, or have you moved on to your second? So you're still on your first objective?
Yeah.
And that's currently scanning at the moment?
Yeah.
And what percentage are you currently at with your achievement? Where are you at with it at the moment?
40s.
So you're in the 40s. So what percentage, again, just for our listeners, what percentage have you got to get to before you can move to your next one?
Is it 80?
85%? Yeah. So obviously, that's a good starting point. Most players, when they do scanning, they'll maybe get 10 or 20% at most. But we need players to get to 85%. Once they get to 85%, we give that a big tick, and then we move them on to the second objective. So that's good that you're working through that. So that's obviously your DNA, your match analysis. Now, there's a couple of other pillars in there as well. One of the ones that we do want to talk about as well is the GPS tracker. So one of the pillars is the tracker. So have you found that being valuable, and have you been wearing it as much as possible?
Yeah, I wear it nearly every time actually.
That's great. And what's one of the things that you've noticed
since you started wearing the tracker? Is it educating you in any way? Is it making you try harder? Is it making you work less?
No, like probably more motivating because you can like compare yourself with like academies like around your age as well.
That's really, really good. So one of the big things that we do, again, for the listeners listening in, is we get players to not only train in the GPS trackers, but they wear the trackers on game days. And we record things like the amount of sprints they do in a game, how many accelerations, how many decelerations, what distance they cover, how hard they're working in certain areas of the pitch. The good thing with this is for all of our players is that we know exactly where they're at in comparison to players in the UK and Europe. And we can have that meeting if we don't believe they're working hard enough or if they need to be recording more sessions. So that is a really, really invaluable tool. And as Nathan's just alluded to, he's wearing it as much as possible, which is a great thing to see. Now, out of the 7 pillars, and I've got a feeling I know which one it is, but I'm going to ask you, which is your favourite pillar of the programme and why?
Probably the match analysis.
Yeah, it's the one that we get all the time, the match analysis, because I think it not only shows you in that one meeting that you do with the coach the areas you've got to get better at, but it's an invaluable tool because you get the recording and you can watch it back as many times as you can. So out of interest, how many times do you think you've watched it since you've done the meeting?
Like 3.
That's good. One of the things we do encourage the players is to keep watching it at least once a month, once a fortnight, just to keep going over the certain points and objectives that the coaches have spoke to them about. And it's a good way to assist with that. So one of the other pillars is obviously we take players on trials to the UK and to Europe. Now, just for all of our listeners, if you are pushing through your objectives and you get through at least 2 or more, or you're on track to complete 2 or more by the time we're going on trials, you are eligible to come on the trials with us. And that's where we open up opportunities for pro scholarships. So every January, we always visit England, the Premier League, and we take players to academies and pro clubs for trials. In the June, July, we take players to Paris Saint-Germain in France, and also to Spain, to Barcelona. Now, Nathan, for our listeners out there, can you tell us if you are firstly being invited to join any trials? And if you were, have you accepted? And are you going on any next year?
Yeah, is it June, July? The PSG and is it Westpac or was?
Westpac with Barcelona and Spain, yeah. So you're going to be coming along for that. So you must be super excited and pumped for that opportunity.
Yeah.
Now, have you been to France and to Spain before?
Yeah, actually I have.
Yeah, and did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it's nice.
Would you like to make it as a professional footballer? My friend Ray Wood has written this amazing book, The Pro Player Pathway, that gives you the secret to becoming a professional.
So let's roll forward a year or two and you're going to sign and play professional football. Where would you choose to move and play for? Which team? Would it be a French team, a Spanish team, or would it be somewhere in England? What's your dream?
Probably direct to Ireland, maybe.
To where, sorry?
Ireland.
To play in Ireland? Wow, I didn't think that one. So who would you like to go and play for in Ireland?
Like Shamrock Rovers, maybe.
Shamrock Rovers, amazing. So I've actually, many years ago, I done one of my UEFA qualifications with the FAI in Dublin. And we'd done a couple of visits and study visits to Shamrock Rovers. It's an amazing club, amazing people. And I believe one of the guys I was on the course with, he still actually works at Shamrock Rovers. So maybe that's something we could open up for you as well in the next couple of months. So what we'll do is I'll have a chat with the guys at Shamrock and maybe see if we could squeeze that in at some point next year or the following year for you.
Yeah, thanks.
So now you're going to be going on the trials in June and July, and we're obviously going to take you to PSG and to Westpac in Barcelona. What's probably one or two of the highlights that you're going to be looking forward to that trip? What's one of the key things you're looking forward to?
Like seeing different levels in Europe, like in comparison. and then I don't know, it's a good experience or like good thing to have on your record.
Yeah, it's going to be a good thing. It's going to show you the levels in Paris. It'll show you the levels in Barcelona, and then in comparison to England and to Ireland as well. So it's going to be super exciting. Now, what's one of the things that you really want to try and get better at yourself? So we know we've got scanning and you're working on NAFI objectives, but what's the one area in your game, Nathan, that you think you've really got to get better at and that you're going to try and work on over the next 12 months?
Probably my movement, like on and off the ball, like using double movement to get more time on the ball.
Amazing. And again, with that, you can keep an eye on that with your GPS tracker as well. Also, especially when you're monitoring your objectives. So when you're monitoring your objectives and you're doing your scanning, there's a couple of ways for players and mums and dads listening and wondering how we do this. So what we do is there's a couple of ways you can do it. Nathan could play in a game. He could have a friend, a mum or a dad helping him out. And they basically have a piece of paper, a pen. If he's working on scanning, every time the ball's coming into Nathan's vicinity, if he remembers to scan across both shoulders, that goes down as a big tick. If he doesn't scan at all, or he only scans on one shoulder, it goes down as a cross. And at the end of the game, if he gets 5 successful, 5 unsuccessful, he inputs that into the system and it gives him a success rate of 50%. The other way you can do it, you can get a recording of your game. And this is one of the things that we really encourage the players to do at least a couple of times a year, is watch 1 or 2 or more of the games back and actually record their score themselves by watching the game. So out of curiosity, Nathan, how are you recording your scanning at the moment?
Like watching back the videos, like, yeah.
That's
I know.
amazing.
Yeah, I know. Put in like 2 times speed is does take a while to get through it.
Yeah, it does, and it is quite long process. However, what we discovered in the Premier League was when I worked at Leicester City, and they're a Category 1 academy, so they're a top-level academy in England. We discovered that by getting the players to watch the game back and watch for objectives, it was actually a good way to realise areas that they aren't doing well in the game, but areas that they were doing well in as well. So are you finding when you watch the game back, you're actually noticing things like you're not moving into spaces and you are getting a bit static?
Yeah.
That must be invaluable for your game, that you don't necessarily have to hear that from the coach. You can actually see it yourself and you're aware that it's going on.
Yeah.
Now, in regards and into comparison, before you come to the pro player pathway and you joined us on the programme, do you think it's been a big help and a big advantage to being on the programme?
Yeah, definitely. Like, especially like knowing about like how much hours I get in a week. Like normally I wasn't doing much before, but like I'm really working the hours.
So how many hours a week are you currently doing at the moment, Nathan, just so our listeners can get an idea of what you've got to do?
There's 16 plus 1, so 17 hours.
And of those 17 hours, you're doing about 70% football, and then the rest is things like other sports, recovery. So within your 11 or 12 hours, obviously you're doing football. What you do outside of football for the other 4 to 5 hours? Can you explain to our listeners some of the things that you do?
Oh, I do a lot of running, like cross country, like maybe the gym in the morning, go to the gym to like swim, so like recovery wise.
That's amazing. And again, you've obviously noticed since you've upped your hours, you feel like your game's getting a lot better. You're forward to working with you over the next few years, Nathan, and hopefully maybe one day pulling on that jersey for Shamrock Rovers or maybe Arsenal.
Yeah.
That sounds amazing. Well, a big thank you, Nathan, for joining us. And a big thank you from me at the Raymond's World Podcast. Again, if you want more information, you can go to proplayerpathway.com, or you can go to eurofootballstar.com, or you can drop us an email to service@eurofootballstar.com, and all of our contact website links are in our show notes below. And we're going to wish Nathan the best of luck for the future. So big thank you from me and Nathan and everyone at the Raymond's World Podcast. Have a great day.
Hey everyone, this is Raymond Wood at the Raymond Wood podcast. We've got a special edition. We've got a podcast with my friend John Barnes. We're going to be splitting this into 3 sections and 3 different parts. We're going to learn a little bit about John's life before he played football, and we're filming live in Chicago today. The second part is going to be coming from Houston, where we're going to talk about John's career at Liverpool, at Watford, and playing for England as well. And then the third part and the final part is going to be recorded in Los Angeles, which is going to be a phenomenal venue. And we're going to talk a little bit about what John's doing post-football, post his career as a coach and as a player, and what he's up to at the moment. So a big welcome to you, John, onto my podcast.
Sorry for being a bit sweaty, it's a bit hot.
It's been a really warm day today in Chicago. It's been about 30 degrees, and we actually got caught out sweating, running around as well. Now, John, we've obviously had you in our events over the past couple of days, and one of the interesting things that I discovered about you that I never knew was about your life in Jamaica and growing up in the background with your parents. So could you maybe start from the early days when you first started playing football as a junior? And I love the story about your dad and your dad's background.
Well, first of all, I mean, instead, at the outset, that is my life before football. There was no life before football. I started playing football when I was 3 years old.
Wow.
As all kids do. Yeah. I mean, obviously not even thinking about being a professional footballer, but growing up in Jamaica, like growing up anywhere, be it Australia, be it America, be it anywhere, Africa, anywhere you are, people play football. And that's what I did. Particularly, this was, I was born in 1963. So throughout as far back as I can remember, that was what I did. My father was a colonel in the army, and he came to Sandhurst, which is the officer training, British Army officer training, because of course Jamaica was a colony, and anybody from even Australia, when it was a colony, Africa, any country which was a British colony, if you wanted to be an army officer in your own country, you had to come to Sandhurst, because obviously, Jamaica was a colony. So he came to Sandhurst with Andrew Parker Bowles, was his best friend. That's Camilla's husband. Ex-husband, should I say, because of course Camilla is now married to the king. So he was at my mum and dad's wedding. They were classmates at Sandhurst. But my father, being a British Army officer, of course he's from Trinidad, but grew up in Jamaica as an Army officer, discipline was the most important thing. And my father understood that there are going to be hardships, coming from one of the colonies into a camp where you have Winston Churchill and the old quintessential English gentleman used to go, and you're coming from Jamaica, and you had probably, you had officers from Ghana and from all over. So he knew he had to be disciplined, he had to be determined, he had to be stoic. He also had to show them that he's equally as good as them, if not better. So he volunteered for everything. So my father then became heavyweight boxing champion in Sandhurst, never boxed before.
Wow.
Played rugby for Sandhurst, never played rugby before, but he then became the fullback. So whatever, and he just volunteered for everything. He actually played football himself for Jamaica, as much as he's an army officer, not professionally, but being an army officer, he had a lot of discipline. So he played football for Jamaica. He then played squash for Jamaica. When he got older, my sister swam for Jamaica. She played squash for Jamaica. My other sister played tennis for Jamaica. So I think you can figure out that I came from a very sporting background. So growing up in Jamaica, sport was everything, but not just sport. It's about the discipline and the attitude necessary for you to be successful in sport.
A lot of people are always wondering why a lot of the athletes who come from Jamaica are so successful, and the obvious one is yourself. And then moving a little bit later on, Usain Bolt. Do you think it's down to discipline?
Well, of course. Never mind myself who's a footballer and talk about Usain Bolt, but before him there's Asafa Powell, Don Quarry, Merle Notty. The Jamaican sprinters are much more successful than any Jamaican footballer, myself included.
Yeah.
Because, I came from Jamaica but was brought up in England since I was 13 years old. But Jamaica always had, from the 70s, a lot of good sprinters.
Yeah.
Now, they're no different to black Americans.
Yeah.
Genetically, they're no different to, and there are many more, millions more black Americans. So how can Jamaica, a country of 2.5 million people, produce so many good sprinters? And you can see them in the Olympics throughout, and the girls as well. Shelly Ann Fraser, they have so many good sprinters because they have the support.
Yeah.
When I was growing up in Jamaica, and this is not just something new, when I grew up in Jamaica, if you could sprint, you were running in the National Stadium in front of 40,000 people at the age of 9 and 10.
That's crazy.
Because they supported it. Because obviously you don't need anything to be able to run, so you can sprint. But it is well supported and is well funded, and they're well trained. So I always say, if Africa had that funding and that support, then of course you'd have lots of black sprinters from Africa. There are hundreds of millions. But of course they don't. Whereas in Jamaica, it is a culture. Yeah. And the culture starts from when you're young. And it's not just about your physical ability, it's about the training that you get, because Jamaica is not a rich country, so they don't, give you lots of money. But the interesting thing about that is what from the 70s, a lot of the Jamaican athletes used to come up to America to university when they're 16, 17, 18, go to American universities. Yes, they're running for Jamaica, but they came to America to be trained and to be developed. Since Usain Bolt's time, probably about 15 years ago, they started to not come to America. They started to train in Jamaica because they understood that the qualities necessary, the training, attitudes, and the food and the nutrition, and the information, you don't have to come to America to get that. You can get that anywhere. And I suppose if you talk about what you're doing in Australia and here, you know, you don't need to go to Europe initially if you're young to be able to develop in the same way. So that is why the Jamaican sprinters, ever since the 70s and 80s, were always able to compete.
Yeah. Just touching on a little bit more as well with the whole DNA and the makeup. One of the studies and researches I done at Loughborough University when I was at Leicester, it was really interesting that we actually discovered that 82% of white Europeans have fast twitch fibers as well. And it was really crazy to read that. And then I was thinking, well, if there's a lot of white European backgrounds have got it, why aren't they doing so well in athletics? But then you look at Jonathan Edwards, who was the triple jumper.
Yeah.
His records will never be beat, I don't think.
No, absolutely. It's a cultural thing because, of course, you have to go through it. And interestingly, it is not just from a racial perspective, because if you look at black East Africans to black West Africans, Jamaicans, Americans are West Africans. In the slave trade, that's where they came from to go to America and Jamaica and the New World in the Caribbean.
Yeah.
And they're genetically, as much as they have the same color, they're different to the East Africans.
Yeah.
So if you look at the East Africans, they're better long distance runners.
Yeah.
Ethiopians, Tanzanians, Kenyans, because as much as they're both black from a racial perspective, genetically, they're different.
Yeah.
So therefore, you don't get many black Ethiopian sprinters and black Kenyan sprinters. And of course, the Americans, the black Americans, are from West Africa, so therefore they're different body types. So genetics does play a big part in it. But once again, unless you're going to be able to put those genetics to good use in terms of not just the information in terms of how to train and what to eat, you also have to have an environment which encourages you to train, to do, because of course, from a genetics point of view, you don't have those genetics that you can just run. You have to then put the work in.
You got to put the work in. And again, I think it all goes back to that discipline, doesn't it? And having that structure. So let's talk about, like you said, you were 3 years of age, you started kicking your first ball. Who was your first influence? Was it an uncle and aunt? Was it your dad? Was it mom? Was it cousins?
Absolutely my dad. Absolutely my father, because my father always, because he's very sporty. I mean, he's a colonel in the arms, so first of all, discipline is important.
Yeah.
And secondly, from a sporting perspective, interestingly, I swam competitively from the age of 7. We used to swim in Miami. My sisters used to come and swim internationally, and I came to swim in Miami on the 10s when I was 9 years old from Jamaica in an international meet for my swim club, Marlin. But what used to happen when I got to, I've always played lots of sport, but we lived near the stadium pool in Jamaica. We used to walk to go to training every day, swimming practice every day. And every now and again I'll stop off to play football. And my dad said, if you're not going to take this seriously and not go to swimming practice every day, because you could always play football at other times, he said, stop swimming. So my dad always said, unless you're going to do it with authenticity in terms of putting the effort in. So he wanted me to go to training every day. And because every now and again I'd stop off and play football with my friends, he said, stop swimming.
Yeah.
So my dad always said, whatever you're going to do, you give it 100% commitment.
What was your stroke at swimming? Was the one
breaststroke?
Breaststroke, and that was your preferred?
Yeah, breaststroke was what I did. My sister did IM, she did backstroke freestyle, butterfly. She did the individual medley. She was very good. And once again, because sport generally, or just not just sport, but in terms of education, you put your mind to it, you can do it. My sister then didn't take up squash till she was like 20. Yeah. And then at 25, she was playing squash for Jamaica. So and she was a good squash player, but she worked really hard. And my dad always said, whatever you're going to do, you have to work really hard at it.
So it sounds like from a young age you were doing a lot of sports. And what age was it when you started to really specialise into football, where you probably got rid of the most of the sports? Was it more in the teenage years?
Well, I didn't really get rid of it because, of course, at school, I only went to a rugby school in England. I didn't play football at school. I played for a local football club. But I played rugby at school only. So then I played rugby for London schools. We had London school trials because I could run. So I'm playing rugby up until the age of 15. That's when I gave up. Because in Australia, when you get to 15, 16, you get those big boys who want to really hurt you. I was a good runner. I could pass. I could move. But then all of a sudden in these trials, these boys were trying to kill me.
You get a few of those Kiwis coming after you.
I played cricket. I played at Middlesex when I was 13, 14.
Yeah.
So as much as I played football, because I wasn't concentrating on being a professional footballer. That's my favourite sport, so I loved it. But I played cricket because I loved it. I played rugby. I played table tennis. I played squash. I played all sports. And I didn't know I was going to be a professional footballer until I was 16 and a half, and I became one at 17. So I wasn't then thinking at 13, 14, 15, I'm not going to concentrate on other sports. I played sports because I loved playing sports, but football was always the easier and the more accessible sport.
More natural. Yeah. It's really, you know this as well, it's very political and topical on early specialisation and doing a mix. And what we discovered in the Premier League and the English FA when we worked on this EPPP project, and it was through Loughborough Uni, we actually discovered that doing a multiple set of sports at a young age, all the way through up until teenage years, actually built up what was called a foundational base. And the foundational base was building up agility, balance, coordination, and speed. And we actually discovered as well something that was really, really interesting. To be able to create fast twitch fibres, you need to build up a base of slow twitch fibres first. And then on top, your fast twitch fibres grows and develops. So it's really interesting to see that you, within that case, sort of like doing all those foundations, you were doing a lot of different sports, swimming, you know, you said you were doing rugby, and football wasn't really specialised until you were 16.
Yeah, but the thing about it is that because, of course, you look at the correlation and the crossover between sports as much as you don't think. Because, for example, for goalkeepers, you look at footwork. Like, if you look at the way tennis players play tennis, they never cross their legs when they run across. They move sideways, like goalkeepers do. Yeah. So you have boxers. Yeah. So therefore, and as much as even when I did box as well, till they started to hit me too hard, I went to boxing training and I love boxing. I was a really good boxer, and I love training with my friends. I played at the YMCA, but every time there was a boxing event to box somebody you didn't know, I said, I'm not interested in that. But the footwork involved. So therefore, and this is not, I mean, now they're teaching you how to do it, and they're telling you that specifically this is what you do. But when you learn it by just doing it with a boxing coach, for example, I'm not thinking about my footwork for football, but it comes naturally. You know, you don't cross your legs in football either. You know, you move sideways. So all of these sports helps you in football because, of course, there are different dynamics, changing, you know, angle, changing directions. I play a lot of squash where you got to come forward, you got to come back to the middle, you move sideways, you move in and out, you move. So of course, now in football, they teach you all of this specifically for football. Yeah. But a lot of other sports gives you an idea for football in terms of the movements that you have to make subconsciously without even thinking about it.
Without even thinking about it. So we move on a little bit as you get more into closer to your teens. At what age was it when you first had that first experience of going overseas and leaving Jamaica? Was it 12, 11?
Well, I was going, as I said, we're going to Miami. Jamaica's an hour from Miami, so our family and lots of Jamaicans go up there. So I was going to Miami, you know, very regularly, two times a year, 3 times a year. We swam there, played football in Miami when I was younger, because in Miami they've got a big Hispanic population, so they always played football. So even when I was young, you know, I'd go up and play football. But of course, I then came to England when I was 12, 13 years old, permanently. To emigrate. But before then, America, we didn't go anywhere else really, because our cousins in Miami, so we didn't really go around. So mainly from a swimming perspective, my sister swam in Colombia, they swam all over. So yeah, we were always well-traveled, but mainly just to America.
And just to finish on this little mini segment before we go to an ad break, but Miami and the football's getting huge then, you know, I'm probably going to talk about David Beckham. He's doing a great thing as well for the game over in the USA. Do you actually know David fairly well? Have you met him?
I don't know if I met him, but I don't know him that well, but I have met him. But, you know, like anything else, football has been around for a long time.
A long time.
You know, as I said, at his 19... born in 63, by the early 70s I was coming to Miami. A friend of mine was coaching in Miami back then, and I used to come even when I was 11 and 12 years old, playing Miami Classics against the teams from Miami, from Jamaica. So, you know, as much as we're thinking that this is new, this has been around for a long time, it's much more professional, it's much more organized, it's much better funded. But even back then, we were coming up to Miami to play football matches back then in the early 70s.
Yeah, I mean, we had Pele, didn't we go there? Was it in the 70s?
Of course, Pele came, Franz Beckenbauer, Johan Cruyff, they all came.
So we've had big superstars.
But then what you didn't have is that many local players playing. They brought the superstars over, whereas now you have loads of local players. The one thing I would say about that, though, is, and which could really help America to grow even more, is if they, you know, stop viewing it as a middle-class sport. Yeah. You know, if you get the athletes who are playing American football, baseball, basketball, the real athletes, and they play soccer, because, of course, the best athletes in England and wherever, I'm not talking about specifically for boxing or sprinting, but just athletics generally, you know, everybody wants to play football, whereas here, football seems to be either a middle-class sport or a sport for immigrants in terms of whether you're Hispanic or you're from, you know, whereas the local American kids, it's only the middle-class college kids who play football. If that changed, you'll really see America growing.
Amazing. A big thank you, John. We're going to go to our first ad break, but when we come back, we're going to do a little bit of magic. We're going to leave Chicago, and we're going to skip all the way across to Houston, and we'll come back with our second part where we're going to talk about John's life, signing and playing professional football at Watford, moving on to Liverpool, and a little bit about England. Watch this space, listen to the advertisements, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
And it won't be as sweaty in Houston, although it's hotter.
Thanks, John, and thanks everyone for listening in.
We are super excited. The Professional Player Pathway book is finally here. It's just launched. You can now purchase this book. If you want to learn what it takes to make it as a professional football player, if you've got a son or daughter who's aged between 7 and 8, all the way up to 23, this has got the 7 pillars and the 7 secrets on how to make it in the Premier League, in La Liga, in the top leagues around Europe. The project that I worked on, the Premier League and the FA spent £1.6 billion to date on this project. It produced players like Lauren James of Chelsea, Jude Bellingham of Real Madrid, Trent Alexander-Arnold of Liverpool, and many, many more. Guys, if you want to make it as a pro, the Professional Player Pathway book is the book for you. Hi everyone, we're back from our ad break. It's the second part of the podcast with John Barnes. Now, thank you to Modern Technology. We've just come all the way from Chicago. We're now magically in Houston. Welcome back, John.
Thank you very much. Equally as hot, but not as sweaty.
Now, we're going to speak to John about his illustrious Liverpool career and how he first heard about getting the opportunity to sign for Liverpool. But obviously, you spoke to us about your career at Watford and then going into Liverpool. So if you can explain a little bit about the background and the amount of time that you spent at Watford, and then obviously when that first opportunity come to come for Liverpool.
Well, I was at Watford for 6 years, and this wasn't the first opportunity I had to leave Watford because, of course, I'd been there for 6 years. I've been playing for England for 3-4 years before I even went to Liverpool. The goal against Brazil was when I was 20 years old, and I had another 3 years at Watford. So in between then, I'm sure that opportunities, like AC Milan may have been interested in other clubs, but I stayed at Watford for 6 years. And Graham Taylor's the one who actually said to me, you are going to go to Liverpool. Because he said, that's the right club for you. The time is now right for you to go. You've done your apprenticeship, if you like, because now what happens in football is that the young player plays well for 1 year at a decent club, and then he costs £80 million and goes to a club and he sees inconsistency because he's not shown he's at a level of consistency over a period of time, which will then warrant you coming to a big club to know that you're going to hit the ground running, you're going to do well, and you're going to be consistent. Peter Beardsley was at Newcastle for 6 years. John Aldridge was away at Oxford and Newport for 6, 7, 8 years before he even came to Liverpool. So back then, clubs really did their homework on you to know, yes, you're a good player, but can you prove year in, year out that you can do this? And that's when Graham Taylor actually came to me and he said, Liverpool have come in for you and you're going to go to Liverpool. They came in January 1987 because then you could have gone at any time. There's no transfer window. But he said that, okay, you're going to go at the end of the season. You're not going to go to Liverpool now because... and he's right, and I still believe it, that mid-season is not a time for you to go to a club because you have to bed in new culture, new system, new teammates. You've got to get used to the tactics. So it's always good to go at the start of the season where you can have a good pre-season, physically, mentally, getting used to the players, getting used to the system, the tactics. So I then went to Liverpool at the beginning of '87. And Peter Beardsley came at the same time as me. About a week later, he was the most expensive player. So it was a bit of a change for Liverpool because Rushian had gone to Juventus, Kenny had retired. So it was really, me and Peter and John Aldridge really were to replace those two.
So trying to replace them. So you went to Liverpool in '87. And that first pre-season, what was it like when you first hit the training grounds with joining all the new Liverpool players? And was you nervous? Was you confident? Was there any players who really stood out to you?
Well, as I said, I've been playing football for 6 years. I've been playing for England for 3 years. I've been playing in the England squad with Liverpool players. So I wasn't, obviously you're apprehensive, but I wasn't nervous because I knew my preparation was such for the last 6 years that I was able to play. I was able to perform, and I played against Liverpool many times. So while there's a bit of apprehension, there wasn't any nerves. And obviously I felt that these Liverpool, but I know the Liverpool players. And individually, Rush and Dalglish, but they weren't there anymore. But the Liverpool team were still the best team. Which was amazing to me because if you look at them individually, apart from obviously Rush and Dalglish, the rest of them, the Ronnie Whelans and the Steve McMahon and the Stevie Nichols, Alan Hansen was special. But, Jim Beglin, it was like, well, they're not superstar players. How come they're the best team in Europe? And it really was the Liverpool way. Yeah. And then I got into learning the Liverpool way, which came from Bill Shankly through to Bob Page to Joe Fagan to Kenny, and just learning about the Liverpool way. So therefore, as much as I was a better and more even senior player than a lot of Liverpool players in terms of my experience and the fact that I'm playing for England, I had to learn from them the Liverpool way. And that's what Liverpool did. They looked at players who they thought could fit into the Liverpool way. I came from Watford, which is a long ball team. So how can I play the way Liverpool played that from the back? But they saw something in me that I didn't even know I had in myself. Because that's what they do. They don't coach you, but they look at you and they watch you playing for your club and they say, you can fit into what we want without you even knowing it yourself. Because when you get to Liverpool, they don't coach you. You just have to absorb the Liverpool way by learning from what you see from the players who've been there before and done it.
I was born in 79, so around that 87, 88, I was like 9 and 10, and we used to spend a lot of time up at the stadium, down to Melwood, climbing that wall, getting past the barbed wire to watches. And then I remember like 10, 15 years later then becoming a coach myself, but thinking back that the glimpses of what we used to see, it didn't look like we seen a lot of coaching, it looked like a lot of small-sided stuff going on.
That's what it was. 6v6, 7v7, 8v8, depending on how many people turned up. But you learned, because that's what football is. Apart from, when you're shooting and crossing, or when you're defending and stopping crosses, you're playing in a middle third, whereby it's all about 8v8, keeping the ball, getting into certain positions to be able to deliver the final pass. And that's all we did. We did 5-a-side, didn't do any coaching. Which is really, that's why I'm glad I didn't go to Liverpool at maybe 17. Because at 17, 16, 17, you have to be coached.
Yeah.
Whereas Liverpool didn't bring in young players and put them in the team, because they're not going to coach them. But buy players early to mid 20s who had the experience, and they saw that you could fit into what they wanted, so they didn't coach us at all. So it was amazing to me how, coming from a team like Watford, from the first week in pre-season doing what I did, it was like I played for them all my life, and it was like I've never played this type of football before. How am I doing it? But they would have known in me that I could actually do it, and I think that they look at the intelligence in terms of how you play for your club, to use your initiative to work things out yourself, because that was Liverpool's mantra: work it out yourself.
I remember growing up, and Dad, he was an armchair supporter. He drove wagons all around the country, delivering to like supermarkets, but he even knew it was the Liverpool way: pass and move, the Liverpool groove. That's like what we grew up with as fans, and it's exactly what you guys were doing, wasn't it?
Well, Ronnie Moran, that's what he said: pass and move, don't stand still, rotating in positions, So there are times when, I would go to left back, Stephen Nicol would come over, and then I knew how to play left back until we could get back into position. So rather than passing and standing still, it wasn't just passing and moving, but moving into a different position, and everybody had to do it. So therefore the formation stayed the same, even if the personnel was different. So the rotation, where Peter Beardsley would drop off into midfield, Simon Mann might run, and Peter Beardsley would become that midfield player. So therefore you always had the shape, and maybe the personnel changes, but the shape to continue to move, either offensively or defensively, when all of a sudden Peter Beardsley is the deepest lying midfield player, and he has to defend like Ronnie Whelan. But once again, this is something that you have to have the experience to know. You can't be a 16-year-old kid and understand that. Yeah. So that is why Liverpool didn't really have all of these youngsters coming through. They bought a lot of young players when they were 21, 22, and then they learned the Liverpool way, but they didn't have 16 and 17-year-old players going into the team.
It's really interesting, you said before as well about like not being coached. You shouldn't be coached at that top level, you just turn up and do your job. But it was one of the things that I wrote about in the book, in the Professional Player Pathways, that we discovered at academy level. Coaching's important for youngsters. You've got to coach them skills, technique, tactics, but we discovered with the English FA and the Premier that we're probably over-coaching them too much. And it was really interesting that we went down the route of 2 sessions a week where we weren't able to coach. We just put them on the pitch, 4v4s, 5v5, 6v6s, and just gave them a basic condition. And I think we've realised, over the past 20 years, that we probably were over-coaching them a little bit too much in England.
Yeah, well, they have to do both. Of course, they have to be coached at a young age, but they also have to be able to use their initiative to work certain things out, because everything that, from a coach's perspective, when you go out there, if it's not working, what I told you to do and what I told you is going to happen as a coach, what you're going to do, you can't look to me and say, well, you said this wasn't going to happen. So Liverpool obviously took it to the nth degree, and maybe the English FA in the old days, were the opposite. But I think the balance is very important, because, as I said, when we played football, for example, and you would know as a coach, you'd have to put on, you'd have to then say to the players 2-touch for them to have 2-touch. At Liverpool, we never did. No. But we still had 2-touch. So I've been at clubs, and even for England, when you're having 80 sides and you're playing, then also the coach will go 2-touch, so you have 2 touches because you're forced to. Then he goes right free, and everybody starts to dribble. Yeah. In Liverpool, that was never the case. They still play 2-touch, because that's the way you play until you get into, obviously, each penalty box. So this is something that you actually learn as you get older, and you have to experience and go through. And because it was the Liverpool way, Liverpool never had to say 2-touch, but they would, I remember some new players coming, and then all of a sudden Ronnie Moran would have a go, the players got having more than 2 touches, and they'd say, yeah, but you said it's free, and you said free, but if you know the Liverpool way, free means 2-touch. Yeah. Until you don't have to do it anymore. Whereas it's the other way around. Yeah. Players will then take 2-touch when they have to, but when they don't have to, they dribble. Whereas in Liverpool, it was the other way around. We take 2-touch all the time, and when we don't have to, but then when we have to, that's when we dribble.
Now, obviously, you had an illustrious career with Liverpool. You won many, many trophies. You were there for 10 years. Is there one final, is there one league title win, is there something that really sticks out in your memories that you think that was the most enjoyable?
Well, I think 2 things. The biggest lesson I learned when we won the first league championship in my first year, when we beat QPR 1-0, and I came and I expected a huge celebration, and Ronnie Moran had the winners' medals in a bag. He put them on the table, didn't make a song and dance about it. He just said pre-season training July the 5th. Didn't make a song and dance about it, because of course we won the league, but what is success? Success is the repetition of success by doing it again. And how do you keep that hunger to do it again? Is when you've done it, forget about it. So obviously, that's easy philosophy to have when you're winning. What about when you're losing? And when we lost to Arsenal, last game of the season, came in, losers medals in a bag, said pre-season training July the 5th. Because had we wallowed in self-pity and despair because we've lost the league in the last minute of the last game of the season, we'd never have raised ourselves to win it like we did the next year. So when you win or when you lose, you give 100% effort, commitment, determination, authenticity in your efforts. And if you win, you win. If you lose, you lose. You know, there are a lot of people who say, well, it doesn't matter if you win. Of course you want to win, but if you give 100% and you lose, there's nothing you can do about that. So I always learned that from the Rudyard Kipling spoke about triumph from disaster, a great poem talking about the way you treat those two imposters. You can't necessarily, you could play in a cup final and hit the post 20 times, play really well and lose, but you've given it all, so you can't do anything about that. So my whole 10-year period at Liverpool, from a league perspective, the good and the bad, is the most important thing for me. But the one moment I'd say is probably the FA Cup after Hillsborough, when we beat Everton, because it was fitting that it was a Merseyside Cup final, Liverpool versus Everton, because Evertonians would have lost loved ones in that as well, because, as you know, Liverpool is not a divided city geographically, religiously. Some people support Everton, some Liverpool neighbours, even brothers and sisters. So they would have been hard hit by Hillsborough as well. So it was fitting that it was a Liverpool-Everton Cup final. So those two games, well, the Cup final is probably the singular game. And the biggest lesson I learned was when we won the league for the first time and we lost the league against Arsenal.
That's brilliant. Now, obviously, you blessed to work with many coaches, and you were influenced by a lot of them that you worked with, but also, you know, you've mentioned and spoke about you were influenced by coaches who were at the club before you. Was there one coach in particular, or one thing that was said to you in your career that really stood out and that really influenced you?
Well, first of all, I think that, you know, when I came to Liverpool, and I've said it all along, I felt I played under Bill Shankly, because what Bill Shankly did, Bob Paisley continued, Joe Fagan continued, Kenny Dalglish continued, so Roy Evans. So it's just a continuation of Bill Shankly. Nothing was new. Nothing changed. I mean, when Graham Souness came, it kind of changed. Then football was changing. Then Houllier came and things changed. But up until that point, Liverpool was just Bill Shankly and what he did. And all the coaches were promoted from within, so therefore that continued. So, but the lessons he learned, running around was probably because he had a hard time explaining it, because his delivery of his explanations weren't great. So you have to understand Ronnie Pugsy. Just to give you an example of the lessons that he taught us. For example, Jim Beglin played left back, and he said to Jim, if a corner's against, as a full-back, you go on the post, defending. So the corner came in and there was a goal, and he said to Jim Beglin, where were you, son? He said, I was on the post. He said, what are you doing there? He said, you told me to go there. And he said to him, yeah, but if I told you to jump in a fire, would you do that? Now, everybody laughs and thinks it's a stupid thing to say, and I suppose if you just take it at face value, it is. But what he's saying to Jim is that I've given an instruction to be on the post. But while you're on the post, if you see danger somewhere and use your initiative to know that that's more dangerous, and you leave the post, although I've told you to be there, they love it when you do that. They love it when you do that, because so many players get away with just being given instructions and just following it to the letter of the law. Meaning, if Jim was on the post and he knew 100% that they were going to score, but he's still going to stay on the post, and he stays on the post and they score, and the coach has a go at him, and Jim says, no, but you told me to go on the post, so you can't have a go at me. The Liverpool coaches wouldn't stand for that. They say, you use your initiative. So, you know, these are the lessons that you learn at Liverpool. More than any other club, they allow you to use your initiative, which is why they look at you for the years and they say, have you got that initiative? Do you have that experience to do that? Rather than us having to coach it into you. And there's so many good players who've come to Liverpool, and if you don't learn that Liverpool way, no matter how good you are, you won't make it.
Yeah. Now, one of the final ones I want to finish on before we go to our next ad break is, obviously, you know, Shankly instilled a lot into the club. We obviously have gone through a bit of a period before Jurgen Klopp joined us where we weren't so successful again. I feel like Klopp sort of taught us a little bit about how to win again and brought that winning mentality back. Do you think there's a lot of talk, and I see it from a fan's point of view, you see a lot of negative talk about Klopp's gone, it's the end of the world, it's going to be another 5 years before we win a trophy? Or do you think it's not going to be that bad, and do you think Klopp's installed some of the winning culture back into the club, and do you think Arnie will bounce off that?
Absolutely. I mean, Bill Shankly, after Bill Shankly, Bob Paisley took over, and he was infinitely more successful than Bill Shankly. It was easier for Bob because Bill Shankly started it, and it's always easier to start a revolution than to continue it. Yeah. Because starting is always difficult, so I still put him ahead of Bob Paisley in that respect, although Bob Paisley's won more trophies, infinitely more than him. Jurgen started something again, but it's going to be different now, because obviously after Bill Shankly, everything continued the same. Promotion from within. It went to Bob Paisley, to Joe Fagan, to Kenny Dalglish, to the training methods, the staff, everything stayed the same. Things are going to change. Because Jurgen now, you know, the way that he had Liverpool in the last 9 years, if he was going to promote from within and he's going to be a student of Jurgen and things are going to be the same, the methods, then, you know, it will just continue. Whereas it's the unknown because it's going to be new, because Arne Slot is different to Jurgen. He's going to bring a new system, a new philosophy to the team. We're not going to be playing as heavy metal football, as dynamic as Jurgen. We're going to be more considered. Extra passes in midfield, probably play a bit more on possession, a little bit more quality in our deliveries rather than just, you know, getting forward, up and down. You could look at the nature of the midfield players; they're more technical. But the quality of the players, and more importantly, the character of the players, is good. Which means that, you know, you've seen it in the past when Fergie left, when Arsene Wenger left, when Mourinho left Chelsea, that all of a sudden the players then dropped a level because the players responded to those managers, and a new manager coming in, they don't respond to because they know if we lose, the fans are going to not boo us, they're going to boo the players, whereas the Liverpool players are good characters. Yeah. And Jurgen has already started singing out his name straight away, so I think that the characters that Liverpool have will be respectful enough to Arne to then go, yes, we love Jurgen, remember him, but whatever you want us to do, we're going to do. So I've seen those signs on pre-season that they will give 100% effort to try and now make it the Arne Slot way.
Your opinion for the season ahead? Do you think they've got enough to get that Champions League place again?
Oh, absolutely, to get a Champions League place. Yeah, I mean, you know, I think it's between, once again, the top three, Man City, Arsenal and Liverpool. I think Liverpool would be more consistent than we were last year. We had a lot of injuries and, you know, a few new players. So I think we'll be pushing, but I have no doubt we'll definitely be in the top four.
Amazing. Now, we're about to go to our next ad break, and through the magic of technology, we're going to magically fly all the way from Houston to LA. Once we pick up our final little section of this podcast, we're going to speak to John about post-playing, coaching, and then also what he's doing in television and currently what he's up to. Watch this ad break, and we'll be back with you very soon.
Would you like to make it as a professional footballer? My friend Ray Wood has written this amazing book, The Pro Player Pathway, that gives you the secret to becoming a professional.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the final segment of this podcast with John Barnes. Now, we've been in 2 cities, and through the magic of technology, we've just travelled from Houston all the way to Los Angeles. John, welcome back. Safe travels from Houston.
Sweaty again.
Sweaty again. The temperature in the US at the moment, it's summertime here. It's been really, really hot. Now, we spoke a little bit about your career before you made it as a pro. We've spoken a little bit about Watford, Liverpool and England. We want to talk a little bit now for our listeners out there who know you and who don't know you. What happened once you finished up at Charlton, I believe it was, and then how did you decide to do your coaching badges, and was that something that you really aspired to do?
Well, of course, straight after I left Charlton, I became a coach. I'd just done my B badge. But of course, Kenny then phoned me, Kenny Dalglish, and said, would I like to come as head coach to Celtic? So while I didn't finish all my badges, the opportunity came, so I jumped at it. Because of course, I had been influenced by, first of all, Graham Taylor, in the way that he approached football in terms of his, and we spoke about it earlier, his ability to understand tactics, systems, player position, regardless of you as an individual. How do you interact with the team by understanding the direction that players have to go in a real coaching environment? Obviously from Liverpool, we didn't do any coaching, as you know, but so I kind of like married the both, because all my thoughts on football was understanding how you want your team to play and then getting players to fit into that system. Football at that time, this was 1999, it was just about getting the best players. So when I went to Celtic and tried to implement a style and a system that's, and then get to the players to understand each position has a requirement in relation to the other positions, football back then was about, let's just get good players and go and play. So that didn't work out. Then I coached the Jamaica national team very successfully. We never lost one game. We had 13 games, won 11, drew 2. But politics in Caribbean football, as it was, meant that I didn't continue with that. But I've always loved coaching, and that's what I wanted to do. At the same time, I was also doing in the media. I worked in Sky, I worked in ITV at the time in football. So I've been doing that a lot. And of course, in the last couple of years, I've been an ambassador for Liverpool. But before that, I was always doing a lot of work for Liverpool, not as a full-time ambassador, but now that's really what takes up most of my time, ambassadorial work for Liverpool.
When you said you'd done your B licence when you were at Charlton, but then obviously I take it you went on under your A licence eventually?
Well, no, I didn't, because by the time I was then coaching, and then I went to Celtic, then I went straight to Jamaica. So by the time that finished, I just went into the media, so I didn't continue in the coaching.
How did you find it, the transition from being one of the superstar players over that prior decade to all of a sudden then at the helm of one of the biggest clubs? Was it an easy transition, or was it hard? Or?
Well, it was very hard because, of course, first of all, I am not from Scotland, and of course the Celtic Rangers situation whereby they like their own, and of course Rangers were the better team at that particular time. They were spending lots of money, and we weren't. So I actually had a fairly successful. I had quite a good win percentage at Celtic. My win potential at Celtic was 65%. Stephen Gerrard, who had a fantastic time at Rangers, his win percentage at Rangers was 63% over the 4 years. So once you have a perception as to what's failure and what's success, that didn't work out. But I didn't find the transition particularly hard because I've always thought about coaching and thought that way when I played football anyway, in terms of how the team performs. But unfortunately, when people have a misconception of you, then, you know, in many respects, you are beholden to other people rather than just yourself.
Now, obviously, we've got a lot of parents on our programmes who, a lot of them in Australia and the USA, are actual coaches and aspiring coaches. Was there a challenging moment that you can think back to when you was coaching, whether it be at Charlton or Celtic or Jamaica, and how did you overcome that challenge?
Well, challenging moments for me at Celtic, where you're playing with, or you're coaching and managing international players with big egos, is different to you're coaching an under-12 team in Australia.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure those under-12 kids will be much more receptive to their coaches than, you know, superstars at Celtic. So, of course, the challenge for me was the fact that I hadn't coached before, and I've just recently retired, and I'm at a huge club, and a lot of people felt, well, you shouldn't be here because you haven't been through the system, you haven't done any coaching before. So those were the challenges, the perception people had of me. And, of course, you see that now throughout Premier League football, because as I said, apart from Jurgen Klopp, Pep Guardiola, and now Mikel Arteta, every manager has a challenge because the players seem to be more powerful than the managers. So until that situation is going to be reversed, whereby the managers are now given the respect by the fans and the players, which happens more in England than other countries, it's always going to be difficult for managers.
So then rolling on to punditry works, you said that obviously, I can remember, you know, you worked on Sky, you've worked on ITV. Was that really enjoyable for you, and was that something that you really embraced, or is it a really difficult role? What's it like being on the TV?
That's an easy role.
It's an easy role.
It's an easy role because all you have to do is talk about what you see, talk about football, and what you do as a pundit is you always, after the event, say what should have been done. As a coach, you've got to say all of that before, because of course, as a pundit, you look at a game, he's in a bad position, it's a wrong goal, mistimed tackle, whatever, bad position. After, you can say that because you can see it. If you understand football, it's easy to do that. Whereas from a coaching perspective, you have to do all of that before the game and let people know what they have to do. So I found punditry very easy, and I still do. But it's I would still love to coach because that's what we want to do. But punditry is a way of keeping involved in football. But no, it's not a difficult thing at all.
With the punditry, one of the questions I really want to ask you, and this is a personal one for me, are they telling you what you can and can't say? And also, the second end of that question as well, is it really tricky that, you know, you find yourself you can't be too biased to, like, say, Watford or Liverpool because they're your ex-clubs? Or do they tell you can't be too biased towards them? How does that work?
No, they don't tell you. You have to be who you are. And I think that if you're constructive in your criticism, as much as I'm an ambassador for Liverpool and Liverpool's my club, I will be honest about it. But unfortunately, what happens to a lot of pundits, they get carried away one way or the other. So I would never, ever go and criticize a player for being in a bad position or missing an open goal, because I've been there, I've missed an open goal. So, of course, you can then say you should concentrate more, get your head over the ball. But you have pundits going, oh, you should never do that because it's a disgrace, because he's missed an open goal, and that should never happen because you're a professional, you know. So therefore, and unfortunately, they're the pundits who actually make it, the ones who are overly critical. So I think you can be constructive in your criticism if you're honest. And as I said, I've missed open goals. I know how easy it is to miss an open goal. So I would never ever go and say you should never miss an open goal.
And going back to coaching, obviously you just touched on maybe, you know, the potential of going into coaching again. And are you doing anything more with your coaching badges or education and learning at the moment, or?
Well, I haven't got time. I've got 7 children. I'm walking around, working. I'm doing all kinds. No, so at that moment in time, while I'm still doing what I'm doing, that has to take a back seat.
But coaching role potentially could still be on the cards in the future if the right opportunity comes.
If an opportunity comes, an opportunity doesn't come by very often. And there are many reasons for that, which. If I have an hour in the podcast, I can tell you. But of course, yes. So of course, I'm still on the lookout. But of course, you know, they are few and far between.
So we're just talking about obviously going into coaching and that, and obviously, you know, you're still very relatively young. There's a lot of coaches, you know, like a Carlo Ancelotti's getting closer to 80 now, and he's still going really, really well. Is that obviously something that you think maybe as your life maybe gets a bit quieter and as the kids get older, it could be something that you really pursue?
Well, of course, once again, it depends on the opportunity. But of course, Carlo Ancelotti may be getting older, but he has been in it for the last 30, 40 years. It's going to be relatively new for me because I coached in 1999. I then coached Jamaica in 2007, Tranmere in 2009. So it's been 14, 15, 16 years. Whereas Carlos continued throughout. So it's difficult for me now at my age. But of course, you can never say never.
Now, one of the big things to finish on before we finish the podcast, we always get our players in the room and parents as well to write down
the one big scary goal for the next 5 to 10 years? Have you got a big scary goal that you'd like to achieve or do? You know, is it whether it be something to do with your family or something on a personal level with work or business? Is there anything that you've got planned for the future?
But at my age now, there are no scary goals ahead. The scary goal ahead is just to try and stay healthy.
John, a big thank you. It's been amazing. We're so blessed to have you with us on this tour in the USA and Canada. And I know not just Liverpool fans, but football fans around the world are going to cherish this podcast. And a big thank you for me and the guys at Euro Football Star.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, this is Raymond Wood at the Raymond Wood Podcast. We're excited to be back with another podcast. Now, over the past couple of weeks, we've had ex-famous football players, coaches, and also from time to time, we bring on players who are currently on our professional player pathway program. Now, we've got a player online with us this evening. I'm going to introduce you to a young gentleman who's a fantastic football player, has got a lot of potential to go really far with his career. We've got Lockie Olsen with us. How are you, Lockie?
Good, thanks, Ray. Yourself?
Yeah, very good, very good. So thank you for joining us. So we're bringing you onto the podcast because we've got some exciting news that we want to announce and share with the world, everyone who follows us on our socials, and also a little bit of an update on you and your program. So before we get into it, I think we'll start straight off the bat. When did you first join us on the program?
It was towards the end of last year, so around like October of 2023.
October 2023. Where was the event that you come in for the Pro Player Pathway? Can you remember where it was?
My dad went to it. I think it was in Sydney.
In Sydney, amazing. And you are currently based, where are you based at the moment? Where do you live?
So I'm on the Central Coast. It's kind of in between Sydney and Newcastle.
Sydney and Newcastle. So for all of our listeners who are aware of our program, the Pro Player Pathway, we run events globally all around the world, and we offer scholarships to players to come and join us to work on our full-time program, which has got 7 pillars attached to it. And then the idea is to try and get players opportunities overseas to the UK and to Europe. So you've been with us for just over 6 months, and there's 7 pillars to the program. Can you explain to the listeners watching and listening in, what's your favourite pillar of the programme and why is it your favourite pillar?
I would say the opportunity to trial overseas.
The trial's the big one.
Yeah, for sure. It's just an amazing opportunity. It's quite crazy to me how like something like that can happen just for anyone, really.
Yeah, it's one of the big things that we've decided when we set up. We've seen there was a lot of problems, not just in Australia, but also in the USA and Canada, where there's a lot of trial opportunities getting put forward for players, and it costs a lot of money, but there's no preparation to prepare the players. And that's one of the big things that we spotted, that we could do a lot of the work with yourself and with the players and get you prepared, ready, so then when you go over for opportunities, you stand a way better chance of being successful. So obviously you had Dad, who was part of getting you signed up to the program, and it must have been a dream come true when you first heard about the program, that there was this opportunity to not only work full-time with myself and with some of the professional coaches, but also to get that once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to not only get a trial, but to be guaranteed a scholarship as well.
Yeah, for sure. And like you said, the support that you guys give the players leading up to the trial is just super important, and I think it'll definitely aid my success in the future.
Will, most definitely. Now, Lockie, let's talk football. Who's your favourite football team?
Manchester United.
Oh, we won't hold that against you. That's all right. So Manchester United are going really well in the summer. They've got quite a few signings already over the line. Is there anyone that you really particularly looking forward to watching in the new season?
I think the youngster Kobe Manu has come up through the academy. I think he's a very good player here.
Yeah, he has a very good summer as well with England in the Euros as well, and nearly won the Euros with England. They just missed out on that final game against Spain. But yeah, I think he's going to be a pivotal player, I think, for Manchester United in the new season. So what age were you, Lockie, when you first started playing football? What's your first memory of playing football? Can you remember how old you was roughly?
Would have been 3 or 4 maybe years old, just in the backyard, kicking a ball around with my dad.
Just you and Dad having a kick, and that's how it normally starts, doesn't it? What age do you think you can remember when you're thinking, I'd actually really like to play professional football? Do you remember when you first maybe thought of that?
That's always been my dream to be a professional footballer, but I think around the under 11 or under 12 age group, I really started to desire that for myself when I'm older, and yeah.
Now, obviously, once you started to think like that when you were 10 and 11, obviously, before you got on this program, did you seem like it was a pretty hard task to achieve to become a professional player, or did you think it was going to be relatively easy? What was your thought before you come on the program?
So yeah, before I came on the program, it definitely looked like it was going to be a road of lots of hard work, and the chances just say it's not going to happen that often for a lot of young kids who are just working hard in their backyard and whatnot. So yeah, I was prepared to do whatever it takes, but I knew it was going to be hard.
Yeah, any road's hard. It doesn't matter what you're trying to achieve. But one of the things that we recognised as well, not just in Australia, but in places like the USA, Canada, the Middle East, is that there isn't that direct pathway for football. Like when you live in the UK or Europe, you can definitely see there's a pathway. There's definitely a route you can follow and to get into the system. But it is a lot harder. And that was one of the things that used to upset me living in Australia for 18 years on and off, was that there wasn't the real opportunity for you boys and girls in Australia to even understand how to make the first step to make it as a professional. Now, if we talk a little bit about Rowan, how old are you now? You are
15, so I'm 15 in November.
So 16 in November. So rolling on from 10 and 11, 5 or 6 years later, you're now on the programme. You've been on the programme now. For those boys and girls and mums and dads who are listening to the podcast and don't know anything about our programme, one of the first touch points that we do with all the players is a match analysis. Now, I take it you've done your match analysis?
No, actually. We haven't been able to get footage, but I was actually going to get Mum to film my game this weekend. So
amazing. Well, that's exciting, because for those who are listening in, the beauty about getting the match analysis completed is that we draw out those objectives for you, and we can start to push it in that right direction. So that must be exciting, knowing that you are about to get your match analysis completed and you've got to get your video submitted. So is it going to be an up-and-coming game that you're going to get recorded in the next couple of weeks, is it?
It would definitely. I have one this Saturday where it's a home game, so my mum will be there for the whole match. And I have around just a few more games in my season. Since I play for my school, our season's a little shorter, but I'll definitely be able to film a few games, which is super exciting.
That's going to be good, and then we'll get you connected with one of our professional coaches and get that match analysis completed. That's one of the key areas that we need to get done. So once you've got your objectives, you can start working on them and preparing for your trial opportunity next January. Now, in relation to some of the other pillars, one of the other pillars is obviously the GPS tracker. Have you been wearing the tracker for training and games over the past couple of months?
Yeah. For I think since pre-season in January, I've been wearing it, and it's just so useful. I think it's essential for footballers, because really you can track things like heart rate, how far you run in a game, how fast you run in a game. So it's definitely good for improvement in your game, and yeah.
That's amazing. It's another big key one that we we introduced into Europe and into the Premier League probably about 15, 20 years ago when the first GPS trackers come around. And one of the big problems we had was, like with anything, it was very, very expensive to get the kit and equipment. But now with the prices coming down, it was an essential part to our program to get added in. And as you just alluded to, for all of our listeners listening in, the reason why we have the GPS tracker is not only does it record, as Lockie just mentioned, distance run, acceleration, deceleration, how many sprints you do in a session. It allows us to actually compare our players with players against who are playing in Europe and the UK, because we've got all the stats and data from those players across there, and it allows us to show you that where our players are maybe in Australia or the USA, wherever they're based, against the players in Europe, so we know where we need to bring it up. So you've been using that since January. That's amazing. And you're pretty much using it for as many sessions a week as you can.
Yeah.
What's one of the big things that you think you've learned from the GPS tracker? Is it taught you anything in particular?
Yes, actually, when the stats on the GPS tracker were like maybe better than in comparison to another session, I could definitely see that the session with, you know, the greatest stats was a better session, and I played better in that session. So, for example, distance ran in a session, since I'm a midfielder, that's maybe one of the most important ones in my game. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's good. And have you noticed over since January that you're progressively getting better with some of your stats and that? You're keeping an eye on like your sprints and your distance covered?
Yeah, it's been slow. For the first few months, it was kind of just the same. But then I did start to focus on improving those stats, and they're just getting better and better each week.
Now, before we talk about the trials and going to the UK and what you're looking forward to the most, one of the other pillars is our intolerance and DNA test. Have you had our test completed yet, or are you still waiting for that to be completed?
No, I've got the results back from the test, yeah.
Amazing. So just again, for our listeners listening in, one of the pillars out of the 7 pillars is our DNA and intolerance testing. And the reason why we use this is to try and reduce the amount of inflammation that goes on in players' bodies, and also to make sure that the digestive system is not spending too much time digesting food and drink that it doesn't want to digest because it's not tolerable for that particular body. So it's an individual test. So Lockie, to walk through for no one who's ever seen one of these tests, what did you have to do to get your test results? How was it tested?
So first I had to snip off a few inches of my hair, and then I'd put it in a Ziploc bag, and I would mail it over to an intolerance testing company in Queensland or something, and you know, they'd do the test and they'd just send me the results back, and yeah.
Amazing. So how long did that take from when you cut your hair to getting your results back? Was it a few months or a few weeks, or?
It was around 4 or 5 weeks before I got the results back.
That's not too long. And obviously, when you got the results back, were you excited to see what you could and couldn't eat? And what was the anticipation like when you got the results back?
Yeah, I definitely thought it'd be interesting. And I was actually super surprised with some of the foods that I used to eat daily. Turns out they were not good for me at all. And yeah, I've started eating substitute foods instead of those each day. So yeah.
Amazing. So for everyone again listening in, with the DNA and intolerance test, it flags a report back to all the players and individual reports based off the DNA sample from the hair. And in black is everything that they can eat and drink, and then it flags up any items in red. And the advice from that test result is to give that particular type of food or drink a bit of a rest for 6 months. What was some of the things in there that were flagged up against you that you normally you were eating, but it told you that it didn't want you to eat?
Yeah, so there was things like cow's milk, chocolate. There was some some types of pasta that I couldn't eat, and they were the main ones. Yeah.
Is there anything in particular on there that really upset you that you were like, damn, I can't believe I've got to have a break from that? Was there anything that you really miss?
It's definitely the chocolate and milk, definitely.
I was the same when I got my test done. I don't know if you remember from the presentation, but I think it was Cadbury's, chocolate, milk, cheese, bread. It was all completely wiped off my schedule as well. Now, I know from my personal point of view when I got my test done, because when we first considered to bring this on board for the players, I wanted to test it to see how good it was and if it made a difference. And I'll be honest, since I've started following my results, like things I'm not allowed to eat as chocolate, eggs, cheese, bacon, I've removed all of these items from my day-to-day life 99% of the time. And I've noticed like not only like weight loss, and it wasn't done for weight loss, it was done just to give it a try, but weight loss, skin, nails are growing really long all the time. Have you noticed anything since you made the changes that was for the benefit?
Yeah, so before I got the test done, I had like some like brain fog, you could say. And, 3 months later or 4 or 5 months later, it's all gone now. And yeah, I think super clear. And that would definitely help on the football pitch. So,
yeah, it was a big one when we first discovered it, and they started introducing these tests in the Premier League, and with some of the top teams around Europe, was that they found it got rid of headaches, migraines, brain fog, congestion in the throat, because there's a lot of congestion and phlegm that gets built up from particular foods like milk and dairy products particularly. But what was really interesting as well is that about 70% of our players actually flag up for chicken as well. So they've got to take chicken out the diet. Is chicken okay on your foods or?
Yeah, chicken was fine. There were no meats that were bad for me. It was mainly just like dairy and yeah, it was mainly dairy, to be honest.
That's amazing. So that's another big one, I suppose, for you in your journey, that maybe this time 9 months ago, you didn't have the GPS tracker, you didn't have your objectives, which you're going to do for your match analysis, but also you wasn't even aware that like this was causing a bit of a brain fog in regards to your nutrition. So you must feel like in a better position now that it is possible to make it and play professional football. Now you are actually training daily like a professional football player.
Yeah, it's just totally different. I would never have expected to feel like how I'm feeling right now, like 9-10 months ago. It's just great, really.
I'm super excited for you to get your match analysis done, so we're really looking forward to see that happen in the next couple of weeks. And we'll get you linked up with one of our coaches. So again, for mums and dads and players listening into the podcast, one of the pillars of the program, we actually get a match analysis completed. It goes off to Portugal. We get our top analysts in Portugal to analyse the game. And these analysts actually do match analysis for clubs like Manchester City, Manchester United, Liverpool, Real Madrid, all the big clubs in Europe. We get an individual match analysis completed for our players. It then gets sent back to us. We then over-analyse the top of it with one of our professional coaches who's based in the UK. So we've got coaches based at a lot of the big clubs in Europe and the UK. They'll then connect with Lockie on a Zoom call. They'll spend about an hour with Locke going through his match analysis, going through his match objectives. And those match objectives then get put into his football plan, which is our web-based portal. And then once he's got his objectives in there, he can then start working to better himself as a player. So it's going to be super exciting to get that done. Now, before we finish off, Lockie, we've got about 5 or 6 minutes to go, if you're okay just to hang with us for a few more minutes. Now, we're talking about trials. You're going to the UK in January. What's the one thing that you're really looking forward to about this opportunity through the programme?
I think it's just a different environment to what I've ever been in. So I'm excited to be exposed to that, and I'll be able to learn off that and improve from that new environment I've been put in. I also I'm excited to showcase my talent to some really experienced coaches over there in the UK. And yep, that's it.
That's amazing. So again, for everyone who's listening, we set up these trial opportunities. We go to the UK in January every year. We also go to Spain, to Barcelona, and to Paris Saint-Germain in France every June, July. Part of that is that we open up opportunities at private academies, sometimes professional clubs, and then it's all about getting the players to be able to showcase themselves in front of these high-level coaches. But also, one of the big things that Lochie's just alluded to is actually pitting yourself against the players in Europe and the UK, pitting yourself against the best players on the planet and the ones who are currently in the system. Now, we've been quite successful over the years. We've had in excess of 20 players who've been offered some form of scholarship to stay and live in the UK and in Europe and to play and train there full time. So obviously there's going to be an opportunity for every player who goes on the trial Lochie to be offered some type of scholarship to stay and play football in the UK and Europe. When you get your opportunity, do you think that's something that you might consider when maybe you're 16 or 17 or 18 is something that you think you might take on, or do you think it's a bit too scary to make that jump too early? What's your thoughts?
Well, I'm definitely prepared to, sacrifice a comfortable life just for that opportunity to play football in the UK. So really depends on some other things, but I think, yeah, it's definitely an option to take that scholarship and play over there.
That's amazing. Now, I know there's a lot of things that you've got to think about, and mums and dads do as well, everyone who's listening in. Obviously, where they're going to be based, what club or academy they sign for, but also the big thing that's really important to us, and before we introduce this as a pillar to the programme, is also having that education support for the players as well. So part of the scholarship opportunities for the players is that we're able to offer education with this as well. So as an example, if you were to sign for, let's say it was Manchester United, then we need to make sure that you've got your school attached to that as well, because it's so important that you've got a plan B and a plan C in the event your football doesn't turn out the way you would like it to over the next couple of years. So does that excite you as well, knowing that not only are you going to also get the opportunity to maybe play and train full time in the UK, but you could also do some schooling, some coaching badges, and you'll have a multitude of options within the game of football by the end of the 2-year scholarship?
Yeah, it makes me feel really secure. And I think, feeling secure is definitely a key to also performing in those trials. I know if I don't perform well, then I still have some form of backup that I can lean on.
Yeah, that is absolutely fantastic. Now, finally, to finish off, what's your big dream, Lochie? So if you could have anything you wanted within your football dream and vision, who would you be playing for? What position would you be playing? Would it be Spain? Would it be England? Tell everyone.
So my dream, in the best case scenario, I would be playing as a 10, so as an attacking midfielder I'd say as an attacking midfielder for Manchester United. I'd have a long career over there, and then after my career is finished, I would pick up a job in some type of sports science. I think that really interests me.
That was the final question I was going to finish off. So when your football career is over, I was going to ask you, is it physio, is it sports science, is it coaching, is it management? So you'd like to be to maybe be involved in the sports science area of football?
Yeah, so after, if I finish playing, I would definitely like to stay in the scene of football. Yeah, it'd be great.
That's amazing. That's fantastic. Well, Lochie, a big thank you for joining me and everyone who watches and listens in to the Ravenswood podcast. We are super excited to get your match analysis done. We're super excited to see how you're going to progress in the next 6 months, and we're finally super excited to give you an opportunity to go to England. Now, just to finish off, for any boys and girls out there who are listening in or watching on YouTube and are interested in joining the professional player pathway, would you recommend the program to anyone who's keen to make it as a football player?
Yeah, if it's your dream, if it's really what you want to do, definitely take it, because it's a great opportunity. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, that's a big thank you from me and Lockie from the Ravenswood podcast, and we look forward to joining you and seeing you and listening to you on our next episode at the Ravenswood podcast. A big thank you from me and Lockie Olsen, and we wish Lockie all the best of luck for the future with his football. Thanks very much, Lockie, for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Ray.
Hi everyone, this is Raymond Wood at the Raymond Wood podcast. We are super excited to do another episode. Now I'm with my very good friend, Mr. Kai Henning. How are you, Kai?
I'm very good, Ray. How are you?
Very good. Now we'll explain to all our listeners, anyone who's listening in and anyone who's watching on YouTube, a little bit of a backstory. So we've been involved with you and your football, I think it's for 3 or 4 years. Yes. And when you first come to us, how did you first meet with me and how did you first meet with Euro Football Star?
So we first met at some trials. You did some training.
Objective testing?
Yes. And yeah.
It went from there, didn't it?
Yeah.
Now we'll get straight into it, because I know anyone who's watching this on YouTube, and if you're not watching it on YouTube, you might want to start maybe watching some of our podcast episodes, because you'll actually see that Kai Henning's wearing a beautiful jacket from Stephen Gerrard's Academy in Liverpool in England. So you've been at Stephen Gerrard's Academy for how long now?
2 years now.
2 years. And you were just telling me you got some good news that you got extended by another year.
Yes, I'm staying there another year. They've asked me to come back for another year. So yeah.
That's fantastic. Now, we'll go all the way back to the start of the journey, because when we got you through our objective testing, it was just on the cusp of coming out of COVID, and also it was when we were just putting our professional player pathway program together, where we wanted to start to open up opportunities for boys and girls like yourself who wanted to play professional football but didn't know how to do it, or even how to maybe even fix your game to be good enough to go over. So we first done objective testing with you, and I remember when we seen you in the testing and we were very impressed with the results. And I remember a conversation with Mum, and your mum was saying that, yeah, you definitely love an opportunity to go overseas. And we had a look at one of your games, and I never forget it. And you were playing at the time for, I believe it was Redlands
United, yes.
Yeah. And I'd worked previously for a little bit of time with Redlands as well, so I know the area and the club really well. And there's a lot of great players down there. One of the big things, do you remember the one thing that we corrected in your game that really helped you with your wide play?
No, but can I have a guess? I'd say stretching the pitch, maybe.
Yeah, stretching the pitch and making it big and wide. And I never forget having a conversation, I think it was with your dad, and explaining that sometimes it's just 1 or 2 really subtle changes to someone's game can be the difference, with all due respect, in playing an NPL in Australia, or maybe going on and playing at a professional academy or a pro club in Europe or the UK. And I never forget, about 4 weeks after we made the change with your game, your dad sent me a video of you where you stretched the pitch big, you took your first touch out in front of you, you attacked the byline, you crossed the ball back to zone 14.
Yes.
And then you set up the goal.
Yeah.
And I never forget, like, the smile on my face when your dad shared that video with me, because it was like, they're actually listening, and he's actually listened to the one little bit of information I give him. And I knew from that moment, one of the big things people always say to me, Ray, how do you make it to be a professional football player? I think one of the biggest things is actually listening, because I'm a big believer in God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason, and we should listen more. And I think you listened, and you're so coachable, and you took that point on, and it felt like within a blink of an eye, all of a sudden, you were in Liverpool and you were at a professional.
How are we?
Good, thank you.
Good to see you, Miss Alicia. It's been a long time.
I know, it's been very long.
Hello, Dad. Hello, Mum. How are you?
How are you? Hey.
Very good. So, have you got any idea why you were here today?
Well, the other day I got and I saw that it was your business that you have. So I'm kind of wondering why I've been receiving it.
Well, we've sent you some Goats Elite. Now, just to let you know, we've got to be careful with the words we use because this is being recorded and we are going to share this with our social media if that's okay. And I can see you looking all smart in your football Queensland jersey. I love that. Dad even looks like he's had a haircut and everything. This looks
Yeah,
great.
mate.
Oh, yeah.
It's the occasion.
I haven't. I came home from work and I'm exhausted.
So I'm going to tell you what this is all about, but before I do, I need you to help everyone watch and tell them a little bit about your story. So, when did you first meet us and how did you first come across us and what involvement did you have with us, if you can remember?
I met you guys through Euro Football Star.
Yeah.
When I was around 12 or 13.
And how old are you now?
I'm 15 now.
Oh, you're getting really old, aren't you?
Yeah, getting on in my days. And I'm pretty sure you guys had like a you had like a little clinic day.
Trial day, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, at the Gympie Fields for a Euro trip overseas to England.
Yeah, so we went up to that amazing soccer club up in Gympie, and I think it was Nate and the guys who got us in there. I think Nate was their vice president at the time, and we run an amazing event, and you were one of the players who were identified to come to the UK with us on like a tour and trials.
Yep.
And when was that? What year was that?
Oh, that would be like 2022 or 2023.
23.
2023 it was, yeah, to tour 2023. So talk about, to everyone who's listening, you obviously went on trials, you come with us to the UK, you experienced England for the first time. What was it like going to England and seeing all the big Premier League clubs and teams? And
I loved it because I've always wanted to travel overseas and play football, and I really got to experience that. We did training over there at different facilities. We stayed at hotels next to stadiums, went on tours. The games that we played were really good for development, and they were really good because you got identified by coaches around, and it was just a great experience all round.
so when you come back to Australia after that experience, did you find that it sort of deflated you, or did you feel like motivated to go for it?
My goal was to play over there in like the academies in Arsenal.
Yeah.
So when I came back after being over there and versing Bolton and seeing the level, I really got motivated to push on and try and strive for that goal.
I will just confirm that before she even got home, so we had 2 weeks after as a family, and all she talked about was football. We had to go to the football shop there and buy a soccer ball. And by the time she went home, instead of doing 12 juggles, she was up to 50 juggles because she was so determined she was going back.
Yeah.
Now, I always say to the players who we come across, people always laugh at me when we go to places like Geelong, Gympie, areas of Western Australia, but I always say we always find our best players in the remote areas of anywhere, whether it's the USA or Australia. I think you guys will remember, but we had a boy who had found the year before from a place called Stanthorpe, and Jack Reedy was driving into us 3.5 hours 3 times a week to train with me. And you guys are so committed, and I think it's a testament to mum and dad as well, how much they've helped you as well.
Yeah.
So what I want you to do is I want you to update everyone. For people who aren't from Australia, can you tell everyone like what happened after you come back, who you played for, who you're representing now, what does Queensland mean? And then I believe there's something else you want to share with us as well, because I heard there's something bigger than Queensland as well.
Start at the beginning.
When I got back, I had the goal to make the Sunny Coast region, which is where I was living currently, which I achieved as the first keeper. And we went away to New South Wales, which is below us, and we played a tournament there, which we were identified as, and I made the Schoolgirls Queensland team. So that was the really first milestone that was my only goal for the year. I was quite accomplished with that, and I was happy with myself. And then we continued the season. I played for the Sunshine Coast Wanderers, which was my, not local, but where I went to school.
Yeah.
And we won premiers and the grand final. And then I got identified as a player for QAS, which is the Queensland Academy of Sport. So they're the representatives for Queensland, and they play in the NPL, which is our National Premier League in Queensland.
Yeah.
And I got identified there. They signed me up to their club, which then I got notified from the Raw after they watched one of my sessions that they would like me to come in. And Brisbane Raw is the A-League club that plays with our A-League for the women. So I've been training currently with them once or twice a week. Plus my QAS training. And then quite recently I've been invited to go to a Junior Matildas domestic camp where we had 2 international friendlies versus Thailand, where I made my international debut on the 70th minute.
Amazing. So you've actually played for Australia?
Yes, I have.
Oh my word. And what was that like? What was that experience like?
It was extremely good. I got to meet, like, obviously the best for our age in Australia. We were all such a good bunch of girls. You could tell that when you get to a certain level, there's like a standard that you have to hold yourself to. But the coaches and like the whole staff were very like happy, and they wanted to learn individual development, which I found is quite good. We went down to Sydney and we played there against Thailand, and like the whole experience was just like phenomenal. We had so much team stuff to do. We had bonding activities. We learnt so much tactically and physically as players, all individually and as a group as well. So I think like it's something that I really want to strive to in the coming months for the next year.
Amazing. So what would be the next thing? So you play for Queensland, you've now played for Australia. What's the next and final goal?
The final goal is to play overseas.
For Arsenal?
For Arsenal, yeah. Yeah, and
just
go
a hint to Arsenal if they're out there.
and play for the Matildas in the 2032 Olympics. That would be phenomenal.
That would be.
The crazy thing, Ray, is she got to play for Australia before she played for Queensland.
That's so funny, eh?
She went away for the camp with the Matildas, and then she come back, and just on the weekend, she played her first Queensland game.
Yeah.
It's absolutely phenomenal. Now, I'm going to share my screen, and hopefully you guys can see my screen. Are you guys seeing what I'm showing on my screen at the moment?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. So what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to load up another page. So let's see if this works. The magic of technology. Are you seeing that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, first thing is I want to show everyone, I hope you don't mind me sharing these, but I want to show everyone this picture.
Yeah.
They're going to be embarrassed a little bit, but this is good. So people always ask me, Ray, why do you do what do you do? And this is the whole reason I do it. If I can help someone 0.1% along the way to achieving the dream, whether it's you've never seen the high level football and you want to achieve something big and you don't think it's possible, or whether I work with you as like a Jack Reedy, where you're working with me 4 times a week and I'm working with you one-on-one. But my aim and goal, my trophies that I love more than anything, it's seeing the picture of players going on and getting to the dream. Now, did you ever think 3 years ago you'd be pulling on a jersey for Australia?
No, I thought I was going to stay in Gympie and just play there.
At the beginning of the year, she set a 3-year goal, and that was to play for the Junior Matildas in that 3 years. And she basically smashed all those targets in 1 year.
6 months.
So
yeah,
it's been a very crazy year. I must say she's a goalkeeper too. She's not an on-field player, so they're a unique person.
Yeah, and it's the hardest position to play.
Very mental.
I'll be honest, as you both know, but no one watching this might know, but I'm a dad of 2 daughters, full-time on my own with them, and it's hard. And I think 2 of the hardest things, I think, in sport in general, one is to be a girl, because you don't get favoured upon like boys do, and it's even harder to be a goalkeeper. So I think you've took on the biggest challenge, one being born a girl, and the second thing being a goalkeeper, and you've defeated it. But the reason why you've defeated it is because you went to England, you've seen what was possible, you've come home, you've set yourself a vision, and as Mum just said, you give yourself 3 years to do it, but you've done it in like 6 to 12 months.
Yeah.
And that is a testament to setting your dream as high as possible. And you know what? You might not have ever played for Australia, but at least you might have played for Queensland and QAS, and at least you've aimed for something and you've met it.
Yeah.
So
I think, anything's possible for like any of the girls. It's possible as soon as you put your mind to it and you're willing to push towards it.
now, obviously, I've got a couple of things for you, but before I show you a couple of things, I want to show you what we've got for you. Anyone watching this who doesn't believe it's possible and thinks it's all just fanciful dreams and no one from Gympie or no one from Logan or no one from Brisbane could ever go and play at this level, what do you say to them?
I would say just dream big. I've noticed, especially since I came back from England, I had a goal to set and I was just dedicated to hit it. And I've noticed that since England, I've gotten 10 times better because I just so want to be an Australian player and play at the highest level and show young girls out there that like anything is possible as a girl.
Yeah, I love it. And what about you, Dadam? And what do you say to all those parents who are skeptical if this is real or not?
Oh, it's fantastic. I mean, the Euro trip to England was the perfect start for her career. It made her mindful of where she wanted to go. A lot of people put those sort of trips at the end of or during a good year or whatever, but we did it at the beginning of her career, just to see if that would be her motivation, her leaping forward, her goal setting, which is probably the best thing we could have did. You know?
So this was her 4th year of playing soccer. So when we went on the Euro trip, it might sound like, oh, she was that age, but she'd actually been playing for like less than 18 months when we went onto that trip. And so it was a massive deal, like a big commitment from us as family to do it, but never looked back. Honestly, she just, from there, she grew and grew. And it's just, to me, she's an amazing young person. I don't take any credit. Yes, I drive hundreds and hundreds of kilometres, but there's not many kids who get up at 4 a.m. because their training's at 7 in Brisbane, and which is 2.5 hours away, turn around, come back, go to school, come home and do it all again the next day, and sometimes have to train after school as well. So all these things have culminated. Great commitment on her behalf, good start, good choices. If you want advice, talk to someone like Ray, because honestly they're the people that know how to help young people get there. So
yeah, thanks guys. And as I say, I always say that it's like a triangle in this, and you've got to get it right, and it's got to be the player, it's got to be the parents, and it's got to be like the coaches or the team behind it, and it's a 3-point pyramid. And if you don't have that support, it's very hard to make it. And you've definitely got mum and dad. You've definitely got the support of me and the other professionals around you along the way. But you've got to turn up every day. And this is what we say to our players. Like, you've got to turn up and you've got to be motivated. And you know what? Some days it's okay not to be okay and not want to train. That's okay. But you've got to turn up 95% of the time, and it's a testament to you. So the first thing I want to share with you, but can you just show us the package that you got and what's in it?
So I got a goat's packet delivered in the mail, and inside you get gifted with a packet of grip socks.
Yeah.
There's free inside the packet. They're a beautiful colorway. They have the logo on it, and the grips are very nice. And I am really looking forward to trying them on and giving them a go on the field.
Very good. Now, what we are going to share with you, and I'll reshare my screen again, on our partnered company. So Goats Elite, we've set up Goats Elite as a company to sell products. And the reason why we're selling products on here is to put the money back into be able to offer opportunities for players who we think are worthy of a scholarship. So the first thing we've got for you is for the next 2 years, Goats are gonna sponsor you for $5,000. So what that means is over the next 2 years, we're gonna give you socks, boot bag, stools, books, socks, breathing tech work, slides, anything you want off here, we're going to sponsor you for 2 years. So if you say, Ray, I need gear, I need shin guards, I need this, I need that, we'll give it to you. Also, you'll probably notice there's nothing on here that relates to your position. And you play in what position?
I play goalkeeper.
So we're going to make a limited edition pair of goalkeeper gloves in your name with your permission. And what we're going to do is we're going to send them around the world and we're going to sell them and we're going to put your name on. But on top of that, but also we're going to give you a percentage of the sales to donate back to players who deserve to be sponsored. How does that sound?
That's amazing. Thank you so much.
So we've been looking at some goalkeeper gloves over the past couple of weeks and we want you to be involved in that. So what we want you to do is we want to get you to come and meet with me one day. I'll either come to you or you come to me or we'll meet in the middle.
Yep.
And I want you to help me build the gloves. What's important to you in the gloves, where the grips need to be.
Yep.
I'm sure you found loads of problems with gloves over the years and some good things with gloves.
Yeah.
You're going to be involved in the whole design process and we're going to give it a really cool name, like the Alicia GK gloves or something like that. We'll come up with a name and we'll allow you to help us. Now, the special bit of help we're going to do with the gloves is, the gloves will be for both males and females.
Yeah.
We're going to give you 10% of the earnings to put towards sponsoring other players, and we're going to let you pick female players every year who get the awards and get the money.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
Thank you so much, Ray.
I'm not finished yet. This is the best bit. That's only the small bit. The next bit's the best bit. So if I can take you to my next page, and let's see if I can get this right. And you know what? I'm always super organised and I had all this ready and then I just realised my page is cleared. So we have a programme called the Professional Player Pathway.
Yeah.
As you know, we spoke to you guys, I think, at the time about joining us on the Pro Player Pathway, and obviously for financial reasons and many other reasons, not every family can join us, but part of the programme is we look at things like you get a copy of my book, the audio book, you get match analysis, you get GPS trackers, you get nutrition and DNA testing, you get identified match objectives, you get football blueprints, you get football mental strength training, you get the secrets from the Premier League, you get to join me on weekly calls, you get access to the dugout, and one of the big things is, as a player agent, you get me to represent you as well. Now, to join the Triple P, unfortunately, it is expensive, and it's about $60,000 for 4 years.
Yeah.
However, you're going to be our first player for 2025 that we're going to award a full scholarship to.
Wow. That's crazy.
So I'm going to support you as best as I can as a coach. I have got a lot of experience with goalkeepers as well as outfield players.
Yeah.
I will completely help and represent you, and the way we do it as well, to put mum and dad at ease. When we represent players, we're the only group on the planet that don't get mums and dads and players to sign into agreements or contracts. We actually do it from the goodness of our heart, and we don't expect you to sign anything. We just want to support you. If we're not doing our job, then you guys can walk away at any point, and there's no risk on your side. But I know for a fact, between you, me, mum and dad, we're going to kill this. And not only are we going to get the Australia gig, the #1 position secured, in time for the upcoming World Cups in the next couple of years, but I also think you're going to hit your #1 dream, and I'm going to help you to see if we can get you to Arsenal. And we'll see where we go. So if it takes us a year or takes us 3 years, we'll try our best to get there. And do you know what? If we don't get to Arsenal, we might get you to somewhere better like Liverpool.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is we're going to onboard you to the system. I'm going to speak to dad and mum on a message later on tonight.
Yeah.
We'll get you onboarded to the system. We need to get you involved in the program. I need to arrange your GPS tracker. I need to arrange your match analysis. I'm personally going to do your match analysis as well. to make sure it gets done right. And then what we're going to do is, with Mum and Dad's permission, over the next couple of years, what we're going to do is, on this part of the section, we have what's called testimonials. Now, we've got players on here like Charlotte, who we got from Liverpool Football Club. We've got Liam, who we've got to play Bolton Wanderers. We've also got people like Jacob, who we recently got to Tranmere Rovers. And we're going to, very excited to announce, we've got an Alicia section. So we're going to be chucking an Alicia section. So this particular testimonial will get dropped in here, but also we're going to get you to really help us with the females. Now, we know your time is very tight and you've got school commitments and you've got training, but what we're going to do is, if we can get you a couple of times a year to join us on a call, especially with the female players, it'd be a big help for some of those younger girls who need help around the world.
Yeah.
Also, we're going to the World Cup in 2026, the Men's World Cup, but we'd love you to be part of some of our live crossovers back to Australia. So we will have a little Alicia section with your goalkeeper gloves and with your girls section, and just to have a general catch up we're going. So how does that all sound?
That sounds so good, right? This is probably the best thing that's happened to me in my whole career.
So hopefully we can just be that extra little 5% difference to help you kick on.
Yeah.
And I think I've got a couple of more surprises up my sleeve, but I'm going to save one of them. And I'll deliver it once we can deliver it 100%, and then I'll be back in touch. And if you know you get a call in the next couple of weeks to come on another call, expect some big news.
Okay, thank you.
Well, this
Thank
is
you
big
so
news.
much.
I don't know that you can top that, Ray. That's
I think I can top this one.
You know, even talking about the gloves and stuff, you know, one of the hardest things is finding gloves that are suitable, like made for a girl.
Yeah.
The fingers are smaller and you know, very different. So yeah, it's very exciting.
And that's what we're going to do. We're going to be one of the first companies to make gloves just for girls, but we're also going to do a male's version, but we're not going to put a boy's name on them. It's all going to be the Alicia range. But we'll come up with a cool name for them. And you can help us with all the money that we raise from the sales. You can help us direct that money into girls. So I'm going to meet with you, Mum and Dad, once or twice a year, and we'll go, right, we've got these 10 girls who need help. Who should we help and where should the money go? And then we'll do one of these calls. And next time, rather than me doing it to you, you can sit next to me and we can make the call to one of the players.
That'd be awesome.
Awesome.
And we'll keep spreading the love.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
All right, so that's enough for you guys to take in for one day. What I will do is, Alicia, I'll get you to go to our Goats Elite website. I'll share the link with Dad. You can have a little look at the Goats Elite website and you can pick some stuff off there. So if you think in the interim, Dad, Mum, I'd love to get more socks. I want to get some of the shin guards. I want to get the boot bag. I want to get some breathing strips. You tell me what you need, we'll get you loaded up. And then what we do is, every time something starts to wear out or it's a bit worn, and I know you goalkeepers love to dive in that around, and I think you're going to love the shin guards.
Yeah.
The shin guards are very sort of like tight fitting on your leg. They'll stay compact. And then, all you need to do is tell me when you want stuff and we'll send you a code. And you literally order the stuff and it'll turn up within about 3 to 5 days to your front door.
Yeah. Thank you.
So wait there, you're a Socceroos player, international, and you're sponsored. Nah, that's not possible. Gail can't do that.
And you know what the worst part is? She's under 16, so she can't put like stuff on social media. So she's gonna have to be proactive on mums or something.
Well, mums and dads can send what they want and share what they want and spread what they want. So that's how I'm getting around it with my girls. And it is a tricky one with the social media, because we've got a lot of players who join us on our platform who are under 16.
Yeah.
But obviously, they have to have mums and dads logging them in and stuff.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think if it's monitored properly and mums and dads are protective of the kids and know what they're doing, I think it's a safe environment. But
absolutely.
Yeah, I think we've got to protect them as best as we can. But now, look, a big thank you, Alicia. And I was so excited when I seen that picture with the Socceroos jersey, and I'm like, onwards and upwards for you.
Thank you, Ray. It all started with you.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Well, I'm so glad we come up to Gympie, and we did have a battle to get up there without going into the politics, but there was a lot of people at the club who really wanted us up, and there was 1 or 2 people who tried to stop us.
Yeah.
But I'm glad we persisted, and this is unfortunately the politics, and tall poppy syndrome we have in Australia. And I'm a proud Australian. I've been here 19 years, even though my accent's a bit different. But
That's all right. We're English in background, so
Yeah, we do get it, yeah.
But yeah, we get past the politics in the tall poppy syndrome, and I never take no for an answer. And I'm glad we did come up, and I'm glad we got it started. And yeah, you're one of our next success stories, and I'm super excited.
I'm very excited for the year.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, I'm going to love yous and leave yous. I will be in touch, Dad. I'll drop you a message with the link for the website so she can order some stuff.
Yes.
And I'll send you you need to send me your email address for Alicia, the one that you're comfortable that she can connect the app to.
Yes.
And then you got a lot of work to get started on for me, because I'm going to be up here to get certain things done, and we'll get you cracking.
Yeah, that's
Awesome.
good. Awesome. Thank you, Ray.
Cheers, guys. I love you all. See ya.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas too.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
There is so much that actually leads to homelessness, and I think for me that's one of the things that I'd really love to be able to address. You know, we've got to equip people to actually be in a better position so that they don't get to that stage, and that includes, you know, their actual mental stability, their actual ability to be employed, education. There is so much more that's involved, but for the time being, we need to get people in shelter.
Yeah, get off the streets.
Get off the streets.
So we will obviously share the links into our show notes for everyone who's listening.
Yeah.
And obviously it's one that we really want to support, and we'll jump on and make a donation as well. Again, in the show notes we're going to put in about your books, and also we're also pleased we've finally got the Pro Player Pathway book, which I'm super proud of, and we'll share that in the show links. Now also we are going to be coming back, and the idea is to do 3 podcasts with you, and hopefully I haven't overcommitted and I've roped you in, but what we're going to do is we're going to probably spend the whole episode on purpose, because I think it's really important, not more so for our players, but our mums and dads actually understanding a purpose. Yeah. And then obviously we want to then revisit also a little bit about like retreats and bettering yourself and empowering yourself. So if you will join us again for those other 2 episodes when you come up to Brisbane, we'd love to have you on.
Pleasure.
So a big thank you from me at the Rainbow Podcast and Kathy DeMarcos for joining us, and we look forward to speaking to you all in our next episode. Big thank you. Thanks, Kathy.
Thank you.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Hi everyone, this is Raymond Wood from the Raymond Wood Podcast. We're back again with another amazing podcast episode, and we've got with us Stuart Briggs today from Acceleration Australia. I've known Stuart for probably 17 or 18 years. I think I met him the first year I actually moved out to Australia, and we're going to introduce you to someone who's very inspirational. He works in the sporting field across many sports, and some of the stuff that he does in the sporting world's phenomenal, and some of the gains that he gets. So hopefully for our listeners over the next 45 to 50 minutes, you're going to come away a lot wiser, and I guarantee you're going to want to reach out for your son or daughter to Acceleration Australia, because Acceleration Australia is someone I've used for my daughters for many, many years, and I love the work they do. Stuart, how are you?
Oh, I'm great, thanks, Ray. I appreciate you bringing me in.
Lovely to have you in. Now, I've wanted to get you in for a while, and believe it or not, before we actually caught up in the dog park a couple of months ago and we retouched base again, I was going through my phone trying to find your details to see if I could get you on the podcast, and we bumped into each other with our dogs in the dog park, and I think it was fate, it was meant to be.
It must have been, mate. It's a fantastic way to re-engage. It was great to see you.
So before we start and we talk about your background and how you started your career and how you started getting involved in sports, just for our listeners, can you just explain Acceleration Australia, what it is, who you serve, and what the aim and the purpose of Acceleration Australia is?
Yeah, we'll go into the history of Acceleration Australia, but our mission is to help athletes move faster, get stronger, jump higher for sporting competition. And that mission has been just a laser light where we're exactly where we're going with the company, and we've done nothing since the year 2000. So, look, I'll go back into the history and everything in the future in a little bit, but in terms of Acceleration Australia, that's our focus. But because that's our focus, all of our staff, there's 20 staff, whatever, that's all they want to do is train athletes. That's all Acceleration does, is focus on that. So it's a very pointed way of thinking, but what it does, it means that we're true specialists in that area.
Yeah. I think it's critical for most sports, all sports, like to be able to move quickly, and especially it's more paramount for football, soccer. One of the things that we do 99% of the time is we don't have the ball and we're moving around without the ball. So if you can move half a second quicker over 20 meters, that's a game changer.
Massive. It is huge. Like 0.1 of a second is around about, depending on the pace of the person, is around about, it can be up to about 80 centimeters difference over 20 meters. 80 centimeters is a long way. Yeah. So it's about 0.12 of a second difference in your 20 meter will increase your speed by a meter. A meter over someone else is remarkable. It's the difference between having the ball and not having the ball. So
there was a game of football on this morning. It was Champions League semi-final. Yeah. Bayern Munich versus Real Madrid. Bayern Munich and Real Madrid drew 2-2 in Germany a few weeks ago. They went into the game at Real Madrid. Bayern Munich were winning 1-0 with 10 minutes to go. Carlo Ancelotti then makes a few substitutions, and one of the players he brings on, Joselu. Exactly that, half a metre ahead of two players, 2 touches in 6 minutes, and the game's over 2-1. Okay. Real Madrid are going to London to play in the biggest game of football. Shows you those little small yards, the strategic planning of a substitute with 10-15 minutes to go can be the difference in winning the biggest prize in world football, in my eyes, the Champions League final. Otherwise, like Bayern Munich are now on a flight